Chapter 17 of Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James. Chapter 17. She was not praying, she was trembling, trembling all over. Vibration was easy to her, was in fact too constant with her, and she found herself now humming like a smitten harp. She only asked, however, to put on the cover, to case herself again in brown holland, but she wished to resist her excitement, and the attitude of devotion, which she kept for some time, seemed to help her to be still. She intensely rejoiced that Caspar Goodwood was gone. There was something in having thus got rid of him that was like the payment, for a stamped receipt, of some debt too long on her mind. As she felt the glad relief she bowed her head a little lower. The sense was there, throbbing in her heart. It was part of her emotion, but it was a thing to be ashamed of. It was profane and out of place. It was not for some 10 minutes that she rose from her knees, and even when she came back to the sitting-room, her tremor had not quite subsided. It had verily, two causes. Part of it was to be accounted for by her long discussion with Mr. Goodwood, but it might be feared that the rest was simply the enjoyment she found in the exercise of her power. She sat down in the same chair again and took up her book, but without going through the form of opening the volume. She leaned back, with that low, soft, aspiring murmur with which she often uttered her response to accidents of which the brighter side was not superficially obvious, and yielded to the satisfaction of having refused 2 ardent suitors in a fortnight. That love of liberty of which she had given Caspar Goodwood so bold a sketch was as yet almost exclusively theoretic. She had not been able to indulge it on a large scale. But it appeared to her she had done something. She had tasted of the delight, if not of battle, at least of victory. She had done what was truest to her plan. In the glow of this consciousness, the image of Mr. Goodwood taking his sad walk homeward through the dingy town presented itself with a certain reproachful force, so that, as at the same moment the door of the room was opened, she rose with an apprehension that he had come back. But it was only Henrietta Stackpole returning from her dinner. Miss Stackpole immediately saw that our young lady had been through something, and indeed the discovery demanded no great penetration. She went straight up to her friend, who received her without a greeting. Isabel's elation in having sent Caspar Goodwood back to America presupposed her being in a manner glad he had come to see her, but at the same time she perfectly remembered Henrietta had had no right to set a trap for her. "Has he been here, dear?" the latter yearningly asked. Isabel turned away, and for some moments answered nothing. "You acted very wrongly," she declared at last. "I acted for the best. I only hope you acted as well." "You're not the judge. I can't trust you," said Isabel. This declaration was unflattering, but Henrietta was much too unselfish to heed the charge it conveyed. She cared only for what it intimated with regard to her friend. "Isabel Archer," she observed, with equal abruptness and solemnity. If you marry one of these people, I'll never speak to you again." "Before making so terrible a threat you had better wait till I'm asked," Isabel replied. Never having said a word to Miss Stackpole about Lord Warburton's overtures, she had now no impulse whatever to justify herself to Henrietta by telling her that she had refused that nobleman. "Oh, you'll be asked quick enough, once you get off on the Continent. Annie Clymer was asked 3 times in Italy. Poor plain little Annie." "Well, if Annie Clymer wasn't captured, why should I be?" "I don't believe Annie was pressed, but you'll be." "That's a flattering conviction," said Isabel without alarm. "I don't flatter you, Isabel. I tell you the truth," cried her friend. "I hope you don't mean to tell me that you didn't give Mr. Goodwood some hope?" "I don't see why I should tell you anything. As I said to you just now, I can't trust you." "But since you're so much interested in Mr. Goodwood, I won't conceal from you that he returns immediately to America." "You don't mean to say you've sent him off?" Henrietta almost shrieked. "I asked him to leave me alone, and I ask you the same, Henrietta." Miss Stackpole glittered for an instant with dismay, and then passed to the mirror over the chimney piece and took off her bonnet. "I hope you've enjoyed your dinner," Isabel went on. But her companion was not to be diverted by frivolous propositions. "Do you know where you're going, Isabel Archer?" "Just now I'm going to bed," said Isabel with persistent frivolity. "Do you know where you're drifting?" Henrietta pursued, holding out her bonnet delicately. "No, I haven't the least idea, and I find it very pleasant not to know." "A swift carriage of a dark night, rattling with 4 horses over roads that one can't see. That's my idea of happiness." "Mr. Goodwood certainly didn't teach you to say such things as that, like the heroine of an immoral novel," said Miss Stackpole. "You're drifting to some great mistake." Isabel was irritated by her friend's interference, yet she still tried to think what truth this declaration could represent. She could think of nothing that diverted her from saying, "You must be very fond of me, Henrietta, to be willing to be so aggressive." "I love you intensely, Isabel," said Miss Stackpole with feeling. "Well, if you love me intensely, let me as intensely alone. I asked that of Mr. Goodwood, and I must also ask it of you." "Take care you're not let alone too much." "That's what Mr. Goodwood said to me. I told him I must take the risks." "You're a creature of risks. You make me shudder," cried Henrietta. "When does Mr. Goodwood return to America?" "I don't know. He didn't tell me." "Perhaps you didn't inquire," said Henrietta with the note of righteous irony. "I gave him too little satisfaction to have the right to ask questions of him." This assertion seemed to Miss Stackpole for a moment to bid defiance to comment, but at last she exclaimed, "Well, Isabel, if I didn't know you I might think you were heartless." "Take care," said Isabel, "you're spoiling me." "I'm afraid I've done that already." "I hope, at least," Miss Stackpole added, "that he may cross with Annie Clymer." Isabel learned from her the next morning that she had determined not to return to Garden Court, where old Mr. Touchet had promised her a renewed welcome, but to await in London the arrival of the invitation that Mr. Bantling had promised her from his sister's Lady Pensile. Miss Stackpole related very freely her conversation with Ralph Touchet's sociable friend and declared to Isabel that she really believed she had now got hold of something that would lead to something. On the receipt of Lady Pensil's letter, Mr. Bantling had virtually guaranteed the arrival of this document. She would immediately depart for Bedfordshire, and if Isabel cared to look out for her impressions in the interviewer, she would certainly find them. Henrietta was evidently going to see something of the inner life this time. "Do you know where you're drifting, Henrietta Stackpole?" Isabel asked, imitating the tone in which her friend had spoken the night before. "I'm drifting to a big position, that of the Queen of America journalism. If my next letter isn't copied all over the West, I'll swallow my pen wiper." She had arranged with her friend Miss Annie Clymer, the young lady of the Continental office, that they should go together to make those purchases which were to constitute Miss Clymer's farewell to a hemisphere in which she at least had been appreciated, and she presently repaired to Jermyn Street to pick up her companion. Shortly after her departure Ralph Touchet was announced, and as soon as he came in Isabel saw he had something on his mind. He very soon took his cousin into his confidence. He had received from his mother a telegram to the effect that his father had had a sharp attack of his old malady, that she was much alarmed and that she begged he would instantly return to Garden Court. On this occasion at least, Mrs. Touchet's devotion to the electric wire was not open to criticism. "I've judged it best to see the great doctor, Sir Matthew Hope, first," Ralph said. "By great good luck he's in town. He's to see me at 12:30, and I shall make sure of his coming down to Garden Court, which he will do the more readily as he has already seen my father several times, both there and in London. There's an express at 2:45, which I shall take, and you'll come back with me or remain here a few days longer, exactly as you prefer." "I shall certainly go with you," Isabel returned. "I don't suppose I can be of any use to my uncle, but if he's ill I shall like to be near him." "I think you're fond of him," said Ralph, with a certain shy pleasure in his face. "You appreciate him, which all the world hasn't done. The quality's too fine." "I quite adore him," Isabel after a moment said. "That's very well. After his son, he's your greatest admirer." She welcomed this assurance, but she gave secretly a small sigh of relief at the thought that Mr. Touchet was one of those admirers who couldn't propose to marry her. This, however, was not what she spoke. She went on to inform Ralph that there were other reasons for her not remaining in London. She was tired of it and wished to leave it. And then Henrietta was going away, going to stay in Bedfordshire. "In Bedfordshire?" "With Lady Pensil, the sister of Mr. Bantling, who has answered for an invitation." Ralph was feeling anxious, but at this he broke into a laugh. Suddenly, none the less, his gravity returned. "Bantling's a man of courage, but if the invitation should get lost on the way?" "I thought the British Post Office was impeccable." "The good Homer sometimes nods," said Ralph. "However," he went on more brightly, "the good Bantling never does, and, whatever happens, he'll take care of Henrietta." Ralph went to keep his appointment with Sir Matthew Hope, and Isabel made her arrangements for quitting Pratt's Hotel. Her uncle's danger touched her nearly, and while she stood before her open trunk, looking about her vaguely for what she should put into it, the tears suddenly rose to her eyes. It was perhaps for this reason that when Ralph came back at 2 o'clock to take her to the station she was not yet ready. He found Miss Stackpole, however, in the sitting room, where she had just risen from her luncheon, and this lady immediately expressed her regret at his father's illness. "He's a grand old man," she said. "He's faithful to the last. If it's really to be the last, pardon my alluding to it, but you must often have thought of the possibility. I'm sorry that I shall not be at Garden Court." "You'll amuse yourself much more in Bedfordshire." "I shall be sorry to amuse myself at such a time," said Henrietta with much propriety. But she immediately added, "I should like so to commemorate the closing scene." "My father may live a long time," said Ralph simply. Then, adverting to topics more cheerful, he interrogated Miss Stackpole as to her own future. Now that Ralph was in trouble she addressed him in a tone of larger allowance, and told him that she was much indebted to him for having made her acquainted with Mr. Bantling. "He has told me just the things I want to know," she said. "All the society items and all about the royal family." "I can't make out that what he tells me about the royal family is much to their credit, but he says that's only my peculiar way of looking at it." "Well, all I want is that he should give me the facts. I can put them together quick enough, once I've got them." And she added that Mr. Bantling had been so good as to promise to come and take her out that afternoon. "To take you where?" Ralph ventured to inquire. "To Buckingham Palace. He's going to show me over it, so that I may get some idea how they live." "Ah," said Ralph, "we leave you in good hands. The first thing we shall hear is that you're invited to Windsor Castle." "If they ask me, I shall certainly go. Once I get started I'm not afraid. But for all that," Henrietta added in a moment, "I'm not satisfied. I'm not at peace about Isabel." "What is her last misdemeanour?" "Well, I've told you before, and I suppose there's no harm in my going on. I always finish a subject that I take up. Mr. Goodwood was here last night." Ralph opened his eyes. He even blushed a little, his blush being the sign of an emotion somewhat acute. He remembered that Isabel, in separating from him in Winchester Square, had repudiated his suggestion, that her motive in doing so was the expectation of a visitor at Pratt's Hotel, and it was a new pang to him to have to suspect her of duplicity. On the other hand, he quickly said to himself, what concern was it of his that she should have made an appointment with a lover? Had it not been thought graceful in every age that young ladies should make a mystery of such appointments? Ralph gave Miss Stackpole a diplomatic answer. "I should have thought that, with the views you expressed to me the other day, this would satisfy you perfectly." That he should come to see her? That was very well, as far as it went. It was a little plot of mine. I let him know that we were in London, and when it had been arranged that I should spend the evening out I sent him a word, the word we just utter to the wise. I hoped he would find her alone. I won't pretend I didn't hope that you'd be out of the way. He came to see her, but he might as well have stayed away." "Isabel was cruel?" and Ralph's face lighted with the relief of his cousin's not having shown duplicity. I don't exactly know what passed between them, but she gave him no satisfaction. She sent him back to America." "Poor Mr. Goodwood!" Ralph sighed. "Her only idea seems to be to get rid of him," Henrietta went on. "Poor Mr. Goodwood!" Ralph repeated. The exclamation, it must be confessed, was automatic. It failed exactly to express his thoughts, which were taking another line. "You don't say that as if you felt it. I don't believe you care." "Ah," said Ralph, "you must remember that I don't know this interesting young man, that I've never seen him." "Well, I shall see him, and I shall tell him not to give up. If I didn't believe Isabel would come round," Miss Stackpole added, "well, I'd give up myself. I mean, I'd give her up." Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zachary Brewster Geiss. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James. Chapter 18. It had occurred to Ralph that in the conditions, Isabel's parting with her friend might be of a slightly embarrassed nature, and he went down to the door of the hotel in advance of his cousin, who, after a slight delay, followed with the traces of an unaccepted remonstrance, as he thought, in her eyes. The two made the journey to Gardencourt in almost unbroken silence, and the servant who met them at the station had no better news to give them of Mr. Touchett, a fact which caused Ralph to congratulate himself afresh on Sir Matthew Hope's having promised to come down in the 5 o'clock train and spend the night. Mrs. Touchett, he learned, on reaching home, had been constantly with the old man and was with him at that moment, and this fact made Ralph say to himself that, after all, what his mother wanted was just easy occasion. The finer natures were those that shone at the larger times. Isabel went to her own room, noting throughout the house that perceptible hush which precedes a crisis. At the end of an hour, however, she came downstairs in search of her aunt, whom she wished to ask about Mr. Touchett. She went to the library, but Mrs. Touchett was not there, and as the weather, which had been damp and chill, was now altogether spoiled, it was not probable she had gone for her usual walk in the grounds. Isabel was on the point of ringing to send a question to her room, when this purpose quickly yielded to an unexpected sound, the sound of low music proceeding apparently from the saloon. She knew her aunt never touched the piano, and the musician was therefore probably Ralph, who played for his own amusement. That he should have resorted to this recreation at the present time indicated apparently that his anxiety about his father had been relieved, so that the girl took her way almost with restored cheer toward the source of the harmony. The drawing-room at Gardencourt was an apartment of great distances, and as the piano was placed at the end of it furthest removed from the door at which she entered, her arrival was not noticed by the person seated before the instrument. This person was neither Ralph nor his mother. It was a lady whom Isabel immediately saw to be a stranger to herself, though her back was presented to the door. This back, an ample and well-dressed one, Isabel viewed for some moments with surprise. The lady was of course a visitor who had arrived during her absence and who had not been mentioned by either of the servants, one of them her aunt's maid, of whom she had had speech since her return. Isabel had already learned, however, with what treasures of reserve the function of receiving orders may be accompanied, and she was particularly conscious of having been treated with dryness by her aunt's maid, through whose hands she had slipped perhaps a little too mistrustfully, and with an effect of plumage but the more lustrous. The advent of a guest was itself far from disconcerting. She had not yet divested herself of a young faith that each new acquaintance would exert some momentous influence on her life. By the time she had made these reflections, she became aware that the lady at the piano played remarkably well. She was playing something of Schubert's. Isabel knew not what, but recognized Schubert, and she touched the piano with a discretion of her own. It showed skill, it showed feeling. Isabel sat down noiselessly on the nearest chair and waited till the end of the piece. When it was finished, She felt a strong desire to thank the player, and rose from her seat to do so, while at the same time the stranger turned quickly round, as if but just aware of her presence. "That's very beautiful, and your playing makes it more beautiful still," said Isabel, with all the young radiance with which she usually uttered a truthful rapture. "You don't think I disturbed Mr. Touchett, then?" the musician answered as sweetly as this compliment deserved. "The house is so large and his room so far away that I thought I might venture, especially as I played just du bout des doigts." "She's a Frenchwoman," Isabel said to herself. "She says that as if she were French." And this supposition made the visitor more interesting to our speculative heroine. "I hope my uncle's doing well," Isabel added. "I should think that to hear such lovely music as that would really make him feel better." The lady smiled and discriminated. "I'm afraid there are moments in life when even Schubert has nothing to say to us. We must admit, however, that they are our worst." "I'm not in that state now, then," said Isabel. "On the contrary, I should be so glad if you would play something more." "If it will give you pleasure? Delighted." And this obliging person took her place again and struck a few chords, while Isabel sat down nearer the instrument. Suddenly the newcomer stopped with her hands on the keys, half turning and looking over her shoulder. She was 40 years old, and not pretty, though her expression charmed. "Pardon me," she said. "But are you the niece, the young American?" "I'm my aunt's niece," Isabel replied with simplicity. The lady at the piano sat still a moment longer, casting her air of interest over her shoulder. "That's very well. We're compatriots." And then she began to play. "Ah, then she's not French," Isabel murmured. And as the opposite supposition had made her romantic, it might have seemed that this revelation would have marked a drop, but such was not the fact. Rarer even than to be French seemed it to be American on such interesting terms. The lady played in the same manner as before, softly and solemnly, and while she played the shadows deepened in the room. The autumn twilight gathered in, and from her place Isabel could see the rain, which had now begun in earnest, washing the cold-looking lawn and the wind shaking the great trees. At last, when the music had ceased, her companion got up and, coming nearer with a smile, before Isabel had time to thank her again, said, "I'm very glad you've come back. I've heard a great deal about you." Isabel thought her a very attractive person, but nevertheless spoke with a certain abruptness in reply to this speech. "From whom have you heard about me?" The stranger hesitated a single moment, and then, "From your uncle," she answered. "I've been here 3 days, and the first day he let me come and pay him a visit in his room. Then he talked constantly of you." "As you didn't know me, that must rather have bored you." "It made me want to know you. All the more that since then, your aunt being so much with Mr. Touchett, I've been quite alone and have got rather tired of my own society. I've not chosen a good moment for my visit." A servant had come in with lamps and was presently followed by another bearing the tea-tray. On the appearance of this repast Mrs. Touchett had apparently been notified, for she now arrived and addressed herself to the teapot. Her greeting to her niece did not differ materially from her manner of raising the lid of this receptacle in order to glance at the contents. In neither act was it becoming to make a show of avidity. Questioned about her husband, she was unable to say he was better. But the local doctor was with him, and much light was expected from this gentleman's consultation with Sir Matthew Hope.
"I suppose you two ladies have made acquaintance," she pursued. "If you haven't, I recommend you to do so, for so long as we continue, Ralph and I, to cluster about Mr. Touchett's bed, you're not likely to have much society but each other."
"I know nothing about you but that you're a great musician," Isabel said to the visitor.
"There's a good deal more than that to know," Mrs. Touchett affirmed in her little dry tone.
"A very little of it, I am sure, will content Miss Archer," the lady exclaimed with a light laugh. "I'm an old friend of your aunt's. I've lived much in Florence. I'm Madame Merle." She made this last announcement as if she were referring to a person of tolerably distinct identity. For Isabel, however, it represented little. She could only continue to feel that Madame Merle had as charming a manner as any she had ever encountered.
"She's not a foreigner, in spite of her name," said Mrs. Touchett. "She was born... I always forget where you were born."
"It's hardly worth while, then I should tell you."
"On the contrary," said Mrs. Touchett,
who rarely missed a logical point,
"if I remembered, your telling me would be quite superfluous."
Madame Merle glanced at Isabel with a sort of world-wide smile, a thing that overreached frontiers. "I was born under the shadow of the national banner."
"She's too fond of mystery," said Mrs. Touchett. "That's her great fault."
"Ah," exclaimed Madame Merle, "I've great faults, but I don't think that's one of them. It certainly isn't the greatest. I came into the world in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. My father was a high officer in the United States Navy, and had a post of responsibility, in that establishment at the time. I suppose I ought to love the sea, but I hate it. That's why I don't return to America. I love the land. The great thing is to love something." Isabel, as a dispassionate witness, had not been struck with the force of Mrs. Touchett's characterization of her visitor, who had an expressive, communicative, responsive face, by no means of the sort which, to Isabel's mind, suggested a secretive disposition. It was a face that told of an amplitude of nature and of quick and free motions, and, though it had no regular beauty, was in the highest degree engaging and attaching. Madame Merle was a tall, fair, smooth woman. Everything in her person was round and replete, though without those accumulations which suggest heaviness. Her features were thick but in perfect proportion and harmony, and her complexion had a healthy clearness. Her grey eyes were small but full of light and incapable of stupidity, incapable, according to some people, even of tears. She had a liberal, full-rimmed mouth which, when she smiled, drew itself upward to the left side in a manner that most people thought very odd, some very affected, and a few very graceful. Isabel inclined to range herself in the last category. Madame Merle had thick, fair hair, arranged somehow classically, and as if she were a bust, Isabel judged, a Juno or a Niobe, and large white hands of a perfect shape, a shape so perfect that their possessor, preferring to leave them unadorned, wore no jewelled rings. Isabel had taken her at first, as we have seen, for a Frenchwoman, but extended observation might have ranked her as a German of high degree, perhaps an Austrian, a baroness, a countess, a princess. It would never have been supposed she had come into the world in Brooklyn, though one could doubtless not have carried through any argument that the air of distinction marking her in so eminent a degree was inconsistent with such a birth. It was true that the national banner had floated immediately over her cradle, and the breezy freedom of the stars and stripes might have shed an influence upon the attitude she there took towards life, and yet she had evidently nothing of the fluttered, flapping quality of a morsel of bunting in the wind. Her manner expressed the repose and confidence which come from large experience. Experience, however, had not quenched her youth. It had simply made her sympathetic and supple. She was, in a word, a woman of strong impulses kept in admirable order. This commended itself to Isabel as an ideal combination. The girl made these reflections while the three ladies sat at their tea, but that ceremony was interrupted before long by the arrival of the great doctor from London, who had been immediately ushered into the drawing-room. Mrs. Touchett took him off to the library for a private talk, and then Madame Merle and Isabel parted, to meet again at dinner. The idea of seeing more of this interesting woman did much to mitigate Isabel's sense of the sadness now settling on Gardencourt. When she came into the drawing-room before dinner, she found the place empty, but in the course of a moment Ralph arrived. His anxiety about his father had been lightened. Sir Matthew Hope's view of his condition was less depressed than his own had been. The doctor recommended that the nurse alone should remain with the old man for the next 3 or 4 hours, so that Ralph, his mother, and the great physician himself were free to dine at table. Mrs. Touchett and Sir Matthew appeared. Madame Merle was the last. Before she came, Isabel spoke of her to Ralph, who was standing before the fireplace.
"Pray who is this Madame Merle?"
"The cleverest woman I know, not excepting yourself," said Ralph.
"I thought she seemed very pleasant."
"I was sure you'd think her very pleasant."
"Is that why you invited her?"
"I didn't invite her. And when we came back from London I didn't know she was here. No one invited her. She's a friend of my mother's, and just after you and I went to town my mother got a note from her. She had arrived in England. She usually lives abroad, though she has first and last spent a good deal of time here, and asked leave to come down for a few days. She's a woman who can make such proposals with perfect confidence. She's so welcome wherever she goes. And with my mother there could be no question of hesitating. She's the one person in the world whom my mother very much admires. If she were not herself, which she after all much prefers, she would like to be Madame Merle. It would indeed be a great change."
"Well, she's very charming," said Isabel, "and she plays beautifully."
"She does everything beautifully. She's complete." Isabel looked at her cousin a moment.
"You don't like her?"
"On the contrary, I was once in love with her."
"And she didn't care for you, and that's why you don't like her?"
"How can we have discussed such things? Monsieur Merle was then living."
"Is he dead now?"
"So she says."
"Don't you believe her?"
"Yes, because the statement agrees with the probabilities. The husband of Madame Merle would be likely to pass away." Isabel gazed at her cousin again.
"I don't know what you mean. You mean something that you don't mean. What was Monsieur Merle?"
"The husband of Madame."
"You're very odious. Has she any children?"
"Not the least little child, fortunately."
"Fortunately?"
"I mean, fortunately for the child. She'd be sure to spoil it." Isabel was apparently on the point of assuring her cousin for the third time that he was odious, but the discussion was interrupted by the arrival of the lady who was the topic of it. She came rustling in quickly, apologizing for being late, fastening a bracelet, dressed in dark blue satin which exposed a white bosom that was ineffectually covered by a curious silver necklace. Ralph offered her his arm with the exaggerated alertness of a man who was no longer a lover. Even if this had still been his condition, however, Ralph had other things to think about. The great doctor spent the night at Gardencourt, and, returning to London on the morrow, after another consultation with Mr. Touchett's own medical adviser, concurred in Ralph's desire that he should see the patient again on the day following. On the day following, Sir Matthew Hope reappeared at Gardencourt, and now took a less encouraging view of the old man, who had grown worse in the 24 hours. His feebleness was extreme, and to his son, who constantly sat by his bedside, it often seemed that his end must be at hand. The local doctor, a very sagacious man, in whom Ralph had secretly more confidence than in his distinguished colleague, was constantly in attendance, and Sir Matthew Hope came back several times. Mr. Touchett was much of the time unconscious. He slept a great deal. He rarely spoke. Isabel had a great desire to be useful to him, and was allowed to watch him at hours when his other attendants, of whom Mrs. Touchett was not the least regular, went to take rest. He never seemed to know her, and she always said to herself, "Suppose he should die while I'm sitting here," an idea which excited her and kept her awake. Once he opened his eyes for a while and fixed them upon her intelligently, but when she went to him hoping he would recognize her, he closed them and relapsed into stupor. The day after this, however, he revived for a longer time, but on this occasion Ralph only was with him. The old man began to talk, much to his son's satisfaction, who assured him that they should presently have him sitting up.
"No, my boy," said Mr. Touchett, "not unless you bury me in a sitting posture, as some of the ancients—was it the ancients?—used to do."
"Ah, Daddy, don't talk about that," Ralph murmured. "You mustn't deny that you're getting better."
"There will be no need of my denying it if you don't say it," the old man answered. "Why should we prevaricate just at the last? We never prevaricated before. I've got to die some time, and it's better to die when one's sick than when one's well. I'm very sick. As sick as I shall ever be. I hope you don't want to prove that I shall ever be worse than this. That would be too bad. You don't? Well, then.
Having made this excellent point, he became quiet, but the next time that Ralph was with him, he again addressed himself to conversation. The nurse had gone to her supper, and Ralph was alone in charge, having just relieved Mrs. Touchett, who had been on guard since dinner. The room was lighted only by the flickering fire, which of late had become necessary, and Ralph's tall shadow was projected over wall and ceiling with an outline constantly varying, but always grotesque.
"Who's that with me? Is it my son?" the old man asked.
"Yes, it's your son, Daddy."
"And there is no one else?"
"No one else." Mr. Touchett said nothing for a while, and then,
"I want to talk a little," he went on.
"Won't it tire you?" Ralph demurred.
"It won't matter if it does. I shall have a long rest. I want to talk about you."
Ralph had drawn nearer to the bed. He sat leaning forward with his hand on his father's. "You had better select a brighter topic."
"You were always bright. I used to be proud of your brightness. I should like so much to think you'd do something."
"If you leave us," said Ralph, "I shall do nothing but miss you."
"That's just what I don't want. It's what I want to talk about. You must get a new interest."
"I don't want a new interest, Daddy. I have more old ones than I know what to do with." The old man lay there looking at his son. His face was the face of the dying, but his eyes were the eyes of Daniel Touchett. The old man lay there looking at his son. His face was the face of the dying, but his eyes were the eyes of Daniel Touchett. He seemed to be reckoning over Ralph's interests.
"Of course, you have your mother," he said at last. "You'll take care of her."
"My mother will always take care of herself," Ralph returned.
"Well," said his father, "perhaps as she grows older she'll need a little help."
"I shall not see that. She'll outlive me."
"Very likely she will, but that's no reason."
Mr. Touchett let his phrase die away in a helpless but not quite querulous sigh, and remained silent again. "Don't trouble yourself about us," said his son. "My mother and I get along very well together, you know."
"You get on by always being apart. That's not natural."
"If you leave us, we shall probably see more of each other."
"Well," the old man observed with wandering irrelevance, "it can't be said that my death will make much difference in your mother's life."
"It will probably make more than you think."
"Well, she'll have more money," said Mr. Touchett. "I've left her a good wife's portion, just as if she had been a good wife."
"She has been one, Daddy, according to her own theory. She has never troubled you."
"Ah, some troubles are pleasant," Mr. Touchett murmured. "Those you've given me, for instance. But your mother has been less, what shall I call it? Less out of the way since I've been ill. I presume she knows I've noticed it."
"I shall certainly tell her so. I'm so glad you mention it."
"It won't make any difference to her. She doesn't do it to please me. She does it to please...
And he lay a while, trying to think why she did it.
"She does it because it suits her. But that's not what I want to talk about," he added. "It's about you. You'll be very well off."
"Yes," said Ralph. "I know that. But I hope you've not forgotten the talk we had a year ago, when I told you exactly what money I should need and begged you to make some good use of the rest."
Yes, I remember. I made a new will in a few days. I suppose it was the first time such a thing had happened, a young man trying to get a will made against him.
"It is not against me," said Ralph. "It would be against me to have a large property to take care of. It's impossible for a man in my state of health to spend much money, and enough is as good as a feast."
"Well, you'll have enough, and something over. There will be more than enough for one. There will be enough for two."
"That's too much," said Ralph.
"Ah, don't say that. The best thing you can do, when I'm gone, will be to marry."
Ralph had foreseen what his father was coming to, and this suggestion was by no means fresh. It had long been Mr. Touchett's most ingenious way of taking the cheerful view of his son's possible duration. Ralph had usually treated it facetiously, but present circumstances proscribed the facetious. He simply fell back in his chair and returned his father's appealing gaze.
"If I, with a wife who hasn't been very fond of me, have had a very happy life," said the old man, carrying his ingenuity further still, "what a life mightn't you have if you should marry a person different from Mrs. Touchett? There are more different from her than there are like her."
Ralph still said nothing, and after a pause his father resumed softly,
"What do you think of your cousin?"
At this Ralph started, meeting the question with a strained smile. "Do I understand you to propose that I should marry Isabel?"
"Well, that's what it comes to in the end. Don't you like Isabel?"
"Yes, very much." And Ralph got up from his chair and wandered over to the fire. He stood before it an instant, and then he stooped and stirred it mechanically. "I like Isabel very much," he repeated.
"Well,"
said his father,
"I know she likes you. She has told me how much she likes you."
"Did she remark that she would like to marry me?"
"No, but she can't have anything against you, and she's the most charming young lady I've ever seen, and she would be good to you. I have thought a great deal about it."
"So have I," said Ralph, coming back to the bedside again. "I don't mind telling you that."
"You are in love with her, then? I should think you would be. It's as if she came over on purpose."
"No, I'm not in love with her, but I should be if certain things were different."
"Ah, things are always different from what they might be," said the old man. "If you wait for them to change, you'll never do anything. I don't know whether you know," he went on, "but I suppose there's no harm in my alluding to it at such an hour as this. There was someone wanted to marry Isabel the other day, and she wouldn't have him."
"I know she refused Warburton. He told me himself."
"Well, that proves there's a chance for somebody else."
"Somebody else took his chance the other day in London, and got nothing by it."
"Was it you?"
Mr. Touchett eagerly asked. "No, it was an older friend, a poor gentleman who came over from America to see about it."
"Well, I'm sorry for him, whoever he was, but it only proves what I say. The way's open to you."
"If it is, dear father, it's all the greater pity that I'm unable to tread it. I haven't many convictions, but I have 3 or 4 that I hold strongly. One is that people, on the whole, had better not marry their cousins. Another is that people in an advanced stage of pulmonary disorder had better not marry at all." The old man raised his weak hand and moved it to and fro before his face.
"What do you mean by that? You look at things in a way that would make everything wrong. What sort of a cousin is a cousin that you had never seen for more than 20 years of her life? We're all each other's cousins, and if we stopped at that, the human race would die out. It's just the same with your bad lung. You're a great deal better than you used to be. All you want is to lead a natural life. It is a great deal more natural to marry a pretty young lady that you're in love with than it is to remain single on false principles."
"I'm not in love with Isabel," said Ralph.
"You said just now that you would be if you didn't think it wrong. I want to prove to you that it isn't wrong."
"It will only tire you, dear Daddy," said Ralph, who marvelled at his father's tenacity and at his finding strength to insist. "Then where shall we all be?"
"Where shall you be if I don't provide for you? You won't have anything to do with the bank, and you won't have me to take care of. You say you've so many interests, but I can't make them out."
Ralph leaned back in his chair with folded arms. His eyes were fixed for some time in meditation. At last, with the air of a man fairly mustering courage, "I take a great interest in my cousin," he said, "but not the sort of interest you desire. I shall not live many years, but I hope I shall live long enough to see what she does with herself. She's entirely independent of me. I can exercise very little influence upon her life, but I should like to do something for her."
"What should you like to do?"
"I should like to put a little wind in her sails."
"What do you mean by that?"
"I should like to put it into her power to do some of the things she wants. She wants to see the world, for instance. I should like to put money in her purse."
"Ah, I'm glad you thought of that," said the old man. "But I've thought of it too. I've left her a legacy. £5,000.
"That's capital. It's very kind of you. But I should like to do a little more." Something of that veiled acuteness with which it had been on Daniel Turchit's part the habit of a lifetime to listen to a financial proposition still lingered in the face in which the invalid had not obliterated the man of business.
"I shall be happy to consider it," he said softly.
"Isabel's poor, then?" "My mother tells me that she has but a few $100s a year. I should like to make her rich."
"What do you mean by rich?"
"I call people rich when they're able to meet the requirements of their imagination. Isabel has a great deal of imagination."
"So have you, my son,"
said Mr. Touchett, listening very attentively but a little confusedly. "You tell me I shall have money enough for two. What I want is that you should kindly relieve me of my superfluity and make it over to Isabel. Divide my inheritance into 2 equal halves, and give her the second."
"To do what she likes with?"
"Absolutely what she likes."
"And without an equivalent?"
"What equivalent could there be?"
"The one I've already mentioned."
"Her marrying? Some one or other? It's just to do away with anything of that sort that I make my suggestion. If she has an easy income, she'll never have to marry for a support. That's what I want cannily to prevent. She wishes to be free, and your bequest will make her free."
"Well, you seem to have thought it out," said Mr. Touchett. "But I don't see why you appeal to me. The money will be yours, and you can easily give it to her yourself."
Ralph openly stared. "Ah, dear father, I can't offer Isabel money." The old man gave a groan.
"Don't tell me you're not in love with her. Do you want me to have the credit of it?"
"Entirely. I should like it simply to be a clause in your will, without the slightest reference to me."
"Do you want me to make a new will, then?"
"A few words will do it. You can attend to it the next time you feel a little lively."
"You must telegraph to Mr. Hilary, then. I'll do nothing without my solicitor."
"You shall see Mr. Hilary tomorrow."
"He'll think we've quarrelled, you and I," said the old man.
"Very probably. I shall like him to think it," said Ralph, smiling. "And, to carry out the idea, I give you notice that I shall be very sharp, quite horrid and strange with you." The humour of this appeared to touch his father, who lay a little while taking it in.
"I'll do anything you like," Mr. Touchett said at last, "but I'm not sure it's right. You say you want to put wind in her sails, but aren't you afraid of putting too much?"
"I should like to see her going before the breeze," Ralph answered.
"You speak as if it were for your mere amusement."
"So it is a good deal."
"Well, I don't think I understand," said Mr. Touchett with a sigh. "Young men are very different from what I was. When I cared for a girl, when I was young, I wanted to do more than look at her. You've scruples that I shouldn't have had, and you've ideas that I shouldn't have had either. You say Isabel wants to be free, and that her being rich will keep her from marrying for money. Do you think that she's a girl to do that?
By no means. But she has less money than she has ever had before. Her father then gave her everything, because he used to spend his capital. She has nothing but the crumbs of that feast to live on, and she doesn't really know how meagre they are. She has yet to learn it. My mother has told me all about it. Isabel will learn it when she's really thrown upon the world, and it would be very painful to me to think of her coming to the consciousness of a lot of wants she should be unable to satisfy.
I've left her £5,000. She can satisfy a good many wants with that.
She can indeed. But she would probably spend it in 2 or 3 years.
You think she'd be extravagant, then?
Most certainly, said Ralph, smiling serenely. Poor Mr. Touchett's acuteness was rapidly giving place to pure confusion.
It would merely be a question of time, then, her spending the larger sum?
No, though at first I think she'd plunge into that pretty freely. She'd probably make over a part of it to each of her sisters. But after that she'd come to her senses, remember she has still a lifetime before her, and live within her means.
Well, you have worked it out, said the old man helplessly. You do take an interest in her, certainly.
You can't consistently say I go too far. You wished me to go further.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Touchett answered. I don't think I enter into your spirit. It seems to me immoral.
Immoral, dear Daddy?
Well, I don't know that it's right to make everything so easy for a person.
It surely depends upon the person. When the person's good, your making things easy is all to the credit of virtue. To facilitate the execution of good impulses, what can be a nobler act? This was a little difficult to follow, and Mr. Touchett considered it for a while. At last he said,
Isabel's a sweet young thing, but do you think she's so good at that?
She's as good as her best opportunities, Ralph returned.
Well, Mr. Touchett declared, she ought to get a great many opportunities for £60,000.
I've no doubt she will.
Of course I'll do what you want, said the old man. I only want to understand it a little.
Well, dear Daddy, don't you understand it now? His son caressingly asked. If you don't, we won't take any more trouble about it. We'll leave it alone. Mr. Touchett lay a long time still. Ralph supposed he had given up the attempt to follow, but at last, quite lucidly, he began again.
Tell me this first. Doesn't it occur to you that a young lady with £60,000 may fall a victim to the fortune hunters?
She'll hardly fall a victim to more than one.
Well, one's too many.
Decidedly. That's a risk, and it has entered into my calculation. I think it's appreciable, but I think it's small, and I'm prepared to take it. Poor Mr. Touchett's acuteness had passed into perplexity, and his perplexity now passed into admiration.
Well, you have gone into it, he repeated, but I don't see what good you're to get of it.
Ralph leaned over his father's pillows and gently smoothed them. He was aware their talk had been unduly prolonged. I shall get just the good I said a few moments ago I wished to put into Isabel's reach, that of having met the requirements of my imagination. But it's scandalous the way I've taken advantage of you. End of chapter 18. Recording by Zachary Brewster Geiss, Greenbelt, Maryland. Jumping July 2007.
Chapter 19 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Murphy. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James, Chapter 19. As Mrs. Touchett had foretold, Isabel and Madame Merle were thrown much together during the illness of their host, so that if they had not become intimate it would have been almost a breach of good manners. Their manners were of the best, but in addition to this they happened to please each other. It is perhaps too much to say that they swore an eternal friendship, but tacitly at least they called the future to witness. Isabel did so with a perfectly good conscience, though she would have hesitated to admit she was intimate with her new friend in the high sense she privately attached to the term. She often wondered indeed if she ever had been, or ever could be, intimate with any one. She had an ideal of friendship, as well as of several other sentiments, which it failed to seem to her in this case. It had not seemed to her in other cases that the actual completely expressed. But she often reminded herself that there were essential reasons why one's ideal would never become concrete. It was a thing to believe in, not to see, a matter of faith, not of experience. Experience, however, might supply us with very credible imitations of it, and the part of wisdom was to make the best of these. Certainly, on the whole, Isabel had never encountered a more agreeable and interesting figure than Madame Merle. She had never met a person having less of that fault which is the principal obstacle to friendship, the air of reproducing the more tiresome, the stale, the too familiar parts of one's own character. The gates of the girl's confidence were opened wider than they had ever been. She said things to this amiable auditress that she had not yet said to any one. Sometimes she took alarm at her candour. It was as if she had given to a comparable stranger the key to her cabinet of jewels. These spiritual gems were the only ones of any magnitude that Isabel possessed, but there was all the greater reason for their being carefully guarded. Afterwards, however, she always remembered that one should never regret a generous error, and that if Madame Merle had not the merits she attributed to her, so much worse for Madame Merle. There was no doubt she had great merits. She was charming, sympathetic, intelligent, cultivated. More than this, for it had not been Isabel's ill fortune to go through life without meeting in her own sex several persons of whom no less could fairly be said. She was rare, superior, and preeminent. There were many amiable people in the world, and Madame Merle was far from being vulgarly good-natured and restlessly witty. She knew how to think, an accomplishment rare in women. She had thought to very good purpose. Of course, too, she knew how to feel. Isabel couldn't have spent a week with her without being sure of that. This was indeed Madame Merle's great talent, her most perfect gift. Life had told upon her, and she had felt it strongly, and it was part of the satisfaction to be taken in her society that when the girl talked of what she was pleased to call serious matters, this lady understood her so easily and quickly. Emotion, it is true, had become with her rather historic. She made no secret of the fact that the fount of passion, thanks to having been rather violently tapped at one period, didn't flow quite so freely as of yore. She proposed, moreover, as well as expected, to cease feeling. She freely admitted that of old she had been a little mad, and now she pretended to be perfectly sane. "I judge more than I used to," she said to Isabel, "but it seems to me one has earned the right." "One can't judge till one's 40. Before that we're too eager, too hard, too cruel, and in addition much too ignorant. I'm sorry for you. It will be a long time before you're 40. But every gain's a loss of some kind. I often think that after 40 one can't really feel. The freshness, the quickness, have certainly gone. You'll keep them longer than most people. It will be a great satisfaction to me to see you some years hence. I want to see what life makes of you. One thing's certain, it can't spoil you. It may pull you about horribly, but I defy it to break you up." Isabel received this assurance as a young soldier, still panting from the slight skirmish in which he has come off with honour, might receive a pat on the shoulder from his colonel. Like such a recognition of merit, it seemed to come with authority. How could the slightest word do less on the part of a person who was prepared to say, of almost everything Isabel told her, "Oh, I've been in that, my dear. It passes, like everything else." On many of her interlocutors, Madame Merle might have produced an irritating effect. It was disconcertingly difficult to surprise her, but Isabel, though by no means incapable of desiring to be effective, had not at present this impulse. She was too sincere, too interested in her judicious companion. And then, moreover, Madame Merle never said such things in the tone of triumph or of boastfulness. They dropped from her like cold confessions. A period of bad weather had settled upon Gardencourt. The days grew shorter, and there was an end to the pretty tea-parties on the lawn. But our young woman had long indoor conversations with her fellow visitor, and in spite of the rain the two ladies often sallied forth for a walk, equipped with the defensive apparatus which the English climate and the English genius have between them brought to such perfection. Madame Merle liked almost everything, including the English rain. "There's always a little of it, and never too much at once," she said, "and it never wets you. It always smells good." She declared that in England the pleasures of smell were great, that in this inimitable island there was a certain mixture of fog and beer and soot which, however odd it might sound, was the national aroma, and was most agreeable to the nostril. And she used to lift the sleeve of her British overcoat and bury her nose in it, inhaling the clear, fine scent of the wool. Poor Ralph Touchett, as soon as the autumn had begun to define itself, became almost a prisoner. In bad weather he was unable to step out of the house, and he used sometimes to stand at one of the windows with his hands in his pockets, from a countenance half rueful, half critical, watch Isabel and Madame Merle as they walked down the avenue under a pair of umbrellas. The roads about Gardencourt were so firm, even in the worst weather, that the two ladies always came back with a healthy glow in their cheeks, looking at the soles of their neat, stout boots, and declaring that their walk had done them inexpressible good. Before luncheon, always, Madame Merle was engaged. Isabel admired and envied her rigid possession of her morning. Our heroine had always passed for a person of resources, and had taken a certain pride in being one. But she wandered, as by the wrong side of the wall of a private garden, round the enclosed talents, accomplishments, aptitudes of Madame Merle. She found herself desiring to emulate them, and in 20 such ways this lady presented herself as a model. "I should like awfully to be so," Isabel secretly exclaimed more than once, as one after another of her friend's fine aspects caught the light, and before long she knew that she had learned a lesson from a high authority. It took no great time indeed for her to feel herself, as the phrase is, under an influence. "What's the harm," she wondered, "so long as it's a good one? The more one's under a good influence the better. The only thing is to see our steps as we take them, to understand them as we go. That no doubt I shall always do. I needn't be afraid of becoming too pliable. Isn't it my fault that I'm not pliable enough?" It is said that imitation is the sincerest flattery, and if Isabel was sometimes moved to gape at her friend aspiringly and despairingly, it was not so much because she desired herself to shine as because she wished to hold up the lamp for Madame Merle. She liked her extremely, but was even more dazzled than attracted. She sometimes asked herself what Henrietta Stackpole would say to her, thinking so much of this perverted product of their common soil, and had a conviction that it would be severely judged. Henrietta would not at all subscribe to Madame Merle, For reasons she could not have defined, this truth came home to the girl. On the other hand, she was equally sure that, should the occasion offer, her new friend would strike off some happy view of her old. Madame Merle was too humorous, too observant, not to do justice to Henrietta, and on becoming acquainted with her would probably give the measure of a tact which Miss Stackpole couldn't hope to emulate. She appeared to have in her experience a touchstone for everything, and somewhere in the capacious pocket of her genial memory she would find the key to Henrietta's value. "That's the great thing," Isabel solemnly pondered. "That's the supreme good fortune, to be in a better position for appreciating people than they are for appreciating you." And she added that such, when one considered it, was simply the essence of aristocratic situation. In this light, if in none other, one should aim at the aristocratic situation. I may not count over all the links in the chain which led Isabel to think of Madame Merle's situation as aristocratic, a view of it never expressed in any reference made to it by that lady herself. She had known great things and great people, but she had never played a great part. She was one of the small ones of the earth. She had not been born to honours. She knew the world too well to nourish fatuous illusions on the article of her own place in it. She had encountered many of the fortunate few, and was perfectly aware of those points at which their fortune differed from hers. But if by her informed measure she was no figure for a high scene, she had yet to Isabel's imagination a sort of greatness. To be so cultivated and civilized, so wise and so easy, and still make so light of it, that was really to be a great lady. Especially when one so carried and presented oneself, it was as if, somehow, she had all society under contribution, and all the arts and graces it practised. Or was the effect rather that of charming uses found for her, even from a distance, subtle service rendered by her to a clamorous world wherever she might be? After breakfast she wrote a succession of letters. As those arriving for her appeared innumerable, her correspondence was a source of surprise to Isabel when they sometimes walked together to the village post-office to deposit Madame Merle's offering to the mail. She knew more people, as she told Isabel, than she knew what to do with, and something was always turning up to be written about. Of painting she was devotedly fond, and made no more of brushing in a sketch than of pulling off her gloves. At Gardencourt she was perpetually taking advantage of an hour's sunshine to go out with a camp-stool and a box of water-colours. That she was a brave musician we have already perceived, and it was evidence of the fact that when she seated herself at the piano, as she always did in the evening, her listeners resigned themselves without a murmur to losing the grace of her talk. Isabel, since she had known her, felt ashamed of her own facility, which she now looked upon as basely inferior, and indeed, though she had been thought rather a prodigy at home, the loss to society when, in taking her place upon the music-stool, she turned her back to the room, was usually deemed greater than the gain. When Madame Merle was neither writing, nor painting, nor touching the piano, she was usually employed upon wonderful tasks of rich embroidery, cushions, curtains, decorations for the chimney-piece, an art in which her bold, free invention was as noted as the agility of her needle. She was never idle, for when engaged in none of the ways I have mentioned, she was either reading. She appeared to Isabel to read everything important, or walking out, or playing patience with the cards, or talking with her fellow inmates. And with all this she had always the social quality, was never rudely absent, and yet never too seated. She laid down her pastimes as easily as she took them up. She worked and talked at the same time, and appeared to impute scant worth to anything she did. She gave away her sketches and tapestries. She rose from the piano, or remained there, according to the convenience of her auditors, which she always unerringly divined. She was, in short, the most comfortable, profitable, amiable person to live with. If for Isabel she had a fault, it was that she was not natural, by which the girl meant not that she was either affected or pretentious, since from these vulgar vices no woman could have been more exempt, but that her nature had been too much overlaid by custom and her angles too much rubbed away. She had become too flexible, too useful, was too ripe and too final. She was, in a word, too perfectly the social animal that man and woman are supposed to have been intended to be, and she had rid herself of every remnant of that tonic wildness which we may assume to have belonged even to the most amiable persons in the ages before country-house life was the fashion. Isabel found it difficult to think of her in any detachment or privacy. She existed only in her relations, direct or indirect, with her fellow mortals. One might wonder what commerce she could possibly hold with her own spirit. One always ended, however, by feeling that a charming surface doesn't necessarily prove one superficial. This was an illusion in which, in one's youth, one had but just escaped being nourished. Madame Merle was not superficial, not she. She was deep, and her nature spoke none the less in her behaviour because it spoke a conventional tongue. "What's the language at all but convention?" said Isabel. "She has the good taste not to pretend, like some people I've met, to express herself by original signs." "I'm afraid you've suffered much," she once found occasion to say to her friend in response to some allusion that had appeared to reach far. "What makes you think that?" Madame Merle asked, with an amused smile of a person seated at a game of guesses. "I hope I haven't too much the droop of the misunderstood." "No, but you sometimes say things that I think people who have always been happy wouldn't have found out." "I haven't always been happy," said Madame Merle, smiling still, but with a mock gravity, as if she were telling a child a secret. Such a wonderful thing! But Isabel rose to the irony. "A great many people give me the impression of never having for a moment felt anything." "It's very true. There are many more iron pots, certainly, than porcelain. But you may depend upon it that every one bears some mark. Even the hardest iron pots have a little bruise, a little hole somewhere. I flatter myself that I'm rather stout, but if I must tell you the truth, I've been shockingly chipped and cracked. I do very well for service yet, because I've been cleverly mended, and I try to remain in the cupboard, the quiet, dusky cupboard, where there's an odour of stale spices, as much as I can. But when I've to come out and into a strong light, then, my dear, I'm a horror." I know not whether it was on this occasion or on some other that, when the conversation had taken the turn I have just indicated, she said to Isabel that she would some day a tale unfold. Isabel assured her she should delight to listen to one, and reminded her more than once of this engagement. Madame Merle, however, begged repeatedly for a recite, and at last frankly told her young companion that they must wait till they knew each other better. This would be sure to happen, a long friendship so visibly laid before them. Isabel assented, but at the same time inquired if she mightn't be trusted, if she appeared capable of a betrayal of confidence. "It's not that I'm afraid of your repeating what I say," her fellow visitor answered. "I'm afraid, on the contrary, of your taking it too much to yourself. You judge me too harshly. You're of the cruel age." She preferred for the present to talk to Isabel of Isabel, and exhibited the greatest interest in our heroine's history, sentiments, opinions, prospects. She made her chatter and listened to her chatter with infinite good nature. This flattered and quickened the girl, who was struck with all the distinguished people her friend had known, and with her having lived, as Mrs. Touchett said, in the best company in Europe. Isabel thought the better of herself for enjoying the favour of a person who had so large a field of comparison, and it was perhaps partly to gratify the sense of profiting by comparison that she often appealed to these stores of reminiscence. Madame Merle had been a dweller in many lands, and had social ties in a dozen different countries. "I don't pretend to be educated," she would say, "but I think I know Europe." And she spoke one day of going to Sweden to stay with an old friend, and another of proceeding to Malta to follow up a new acquaintance. With England, where she had often dwelt, she was thoroughly familiar, and for Isabel's benefit threw a great deal of light upon the customs of the country and the character of the people, who, after all, as she was fond of saying, were the most convenient in the world to live with. "You mustn't think it strange her remaining here at such a time as this, when Mr. Touchett's passing away," that gentleman's wife remarked to her niece. "She is incapable of a mistake. She's the most tactful woman I know. It's a favour to me that she stays. She's putting off a lot of visits at great houses," said Mrs. Touchett, who never forgot that when she herself was in England her social value sank 2 or 3 degrees in scale. "She has her pick of places. She's not in want of a shelter, but I've asked her to put in this time, because I wish you to know her. I think it will be a good thing for you. Serena Merle hasn't a fault." "If I didn't already like her very much, that description might alarm me," Isabel returned. "She's never the least bit off. I've brought you out here, and I wish to do the best for you. Your sister Lily told me she hoped I would give you plenty of opportunities. I give you one in putting you in relation with Madame Merle. She's one of the most brilliant women in Europe." "I like her better than I like your description of her," Isabel persisted in saying. "Do you flatter yourself that you'll ever feel her open to criticism? I hope you'll let me know when you do." "That will be cruel to you," said Isabel. "You needn't mind me. You won't discover a fault in her." "Perhaps not, but I dare say I shan't miss it." "She knows absolutely everything on earth there is to know," said Mrs. Touchett. Isabel, after this, observed to their companion that she hoped she knew Mrs. Touchett considered she hadn't a speck on her perfection. On which, "I'm obliged to you," Madame Merle replied, "but I'm afraid your aunt imagines, or at least alludes to, no aberrations that the clock face doesn't register." "So that you mean you've a wild side that's unknown to her?" "Oh no, I fear my darkest sides are my tamest. I mean that having no faults, for your aunt, means that one's never late for dinner, that is, for her dinner. I was not late, by the way, the other day when you came back from London. The clock was just at 8 when I came into the drawing-room. It was the rest of you that were before the time. It means that one answers a letter the day one gets it, and that when one comes to stay with her one doesn't bring too much luggage, and is careful not to be taken ill. For Mrs. Touchett, those things constitute virtue. It's a blessing to be able to reduce it to its elements." Madame Merle's own conversation, it will be perceived, was enriched with bold, free touches of criticism, which, even when they had a restrictive effect, never struck Isabel as ill-natured. It couldn't occur to the girl, for instance, that Mrs. Touchett's accomplished guest was abusing her, and this for very good reasons. In the first place, Isabel rose eagerly to the sense of her shades. In the second, Madame Merle implied that there was a great deal more to say, and it was clear in the third that for a person to speak to one without ceremony of one's near relations was an agreeable sign of that person's intimacy with oneself. These signs of deep communion multiplied as the days elapsed, and there was none of which Isabel was more sensible than of her companion's preference for making Miss Archer herself a topic. Though she referred frequently to the incidents of her own career, she never lingered upon them. She was as little of a gross egotist as she was of a flat gossip. "I'm old and stale and faded," she said more than once. "I'm of no more interest than last week's newspaper. You're young and fresh and of to-day. You've the great thing. You've actuality. I once had it. We all have it for an hour. You, however, will have it for longer. Let us talk about you, then. You can say nothing I shall not care to hear. It's a sign that I am growing old, that I like to talk with young people. I think it's a very pretty compensation. If we can't have youth within us, we can have it outside, and I really think we see it and feel it better that way. Of course she must be in sympathy with it, that I shall always be. I don't know that I shall ever be ill-natured with old people. I hope not. There are certainly some old people I adore, but I shall never be anything but abject with the young. They touch me and appeal to me too much. I give you carte blanche, then. You can even be impertinent if you like. I shall let it pass and horribly spoil you. I speak as if I were 100 years old, you say. Well, I am, if you please. I was born before the French Revolution. Ah, my dear, je vous allons. I belong to the old world. But it's not of that I want to talk. I want to talk about the new. You must tell me more about America. You never tell me enough. Here I've been since I was brought here, as a helpless child, and it's ridiculous, or rather it's scandalous, how little I know about that splendid, dreadful, funny country, surely the greatest and drollest of them all. There are a great many of us like that in these parts, and I must say I think we're a wretched set of people. You should live in your own land. Whatever it may be, you have your natural place there. If we're not good Americans, we're certainly poor Europeans. We've no natural place here. We're mere parasites crawling over the surface. We haven't our feet in the soil. At least one can know it and not have illusions. A woman perhaps can get on. A woman, it seems to me, has no natural place anywhere. Wherever she finds herself, she has to remain on the surface and, more or less, to crawl. You protest, my dear. You're horrified. You declare you'll never crawl. It's very true that I don't see you crawling. You stand more upright than a good many poor creatures. Very good, on the whole. I don't think you'll crawl. But the men, the Americans, what do they make of it over here? I don't envy them trying to arrange themselves. Look at poor Ralph Touchett. What sort of a figure do you call that? Fortunately, he has consumption. I say fortunately, because it gives him something to do. His consumption is his career. It's a kind of position. You can say, "Oh, Mr. Touchett, he takes care of his lungs. He knows a great deal about climates." But without that, who would he be? What would he represent? Mr. Ralph Touchett, an American who lives in Europe. That signifies absolutely nothing. It's impossible anything should signify less. He's very cultivated, they say. He has a very pretty collection of old snuff-boxes. The collection is all that's wanted to make it pitiful. I'm tired of the sound of the word. I think it's grotesque. With the poor old father it's different. He has his identity, and it's rather a massive one. He represents a great financial house, and that, in our day, is as good as anything else. For an American, at any rate, that will do very well. But I persist in thinking your cousin very lucky to have a chronic malady so long as he doesn't die of it. It's much better than the snuff-boxes. If he weren't ill, you say he'd do something? He'd take his father's place in the house. My poor child, I doubt it. I don't think he's at all fond of the house. However, you know him better than I, though I used to know him rather well, and he may have the benefit of the doubt. The worst case, I think, is a friend of mine, a countryman of ours, who lives in Italy, where he also was brought before he knew better, and who is one of the most delightful men I know. Some day you must know him. I'll bring you together, and then you'll see what I mean. He's Gilbert Osmond. He lives in Italy. That's all one can say about him, or make of him. He's exceedingly clever, a man made to be distinguished. But, as I tell you, you exhaust the description when you say he's Mr. Osmond, who lives tant bêtement in Italy. No career, no name, no position, no fortune, no past, no future, no anything. Oh yes, he paints, if you please. Paints in water-colours like me, only better than I. His painting's pretty bad. On the whole I'm rather glad of that. Fortunately he's very indolent, so indolent that it amounts to a sort of position. He can say, "Oh, I do nothing. I'm too deadly lazy." You can do nothing to-day unless you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and that way he becomes a sort of exception. You feel he might do something if he'd only rise early. He never speaks of his painting to people at large, he's too clever for that. But he has a little girl, a dear little girl. He does speak of her. He's devoted to her, and if it were a career to be an excellent father, he'd be very distinguished. But I'm afraid that's no better than the snuff-boxes, perhaps not even so good. Tell me what they do in America, pursued Madame Merle, who, it must be observed parenthetically, did not deliver herself all at once of these reflections, which are presented in a cluster for the convenience of the reader. She talked of Florence, where Mr. Osmond lived and where Mrs. Touchett occupied a medieval palace. She talked of Rome, where she herself had a little pied-à-terre, with some rather good old damask. She talked of places, of people, and even, as the phrase is, of subjects, and from time to time she talked of their kind old host, and of the prospect of his recovery. From the first she thought this prospect small, and Isabel had been struck with the positive, discriminating, competent way in which she took the measure of his remainder of life. One evening she announced definitely that he wouldn't live. "Sir Matthew Hope told me so as plainly as was proper," she said, standing there near the fire before dinner. "He makes himself very agreeable, the great doctor. I don't mean he's saying that has anything to do with it, but he says such things with great tact. I had told him I felt ill at my ease, staying here at such a time. It seemed to me so indiscreet. It wasn't as if I could nurse. 'You must remain, you must remain,' he answered. 'Your office will come later.' Wasn't that a very delicate way of saying both that poor Mr. Touchett would go, and that I might be of some use as a consoler? In fact, however, I shall not be of the slightest use. Your aunt will console herself. She, and she alone, knows just how much consolation she'll require. It would be a very delicate matter for another person to undertake to administer the dose. With your cousin it will be different. He'll miss his father immensely, but I should never presume to condole with Mr. Ralph. We're not on those terms." Madame Merle had alluded more than once to some undefined incongruity in her relations with Ralph Touchett, so Isabel took this occasion of asking her if they were not good friends. "Perfectly, but he doesn't like me." "What have you done to him?" "Nothing whatever, but one has no need of a reason for that." "For not liking you? I think one has need of a very good reason." "You're very kind. Be sure you have one ready for the day you begin." "Begin to dislike you? I shall never begin." "I hope not, because if you do you'll never end. That's the way with your cousin. He doesn't get over it. It's an antipathy of nature, if I can call it that when it's all on his side. I've nothing whatever against him, and don't bear him the least little grudge for not doing me justice. Justice is all I want. However, one feels that he's a gentleman, and would never say anything underhand about me." Madame Merle subjoined in a moment, "I'm not afraid of him." "I hope not, indeed," said Isabel, who added something about his being the kindest creature living. She remembered, however, that on her first asking him about Madame Merle, he had answered her in a manner which this lady might have thought injurious without being explicit. There was something between them, Isabel said to herself, but she said nothing more than this: if it were something of importance, it should inspire respect. If it were not, it was not worth her curiosity. With all her love of knowledge, she had a natural shrinking from raising curtains and looking into unlighted corners. The love of knowledge coexisted in her mind with the finest capacity for ignorance. But Madame Merle sometimes said things that startled her, made her raise her clear eyebrows at the time and think of words afterwards. "I'd give a great deal to be your age again," she broke out once with a bitterness which, though diluted in her customary amplitude of ease, was imperfectly disguised by it. "If I could only begin again! If I could have my life before me!" "Your life's before you yet," Isabel answered gently, for she was vaguely awestruck. "No, the best part's gone, and gone for nothing." "Surely not for nothing," said Isabel. "Why not? What have I got? Neither husband, nor child, nor fortune, nor position, nor traces of a beauty that I never had." "You have many friends, dear lady." "I'm not so sure," cried Madame Merle. "Ah, you're wrong. You have memories, graces, talents." But Madame Merle interrupted her. "What have my talents brought me? Nothing but need of using them still, to get through the hours, the years, to cheat myself with some pretence of movement or unconsciousness. As for my graces and memories, the less said about them the better. You'll be my friend till you find a better use for your friendship." "It will be for you to see that I don't, then," said Isabel. "Yes, I would make an effort to keep you." And her companion looked at her gravely. "When I say I should like to be your age, I mean with your qualities, frank, generous, sincere like you. In that case I should have made something better of my life." "What should you have liked to do that you've not done?" Madame Merle took a sheet of music. She was seated at the piano and had abruptly wheeled about on the stool when she first spoke, and mechanically turned the leaves. "I am very ambitious," she at last replied. "And your ambitions have not been satisfied? They must have been great." "They were great. I should make myself ridiculous by talking of them." Isabel wondered what they could have been, whether Madame Merle had aspired to wear a crown. "I don't know what your idea of success may be, but you seem to me to have been successful. To me, indeed, you're a vivid image of success." Madame Merle tossed away the music with a smile. "What's your idea of success?" "You evidently think it must be a very tame one. It's to see some dream of one's youth come true." "Ah!" Madame Merle exclaimed. "That I've never seen. But my dreams were so great, so preposterous. Heaven forgive me, I'm dreaming now." And she turned back to the piano and began grandly to play. On the morrow she said to Isabel that her definition of success had been very pretty, yet frightfully sad. Measured in that way, who had ever succeeded? The dreams of one's youth, why, they were enchanting, they were divine. Who had ever seen such things come to pass? "I myself. A few of them," Isabel ventured to answer. "Already? They must have been dreams of yesterday." "I began to dream very young," Isabel smiled. "Ah, if you mean the aspirations of your childhood, that of having a pink sash and a doll that could close her eyes." "No, I don't mean that." "Or a young man with a fine moustache going down on his knees to you?" "No, nor that either," Isabel declared with still more emphasis. Madame Merle appeared to note this eagerness. "I suspect that's what you do mean. We've all had the young man with the moustache. He's the inevitable young man. He doesn't count." Isabel was silent a little, but then spoke with extreme characteristic inconsequence. "Why shouldn't he count? There are young men and young men." "And yours was a paragon? Is that what you mean?" asked her friend with a laugh. "If you've had the identical young man you've dreamed of, then that was success, and I congratulate you with all my heart. Only in that case, why didn't you fly with him to his castle in the Apennines?" "He has no castle in the Apennines." "What has he? An ugly brick house in 40th Street? Don't tell me that. I refuse to recognize that as an ideal." "I don't care anything about his house," said Isabel. "That's very crude of you. When you've lived as long as I, you'll see that every human being has his shell, and that you must take that shell into account. By the shell I mean the whole envelope of circumstances. There's no such thing as an isolated man or woman. We are each of us made up of some cluster of appurtenances. What shall we call our self? Where does it begin? Where does it end? It overflows into everything that belongs to us, and then it flows back again. I know a large part of myself is in the clothes I choose to wear. I've a great respect for things. Oneself, for other people, it's one's expression of oneself, and one's house, one's furniture, one's garments, the books one reads, the company one keeps. These things are all expressive. It was very metaphysical, not more so, however, than several observations Madame Merle had already made. Isabel was fond of metaphysics, but was unable to accompany her friend into this bold analysis of the human personality. "I don't agree with you. I think just the other way. I don't know whether I succeed in expressing myself, but I know that nothing else expresses me. Nothing that belongs to me is any measure of me. Everything's, on the contrary, a limit, a barrier, a perfectly arbitrary one. Certainly the clothes which, as you say, I choose to wear, don't express me, and Heaven forbid they should." "You dress very well," Madame Merle lightly interposed. "Possibly, but I don't care to be judged by that. My clothes may express the dressmaker, but they don't express me. To begin with, it's not my own choice that I wear them. They're imposed upon me by society." "Should you prefer to go without them?" Madame Merle inquired in a tone which virtually terminated the discussion. I am bound to confess, though it may cast some discredit on the sketch I have given of the youthful loyalty practised by our heroine towards this accomplished woman, that Isabel had said nothing whatever to her about Lord Warburton, and had been equally reticent on the subject of Caspar Goodwood. She had not, however, concealed the fact that she had had opportunities of marrying, and had even let her friend know of how advantageous a kind they had been. Lord Warburton had left Lockleigh, and was gone to Scotland, taking his sisters with him, and though he had written to Ralph more than once to ask about Mr. Touchett's health, the girl was not liable to embarrassment of such inquiries as, had he still been in the neighbourhood, he would probably have felt bound to make in person. He had excellent ways, but she felt sure that if he had come to Gardencourt he would have seen Madame Merle, and that if he had seen her he would have liked her and betrayed to her that he was in love with her young friend. It so happened that during this lady's previous visits to Gardencourt, each of them much shorter than the present, he had either not been at Lockleigh or had not called at Mr. Touchett's. Therefore, though she knew him by name as the great man of that country, she had no cause to suspect him as a suitor of Mrs. Touchett's freshly imported niece. "You've plenty of time," she had said to Isabel, in return for the mutilated confidences which our young woman made her, and which didn't pretend to be perfect, though we have seen that at moments the girl had compunctions at having said so much. "I'm glad you've done nothing yet, that you have it still to do. It's a very good thing for a girl to have refused a few good offers, so long, of course, as they are not the best she's likely to have. Pardon me if my tone seems horribly corrupt. One must take the worldly view sometimes. Only don't keep on refusing for the sake of refusing. It's a pleasant exercise of power, but accepting's, after all, an exercise of power as well. There's always the danger of refusing once too often. It's not the one I fell into. I didn't refuse often enough. You're an exquisite creature, and I should like to see you married to a Prime Minister. But speaking strictly, you know, you're not what is technically called a parti. You're extremely good-looking and extremely clever in yourself. You're quite exceptional. You appear to have the vaguest ideas about your earthly possessions, but from what I can make out, you're not embarrassed with an income. I wish you had a little money." "I wish I had," said Isabel simply. apparently forgetting for the moment that her poverty had been a venial fault for two gallant gentlemen. In spite of Sir Matthew Hope's benevolent recommendation, Madame Merle did not remain to the end, as the issue of poor Mr. Touchett's malady had now come frankly to be designated. She was under pledges to other people, which had at last to be redeemed, and she left Gardencourt with the understanding that she should in any event see Mrs. Touchett there again, or else in town before quitting England. Her parting with Isabel was even more like the beginning of a friendship than her meeting had been. "I'm going to 6 places in succession, but I shall see no one I like so well as you. They'll all be old friends. However, one doesn't make new friends at my age. I've made a great exception for you. You must remember that, and must think as well of me as possible. You must reward me by believing in me." By way of answering, Isabel kissed her, and though some women kiss with facility, there are kisses, and this embrace was satisfactory to Madame Merle. Our young lady, after this, was much alone. She saw her aunt and cousin only at meals, and discovered that of the hours during which Mrs. Touchett was invisible, only a minor portion was now devoted to nursing her husband. She spent the rest in her own apartments, to which access was not allowed even to her niece, apparently occupied there with mysterious and inscrutable exercises. At table she was grave and silent, but her solemnity was not an attitude. Isabel could see it was a conviction. She wondered if her aunt repented of having taken her own way so much. But there was no visible evidence of this, no tears, no sighs, no exaggeration of a zeal always to its own sense adequate. Mrs. Touchett seemed simply to feel the need of thinking things over and summing them up. She had a little moral account book, with columns unerringly ruled, and a sharp steel clasp, which she kept with exemplary neatness. Uttered reflections had with her ever, at any rate, a practical ring. "If I had foreseen this, I'd not have proposed your coming abroad now," she said to Isabel after Madame Merle had left the house. "I'd have waited and sent for you next year, so that perhaps I could never have known my uncle. It's a great happiness to me to have come now." "That's very well, but it was not that you might know your uncle that I brought you to Europe." A perfectly vicarious speech, but, as Isabel thought, not as perfectly timed. She had leisure to think of this and other matters. She took a solitary walk every day, and spent vague hours in turning over books in the library. Among the subjects that engaged her attention were the adventures of her friend Miss Stackpole, with whom she was in regular correspondence. Isabel liked her friend's private epistolary style better than her public. That is, she felt her public letters would have been excellent if they had not been printed. Henrietta's career, however, was not so successful as might have been wished even in the interest of her private felicity. That view of the inner life of Great Britain, which she was so eager to take, appeared to dance before her like an enigmus fatuus. The invitation from Lady Pensile, for mysterious reasons, had never arrived, and poor Mr. Bantling himself, with all his friendly ingenuity, had been unable to explain so grave a dereliction on the part of a missive that had obviously been sent. He had evidently taken Henrietta's affairs much to heart, and believed that he owed her a set-off to this illusionary visit to Bedfordshire. "He says he should think I would go to the Continent," Henrietta wrote, "and as he thinks of going there himself, I suppose his advice is sincere. He wants to know why I don't take a view of French life, and it's a fact that I want very much to see the new Republic. Mr. Bantling doesn't care much about the Republic, but he thinks of going over to Paris anyway. I must say he's quite as attentive as I would wish, and at least I shall have seen one polite Englishman. I keep telling Mr. Bantling that he ought to have been an American, and you should see how that pleases him. Whenever I say so, he always breaks out with the same exclamation, 'Ah, but really, come now!' A few days later she wrote that she had decided to go to Paris at the end of the week, and that Mr. Bantling had promised to see her off, perhaps even would go as far as Dover with her. She would wait in Paris till Isabel should arrive, Henrietta added, speaking quite as if Isabel were to start on her continental journey alone, and making no allusion to Mrs. Touchett. Bearing in mind his interest in their late companion, our heroine communicated several passages from this correspondence to Ralph, who followed with an emotion akin to suspense the career of the representative of the interviewer. "It seems to me she's doing very well," he said, "going over to Paris with an ex-Lancer. If she wants something to write about, she has only to describe that episode." "It's not conventional, certainly," Isabel answered, "but if you mean that, as far as Henrietta is concerned, it's not perfectly innocent, you're very much mistaken. You'll never understand Henrietta." "Pardon me, I understand her perfectly. I didn't at all at first, but now I've the point of view. I'm afraid, however, that Bantling hasn't. He may have some surprises. Oh, I understand Henrietta as well as if I had made her." Isabel was by no means sure of this, but she abstained from expressing further doubt, for she was disposed in these days to extend a great charity to her cousin. One afternoon less than a week after Madame Merle's departure, she was seated in the library with a volume to which her attention was not fastened. She had placed herself in a deep window bench, from which she looked out into the dull, damp park, and as the library stood at right angles to the entrance front of the house, she could see the doctor's brougham, which had been waiting for the last 2 hours before the door. She was struck with his remaining so long, but at last she saw him appear in the portico, stand a moment, slowly drawing on his gloves and looking at the knees of his horse, and then get into the vehicle and roll away. Isabel kept her place for half an hour. There was great stillness in the house. It was so great that when she at last heard a soft, slow step on the deep carpet of the room, she was almost startled by the sound. She turned quickly away from the window, and saw Ralph Touchett standing there with his hands still in his pockets, but with a face absolutely void of its usual latent smile. She got up, and her movement and glance were a question. "It's all over," said Ralph. "Do you mean that my uncle—" And Isabel stopped. "My dear father died an hour ago." "Oh, my poor Ralph!" she gently wailed, putting up her 2 hands to him. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Murphy. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James, Chapter 20. Some fortnight after this, Madame Merle drove up in a hansom cab to the house in Winchester Square. As she descended from her vehicle, she observed, suspended between the dining-room windows, a large, neat, wooden tablet, on whose fresh black ground were inscribed in white paint the words, "This noble freehold mansion to be sold," with the name of the agent to whom application should be made. "They certainly lose no time," said the visitor as, after sounding the big brass knocker, she waited to be admitted. "It's a practical country." And within the house, as she ascended to the drawing-room, she perceived numerous signs of abdication, pictures removed from the walls and placed upon sofas, windows undraped, and floors laid bare. Mrs. Touchett presently received her and intimated in a few words that condolences might be taken for granted. "I know what you're going to say. He was a very good man, but I know it better than any one, because I gave him more chance to show it. In that I think I was a good wife. Mrs. Touchett added that at the end her husband apparently recognised this fact. "He has treated me most liberally," she said. "I won't say more liberally than I expected, because I didn't expect. You know that as a general thing I don't expect. But he chose, I presume, to recognise the fact that though I lived much abroad and mingled, you may say freely, in foreign life, I never exhibited the smallest preference for any one else." "For any one but yourself," Madame Merle mentally observed, but the reflection was perfectly inaudible. "I never sacrificed my husband to another," Mrs. Touchett continued with her stout curtness. "Oh no," thought Madame Merle, "you never did anything for another." There was a certain cynicism in these mute comments which demands an explanation, the more so as they are not in accord either with the view, somewhat superficial perhaps, that we have hitherto enjoyed of Madame Merle's character, or with the literal facts of Mrs. Touchett's history. The more so, too, as Madame Merle had a well-founded conviction that her friend's last remark was not in the least to be construed as a side-thrust at herself. The truth is that the moment she had crossed the threshold she received an impression that Mr. Touchett's death had had subtle consequences, and that these consequences had been profitable to a little circle of persons among whom she was not numbered. Of course it was an event which would naturally have consequences. Her imagination had more than once rested upon this fact during her stay at Gardencourt. But it had been one thing to foresee such a matter mentally, and another to stand among its massive records. The idea of a distribution of property, she would almost have said of spoils, just now oppressed upon her senses and irritated her with a sense of exclusion. I am far from wishing to picture her as one of the hungry mouths or envious hearts of the general herd, but we have already learned of her having desires that had never been satisfied. If she had been questioned, she would of course have admitted, with a fine proud smile, that she had not the faintest claim to share in Mr. Touchett's relics. There was never anything in the world between us, she would have said. There was never that, poor man, with a fillip of her thumb and her third finger. I hasten to add, moreover, that if she couldn't at the moment keep from quite perversely yearning, she was careful not to betray herself. She had after all as much sympathy for Mrs. Touchett's gains as for her losses. "He has left me this house," the newly-made widow said, "but of course I shall not live in it. I've a much better one in Florence. The will was opened only 3 days since, but I've already offered the house for sale. I've also a share in the bank, but I don't yet understand if I'm obliged to leave it there. If not, I shall certainly take it out. Ralph, of course, has Gardencourt, but I'm not sure that he'll have the means to keep up the place. He's naturally left very well off, but his father has given away an immense deal of money. There are bequests to a string of third cousins in Vermont. Ralph, however, is very fond of Gardencourt, and would be quite capable of living there in the summer, with a maid-of-all-work and a gardener's boy. There's one remarkable clause in my husband's will," Mrs. Touchett added. "He has left my niece a fortune." "A fortune?" Madame Merle softly repeated. "Isabel steps into something like £70,000. Madame Merle's hands were clasped in her lap. At this she raised them, still clasped, and held them a moment against her bosom, while her eyes, a little dilated, fixed themselves on those of her friend. "Ah!" she cried, "the clever creature!" Mrs. Touchett gave her a quick look. "What do you mean by that?" For an instant Madame Merle's colour rose, and she dropped her eyes. "It certainly is clever to achieve such results without an effort." "There assuredly was no effort. Don't call it an achievement." Madame Merle was seldom guilty of the awkwardness of retracting what she had said. Her wisdom was shown rather in maintaining it, and placing it in a favourable light. My dear friend Isabel would certainly not have had £70,000 left her if she had not been the most charming girl in the world. Her charm includes great cleverness. She never dreamed, I'm sure, of my husband's doing anything for her, and I never dreamed of it either, for he never spoke to me of his intention," Mrs. Touchett said. "She had no claim upon him whatever. It was no great recommendation to him that she was my niece. Whatever she achieved unconsciously." "Ah," rejoined Madame Merle, "those are the greatest strokes." Mrs. Touchett reserved her opinion. "The girl's fortunate, I don't deny that, but for the present she's simply stupefied." "Do you mean that she doesn't know what to do with the money?" "That, I think, she has hardly considered. She doesn't know what to think about the matter at all. It has been as if a big gun were suddenly fired off behind her. She's feeling herself to see if she be hurt. It's but 3 days since she received a visit from the principal executor, who came in person, very gallantly, to notify her. He told me afterward that when he made his little speech she suddenly burst into tears. The money's to remain in the affairs of the bank, and she's to draw the interest." Madame Merle shook her head with a wise and now quite benignant smile. "How very delicious! After she has done that 2 or 3 times she'll get used to it." Then, after a silence, "What does your son think of it?" she abruptly asked. "He left England before the will was read, used up by his fatigue and anxiety, and hurrying off to the south. He's on his way to the Riviera, and I've not yet heard from him. But it's not likely he'll ever object to anything done by his father." "Didn't you say his own share had been cut down?" "Only at his wish. I know that he urged his father to do something for the people of America. He's not in the least addicted to looking after number one." "It depends upon whom he regards as number one," said Madame Merle, and she remained thoughtful a moment, her eyes bent on the floor. "Am I not to see your happy niece?" she asked at last, as she raised them. "You may see her, but you'll not be struck with her being happy. She has looked solemn these 3 days, as a Cimabue Madonna." And Mrs. Touchett rang for a servant. Isabel came in shortly after the footman had been sent to call her, and Madame Merle thought, as she appeared, that Mrs. Touchett's comparison had its force. The girl was pale and grave, an effect not mitigated by her deeper mourning, but the smile of her brightest moments came into her face as she saw Madame Merle, who went forward, laid a hand upon our heroine's shoulder, and, after looking at her a moment, kissed her as if she were returning the kiss she had received from her at Gardencourt. This was the only allusion the visitor, in her great good taste, made for the present to her young friend's inheritance. Mrs. Touchett had no purpose of awaiting in London the sale of her house. After selecting from among its furniture the objects she wished to transport to her other abode, she left the rest of its contents to be disposed of by the auctioneer, and took her departure for the Continent. She was, of course, accompanied on this journey by her niece, who now had plenty of leisure to measure and weigh and otherwise handle the windfall of which Madame Merle had covertly congratulated her. Isabel thought very often of the fact of her accession of means, looking at it in a dozen different lights, but we shall not now attempt to follow her train of thought, or to explain exactly why her new consciousness was at first oppressive. This failure to raise to immediate joy was indeed but brief. The girl presently made up her mind that to be rich was a virtue because it was to be able to do, and that to do could only be sweet. It was the graceful contrary of the stupid side of weakness, especially the feminine variety. To be weak was, for a delicate young person, rather graceful, but, after all, as Isabel said to herself, there was a larger grace than that. Just now, it is true, there was not much to do. Once she had sent off a cheque to Lily, and another to poor Edith, but she was thankful for the quiet months which her mourning robes and her aunt's fresh widowhood compelled them to spend together. The acquisition of power made her serious. She scrutinized her power with a kind of tender ferocity, but was not eager to exercise it. she began to do so during a stay of some weeks which she eventually made with her aunt in Paris, though in ways that will inevitably present themselves as trivial. They were the ways most naturally imposed in a city in which the shops are the admiration of the world, and that were prescribed unreservedly by the guidance of Mrs. Touchett, who took a rigidly practical view of the transformation of her niece from a poor girl to a rich one. "Now that you're a young woman of fortune, you must know how to play the part. I mean, to play it well," she said to Isabel once for all. And she added that the girl's first duty was to have everything handsome. "You don't know how to take care of your things, but you must learn," she went on. This was Isabel's second duty. Isabel submitted, but for the present her imagination was not kindled. She longed for opportunities, but these were not the opportunities she meant. Mrs. Touchett barely changed her plans, and having intended before her husband's death to spend a part of the winter in Paris, saw no reason to deprive herself, still less to deprive her companion, of this advantage. Though they would live in great retirement, she might still present her niece, informally, to the little circle of her fellow countrymen dwelling upon the skirts of the Champs-Élysées. With many of these amiable colonists Mrs. Touchett was intimate. She shared their expatriation, their convictions, their pastimes, their ennui. Isabel saw them arrive with a good deal of assiduity at her aunt's hotel, and pronounced on them with a trenchancy doubtless to be accounted for by the temporary exaltation of her sense of human duty. She made up her mind that their lives were, though luxurious, inane, and incurred some disfavour by expressing this view on bright Sunday afternoons, when the American absentees were engaged in calling on each other. Though her listeners passed for people kept exemplarily genial by their cooks and dressmakers, 2 or 3 of them thought her cleverness, which was generally admitted, inferior to that of the new theatrical pieces. "You all live here this way, but what does it lead to?" she was pleased to ask. "It doesn't seem to lead to anything, and I should think you'd get very tired of it." Mrs. Touchett thought the question worthy of Henrietta Stackpole. The 2 ladies had found Henrietta in Paris, and Isabel constantly saw her, so that Mrs. Touchett had some reason for saying to herself that if her niece were not clever enough to originate almost anything, she might be suspected of having borrowed that style of remark from her journalistic friend. The first occasion on which Isabel had spoken was that of a visit paid by the 2 ladies to Mrs. Luce, an old friend of Mrs. Touchett's, and the only person in Paris she now went to see. Mrs. Luce had been living in Paris since the days of Louis Philippe. She used to say jocosely that she was one of the generation of 1830, a joke of which the point was not always taken. When it failed, Mrs. Luce used to explain, "Oh yes, I'm one of the romantics." Her French had never become quite perfect. She was always at home on Sunday afternoons and surrounded by sympathetic compatriots, usually the same. In fact, she was at home at all times, and reproduced with wondrous truth, in her well-cushioned little corner of the brilliant city, the domestic tone of her native Baltimore. This reduced Mr. Luce, her worthy husband, a tall, lean, grizzled, well-brushed gentleman, who wore a gold eyeglass and carried his hat a little too much on the back of his head, to mere platonic praise of the distractions of Paris. They were his great word, since you would never have guessed from what cares he escaped to them. One of them was that he went every day to the American bankers, where he found a post office that was almost as sociable and colloquial an institution as in an American country town. He passed an hour, in fine weather, in a chair in the Champs-Élysées, and he dined uncommonly well at his own table, seated above a waxed floor, which it was Mrs. Luce's happiness to believe had a finer polish than any other in the French capital. Occasionally he dined with a friend or 2 at the Café Anglais, where his talent for ordering a dinner was a source of felicity to his companions and an object of admiration even to the head waiter of the establishment. These were his only known pastimes, but they had beguiled his hours for upwards of half a century, and they doubtless justified his frequent declaration that there was no place like Paris. In no other place, on these terms, could Mr. Luce flatter himself that he was enjoying life. There was nothing like Paris, but it must be confessed that Mr. Luce thought less highly of the scene of his dissipations than in earlier days. In the list of his resources his political reflection should not be omitted, for they were doubtless the animating principle of many hours that superficially seemed vacant. Like many of his fellow colonists, Mr. Luce was a high, or rather a deep, conservative, and gave no countenance to the government lately established in France. He had no faith in its duration, and would assure you from year to year that its end was close at hand. "They want to be kept down, sir, to be kept down. Nothing but the strong hand, the iron heel, will do for them," he would frequently say of the French people, and his ideal of a fine, showy, clever rule was that of the superseded empire. Paris is much less attractive than in the days of the Emperor. He knew how to make a city pleasant. Mr. Luce had often remarked to Mrs. Touchett, who was quite of his own way of thinking, and wished to know what one had crossed that odious Atlantic for but to get away from republics. "Why, madame, sitting in the Champs-Élysées, opposite to the Palace of Industry, I've seen the court carriages from the Tuileries pass up and down as many as 7 times a day. I remember one occasion when they went as high as 9. What do you see now? It's no use talking, the style's all gone. Napoleon knew what the French people want, and there'll be a dark cloud over Paris, our Paris, till they get the empire back again." Among Mrs. Luce's visitors on Sunday afternoons was a young man with whom Isabel had had a good deal of conversation, and whom she found full of valuable knowledge. Mr. Edward Rozier, Ned Rozier, as he was called, was native to New York, and had been brought up in Paris, living there under the eye of his father, who, as it happened, had been an early and intimate friend of the late Mr. Archer. Edward Rozier remembered Isabel as a little girl. It had been his father who came to the rescue of the small Archers at the inn at Neufchalet. He was travelling that way with the boy, and had stopped at the hotel by chance, after their bonne had gone off with the Russian prince, and when Mr. Archer's whereabouts remained for some days a mystery. Isabel remembered perfectly the neat little male child, whose hair smelt of a delicious cosmetic, and who had a bonne all his own, warranted to lose sight of him under no provocation. Isabel took a walk with the pair beside the lake, and thought little Edward as pretty as an angel, a comparison by no means conventional in her mind, for she had a very definite conception of a type of features which she supposed to be angelic, and which her new friend perfectly illustrated. A small pink face surmounted by a blue velvet bonnet, and set off by a stiff embroidered collar, had become the countenance of her childish dreams, and she had firmly believed, for some time afterwards, that the heavenly host conversed among themselves in a queer little dialect of French English, expressing the properest sentiments, as when Edward told her that he was defended by his bonne to go near the edge of the lake, and that one must always obey to one's bonne. Ned Rozier's English had improved; at least it exhibited in a less degree the French variation. His father was dead and his bonne dismissed, but the young man still conformed to the spirit of their teaching. He never went to the edge of the lake. There was still something agreeable to the nostrils about him, and something not offensive to nobler organs. He was a very gentle and gracious youth, with what are called cultivated taste, an acquaintance with old china, with good wine, with the bindings of books, with the Almanach de Gotha, with the best shops, the best hotels, the hours of railway trains. He could order a dinner almost as well as Mr. Luce. It was probable that as his experience accumulated he would be a worthy successor to that gentleman, whose rather grim politics he also advocated in a soft and innocent voice. He had some charming rooms in Paris, decorated with old Spanish altar lace, the envy of his female friends, who declared that his chimney-piece was better draped than the high shoulders of many a duchess. He usually, however, spent a part of every winter at Pau, and had once passed a couple of months in the United States. He took a great interest in Isabel, and remembered perfectly the walk at Neuf Chalet, when she would persist in going so near the edge. He seemed to recognize this same tendency in the subversive inquiry that I quoted a moment ago, and set himself to answer our heroine's question with greater urbanity than it perhaps deserved. "What does it lead to, Miss Archer? Why, Paris leads to everywhere. You can't go anywhere unless you come here first. Every one that comes to Europe has got to pass through. You don't mean it in that sense so much. You mean what good it does you. Well, how can you penetrate fortuity? How can you tell what lies ahead? If it's a pleasant road, I don't care where it leads. I like the road, Miss Archer. I like the dear old asphalt. You can't get tired of it. You can't if you try. You think you would, but you wouldn't. There's always something new and fresh. Take the Hotel Drouot. Now, they sometimes have 3 or 4 sales a week. Where can you get such things as you can here? In spite of all they say, I maintain they're cheaper too, if you know the right places. I know plenty of places, but I keep them to myself. I'll tell you if you like, as a particular favour, only you mustn't tell any one else. Don't you go anywhere without asking me first. I want you to promise me that. As a general thing, avoid the boulevards. There's very little to be done on the boulevards. Speaking conscientiously, sans blague, I don't believe any one knows Paris better than I. You and Mrs. Touchett must come and breakfast with me some day, and I'll show you my things. Je ne vous dis que ça. There has been a great deal of talk about London of late. It's the fashion to cry up London, but there's nothing in it. You can't do anything in London. No Louis Quinze, nothing of the First Empire, nothing but their eternal Queen Anne. It's good for one's bedroom, Queen Anne, for one's washing-room, but it isn't proper for the salon. Do I spend my life at the auctioneer's?" Mr. Rosier pursued in answer to another question of Isabel's. "Oh no, I haven't the means. I wish I had. You think I'm a mere trifler? I can tell by the expression of your face. You've got a wonderfully expressive face. I hope you don't mind my saying that. I mean it as a kind of warning. You think I ought to do something, and so do I, so long as you leave it vague. But when you come to the point, you see you have to stop. I can't go home and be a shopkeeper. You think I'm very well fitted? Ah, Miss Archer, you overrate me. I can buy very well, but I can't sell. You should see when I sometimes try to get rid of my things. It takes much more ability to make other people buy than to buy yourself. When I think how clever they must be, the people who make me buy. Ah, no, I couldn't be a shopkeeper. I can't be a doctor. It's a repulsive business. I can't be a clergyman. I haven't got convictions. And then I can't pronounce the names right in the Bible. They're very difficult, in the Old Testament particularly. I can't be a lawyer. I don't understand. How do you call it? The American procedure? Is there anything else? There's nothing for a gentleman in America. I should like to be a diplomatist, but American diplomacy? That's not for a gentleman either. I'm sure if you had seen the last... Henrietta Stackpole, who was often with her friend when Mr. Rosier, coming to pay his compliments late in the afternoon, expressed himself after the fashion I have sketched, usually interrupted the young man at this point and read him a lecture on the duties of the American citizen. She thought him most unnatural. He was worse than poor Ralph Touchett. Henrietta, however, was at this time more than ever addicted to fine criticism, for her conscience had been freshly alarmed as regards Isabel, She had not congratulated this young lady on her augmentations, and begged to be excused from doing so. "If Mr. Touchett had consulted me about leaving you the money," she frankly asserted, "I'd have said to him, 'Never!'" "I see," Isabel had answered. "You think it will prove a curse in disguise. Perhaps it will." "Leave it to some one you care less for. That's what I should have said." "To yourself, for instance?" Isabel suggested jocosely. And then, "Do you really believe it will ruin me?" she asked in quite another tone. "I hope it won't ruin you, but it will certainly confirm your dangerous tendencies." "Do you mean the love of luxury, of extravagance?" "No, no," said Henrietta. "I mean your exposure on the moral side. I approve of luxury. I think we ought to be as elegant as possible. Look at the luxury of our western cities. I've seen nothing over here to compare with it. I hope you'll never become grossly sensual, but I am not afraid of that. The peril for you is that you live too much in the world of your own dreams. You're not enough in contact with reality, with the toiling, striving, suffering, I may even say sinning, world that surrounds you. You're too fastidious. You've too many graceful illusions. Your newly acquired thousands will shut you up more and more to the society of a few selfish and heartless people who will be interested in keeping them." Isabel's eyes expanded as she gazed at this lurid scene. "What are my illusions?" she asked. "I try so hard to not have any." "Well," said Henrietta, "you think you can lead a romantic life, that you can live by pleasing yourself and pleasing others. You'll find you're mistaken. Whatever life you lead, you must put your soul in it, to make any sort of success of it, and from the moment you do that, it ceases to be romance. I assure you, it becomes grim reality. And you can't always please yourself. You must sometimes please other people. That, I admit, you're very ready to do, but there's another thing that's still more important. You must often displease others. You must always be ready for that. You must never shrink from it. That doesn't suit you at all. You're too fond of admiration. You like to be thought well of. You think we can escape disagreeable duties by taking romantic views. That's your great illusion, my dear, but we can't. You must be prepared on many occasions in life to please no one at all, not even yourself." Isabel shook her head sadly. She looked troubled and frightened. "This, for you, Henrietta," she said, "must be one of those occasions." It was certainly true that Miss Stackpole, during her visit to Paris, which had been professionally more remunerative than her English sojourn, had not been living in the world of dreams. Mr. Bantling, who had now returned to England, was her companion for the first 4 weeks of her stay, and about Mr. Bantling there was nothing dreamy. Isabel learned from her friend that the two had had a life of great personal intimacy, and that this had been a peculiar advantage to Henrietta, owing to the gentleman's remarkable knowledge of Paris. He had explained everything, shown her everything, been her constant guide and interpreter. They had breakfasted together, dined together, gone to the theatre together, supped together, really in a manner quite lived together. He was a true friend. Henrietta more than once assured our heroine, and she had never supposed that she could like any Englishman so well. Isabel could not have told you why, but she found something that ministered to mirth in the alliance the correspondent of the Interviewer had struck with Lady Pencil's brother. Her amusement, moreover, subsisted in the face of the fact that she thought it a credit to each of them. Isabel couldn't rid herself of a suspicion that they were playing somehow at cross purposes, that the simplicity of each had been entrapped. But this simplicity was on either side none the less honourable. It was as graceful on Henrietta's part to believe that Mr. Bantling took an interest in the diffusions of lively journalism, and in consolidating the position of lady correspondents, as it was on the part of his companion to suppose that the cause of the Interviewer, a periodical of which he never formed a very definitive conception, was, if subtly analysed, a task to which Mr. Bantling felt himself quite equal, but the cause of Miss Stackpole's need of demonstrative affection. Each of these groping celibates supplied at any rate a want of which the other was impatiently conscious. Mr. Bantling, who was of rather a slow and a discursive habit, relished a prompt, keen, positive woman who charmed him by the influence of a shining, challenging eye and a kind of bandbox freshness, and who kindled a perception of raciness in a mind to which the usual fare of life seemed unsalted. Henrietta, on the other hand, enjoyed the society of a gentleman who appeared somehow in his way, made, by expensive, roundabout, almost quaint processes, for her use, and whose leisured state, though generally indefensible, was a decided boon to a breathless mate, and who was furnished with an easy, traditional, though by no means exhaustive, answer to almost any social or practical question that could come up. She often found Mr. Bantling's answers very convenient, and in the press of catching the American post would largely and showily address them to publicity. It was to be feared that she was indeed drifting towards those abysses of sophistication as to which Isabel, wishing for a good-humoured retort, had warned her. There might be danger in store for Isabel, but it was scarcely to be hoped that Miss Stackpole, on her side, would find permanent rest in any adoption of the views of a class pledged to all the old abuses. Isabel continued to warn her good-humouredly. Lady Pencil's obliging brother was sometimes on our heroine's lips an object of irreverent and fastidious allusion. Nothing, however, could exceed Henrietta's amiability on this point. She used to abound in the sense of Isabel's irony, and to enumerate with elation the hours she had spent with this perfect man of the world, a term that had ceased to make with her, as previously, for opprobrium. Then a few moments later she would forget that they had been talking jocosely, and would mention with impulsive earnestness some expedition she had enjoyed in his company. She would say, "Oh, I know all about Versailles. I went there with Mr. Bantling. I was bound to see it thoroughly. I warned him when we went out there that I was thorough. So we spent 3 days at the hotel and wandered all over the place. It was lovely weather, a kind of Indian summer, only not so good. We just lived in that park. Oh yes, you can't tell me anything about Versailles." Henrietta appeared to have made arrangements to meet her gallant friend during the spring in Italy. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Murphy. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James, Chapter 21. Mrs. Touchett, before arriving in Paris, had fixed the day for her departure, and by the middle of February had begun to travel southward. She interrupted her journey to pay a visit to her son, who at San Remo, on the Italian shore of the Mediterranean, had been spending a dull, bright winter beneath a slow-moving white umbrella. Isabel went with her aunt as a matter of course, though Mrs. Touchett, with homely, customary logic, had laid before her a pair of alternatives. "Now, of course, you're completely your own mistress, and are as free as the bird on the bough. I don't mean you were not so before, but you're at present on a different footing. Property erects a kind of barrier. You can do a great many things if you're rich, which would be severely criticised if you were poor. You can go and come, you can travel alone, you can have your own establishment. I mean, of course, if you'll take a companion, some decayed gentlewoman with a darned cashmere and dyed hair, who paints on velvet. You don't think you'd like that? Of course, you can do as you please. I only want you to understand how much you are at your liberty. You might take Miss Stackpole as your dame de compagnie. She'd keep people off very well, I think. I think, however, that it's a great deal better you should remain with me, in spite of there being no obligation. It's better for several reasons, quite apart from your liking it. I shouldn't think you'd like it, but I recommend you to make the sacrifice. Of course, whatever novelty there may have been at first in my society has quite passed away, and you see me as I am, a dull, obstinate, narrow-minded old woman." "I don't think you're at all dull," Isabel replied to this. "But you do think I'm obstinate and narrow-minded?" "I told you so," said Mrs. Touchett, with much elation at being justified. Isabel remained for the present with her aunt, because, in spite of eccentric impulses, she had a great regard for what was usually deemed decent, and a young gentlewoman without visible relations had always struck her as a flower without foliage. It was true that Mrs. Touchett's conversation had never again appeared so brilliant as the first afternoon in Albany, when she sat in her damp waterproof and sketched the opportunities that Europe would offer to a young person of taste. This, however, was in a great measure the girl's own fault. She had not a glimpse of her aunt's experience, and her imagination constantly anticipated the judgments and emotions of a woman who had very little of the same faculty. Apart from this, Mrs. Touchett had a great merit. She was as honest as a pair of compasses. There was a comfort in her stiffness and firmness. You knew exactly where to find her, and were never liable to chance encounters and concussions. On her own ground she was perfectly present, but was never over-inquisitive as regards the territory of her neighbour. Isabel came at last to have a kind of undemonstrable pity for her. There seemed something so dreary in the condition of a person whose nature had, as it were, so little surface, offered so limited a face to the accretions of human contact. Nothing tender, nothing sympathetic, had ever had a chance to fasten upon it, no wind-sown blossom, no familiar softening moss. Her passive extent, in other words, was about that of a knife-edge. Isabel had reason to believe none the less that as she advanced in life she made more of those concessions to the sense of something obscurely distinct from convenience, more of them than she independently exacted. She was learning to sacrifice consistency to considerations of that inferior order for which the excuse must be found in the particular case. It was not to the credit of her absolute rectitude that she should have gone the longest way round to Florence in order to spend a few weeks with her invalid son, since in former years it had been one of her most definitive convictions that when Ralph wished to see her he was at liberty to remember that Palazzo Crescentini contained a large apartment known as the quarter of the Signorino. "I want to ask you something," Isabel said to this young man the day after her arrival at San Remo. "Something I've thought more than once of asking you by letter, but that I've hesitated on the whole to write about. Face to face, nevertheless, my question seems easy enough. Did you know your father intended to leave me so much money?" Ralph stretched his legs a little farther than usual, and gazed a little more fixedly at the Mediterranean. "What does it matter, my dear Isabel, whether I knew? My father was very obstinate." "So," said the girl, "you did know?" "Yes, he told me. We even talked it over a little." "What did he do it for?" asked Isabel abruptly. "Why, as a kind of compliment." "A compliment on what?" "On your so beautifully existing." "He liked me too much," she presently declared. "That's a way we all have." "If I believed that, I should be very unhappy. Fortunately, I don't believe it. I want to be treated with justice. I want nothing but that." "Very good. But you must remember that justice, to a lovely being, is after all a florid sort of sentiment." "I'm not a lovely being. How can you say that, at the very moment when I'm asking such odious questions? I must seem to you delicate." "You seem to me troubled," said Ralph. "I am troubled. About what?" For a moment she answered nothing. Then she broke out, "Do you think it's good for me suddenly to be made so rich? Henrietta doesn't." "Oh, hang Henrietta!" said Ralph coarsely. "If you ask me, I'm delighted at it." "Is that why your father did it? For your amusement?" "I differ with Miss Stackpole," Ralph went on more gravely. "I think it very good for you to have means." Isabel looked at him with serious eyes. "I wonder whether you know what's good for me, or whether you care." "If I know, depend upon it, I care. Shall I tell you what it is?" "Not to torment yourself." "Not to torment you, I suppose you mean." "You can't do that, I'm proof. Take things more easily. Don't ask yourself so much whether this or that is good for you. Don't question your conscience so much. It will get out of tune like a strummed piano. Keep it for great occasions. Don't try so much to form your character. It's like trying to pull open a tight, tender young rose. Live as you like best, and your character will take care of itself. Most things are good for you. The exceptions are very rare, and a comfortable income's not one of them." Ralph paused, smiling. Isabel had listened quickly. "You've too much power of thought, above all too much conscience," Ralph added. "It's out of all reason, the number of things you think wrong. Put back your watch, diet your fever, spread your wings, raise above the ground. It's never wrong to do that." She had listened eagerly, as I say, and it was her nature to understand quickly. "I wonder if you appreciate what you say. If you do, you take a great responsibility." "You frighten me a little, but I think I'm right," said Ralph, persisting in cheer. "All the same, what you say is very true," Isabel pursued. "You could say nothing more true. I'm absorbed in myself. I look at life too much as a doctor's prescription. Why, indeed, should we perpetually be thinking whether things are good for us, as if we were patients lying in a hospital? Why should I be so afraid of not doing right, as if it mattered to the world whether I do right or wrong?" "You're a capital person to advise," said Ralph. "You take the wind out of my sails." She looked at him as if she had not heard him, though she was following out the train of reflection which he himself had kindled. "I try to care more about the world than about myself, but I always come back to myself. It's because I'm afraid." She stopped. Her voice had trembled a little. "Yes, I'm afraid. I can't tell you. A large fortune means freedom, and I'm afraid of that. It's such a fine thing, and one should make such a good use of it. If one shouldn't, one would be ashamed, and one must keep thinking. It's a constant effort. I'm not sure it's not a greater happiness to be powerless." "For weak people, I've no doubt it's a greater happiness. For weak people the effort not to be contemptible must be great." "And how do you know I'm not weak?" Isabel asked. "Ah," Ralph answered with a flush that the girl noticed, "if you are, I'm awfully sold." The charm of the Mediterranean coast only deepened for our heroine on acquaintance, for it was the threshold of Italy, the gate of admiration. Italy, as yet imperfectly seen and felt, stretched before her as a land of promise, a land in which a love of the beautiful might be comforted by endless knowledge. Whenever she strolled upon the shore with her cousin, and she was the companion of his daily walk, she looked across the sea with longing eyes to where she knew that Genoa lay. She was glad to pause, however, on the edge of this larger adventure. There was such a thrill even in the preliminary hovering. It affected her, moreover, as a peaceful interlude, as a hush of the drum and fife in a career which she had little warrant as yet for regarding as agitated, but which nevertheless she was constantly picturing to herself by the light of her hopes, her fears, her fancies, her ambitions, her predilections, and which reflected these subjective accidents in a manner sufficiently dramatic. Madame Merle had predicted to Mrs. Touchett that after their young friend had put her hand into her pocket half a dozen times, she would be reconciled to the idea that it had been filled by a munificent uncle, and the event justified, as it had so often justified before, the lady's perspicacity. Ralph Touchett had praised his cousin for being morally inflammable, that is, for being quick to take a hint that was meant as good advice. His advice had perhaps helped the matter. She had at any rate before leaving San Remo grown used to feeling rich. The consciousness in question found a proper place in rather a dense little group of ideas that she had about herself, and often it was by no means the least agreeable. It took perpetually for granted 1,000 good intentions. She lost herself in a maze of visions. The fine things to be done by a rich, independent, generous girl who took a large human view of occasions and obligations were sublime in the mass. Her fortune, therefore, became to her mind a part of her better self. It gave her importance, gave her even to her own imagination a certain ideal beauty. What it did for her in the imagination of others is another affair, and on this point we must also touch in time. The visions I have just spoken of were mixed with other debates. Isabel liked better to think of the future than of the past, but at times, as she listened to the murmur of the Mediterranean waves, her glance took a backward flight. It rested upon two figures, which, in spite of increasing distance, were still sufficiently salient. They were recognizable without difficulty of those of Caspar Goodwood and Lord Warburton. It was strange how quickly these images of energy had fallen into the background of our young lady's life. It was in her disposition at all times to lose faith in the reality of absent things. She could summon back her faith, in case of need, with an effort, but the effort was often painful, even when the reality had been pleasant. The past was apt to look dead, and its revival rather to show the vivid light of a judgment day. The girl, moreover, was not prone to take for granted that she herself lived in the mind of others. She had not that fatuity to believe she left indelible traces. She was capable of being wounded by the discovery that she had been forgotten, but of all liberties the one she herself found sweetest was the liberty to forget. She had not given her last shilling, sentimentally speaking, either to Caspar Goodwood or Lord Warburton, and yet couldn't but feel them appreciably in debt to her. She had of course reminded herself that she was to hear from Mr. Goodwood again, but this was not to be for another year and a half, and in that time a great many things might happen. She had indeed failed to say to herself that her American suitor might find some other girl more comfortable to woo, because, though it was certain many other girls would prove so, she had not the smallest belief that this merit would attract him. But she reflected that she herself might know the humiliation of change, might really, for that matter, come to the end of the things that were not Caspar, even though there appeared so many of them, and find rest in those very elements of his presence which struck her now as impediments to the finer respiration. It was conceivable that these impediments should some day prove a sort of blessing in disguise, a clear and quiet harbour enclosed by a brave granite breakwater. But that day could only come in its order, and she couldn't wait for it with folded hands. That Lord Warburton should continue to cherish her image seemed to her more than a noble humility or an enlightened pride ought to wish to reckon with. She had so definitely undertaken to preserve no record of what had passed between them that a corresponding effort on his own part would be eminently just. This was not, as it may seem, merely a theory tinged with sarcasm. Isabel candidly believed that his lordship would, in the usual phrase, get over his disappointment. He had been deeply affected, this she believed, and she was still capable of deriving pleasure from the belief. But it was absurd that a man both so intelligent and so honourably dealt with should cultivate a scar out of proportion to any wound. Englishmen liked moreover to be comfortable, said Isabel, and there could be little comfort for Lord Warburton in the long run in brooding over a self-sufficient American girl who had been but a casual acquaintance. She flattered herself that, should she hear from one day to another that he had married some young woman of his own country who had done more to deserve him, she should receive the news without a pang even of surprise. It would have proved that he believed she was firm, which was what she wished to seem to him. That alone was grateful to her pride. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James. Chapter 22. On one of the first days of May, some 6 months after old Mr. Touché's death, a small group that might have been described by a painter as composing well was gathered in one of the many rooms of an ancient villa crowning an olive-muffled hill outside of the Roman gate of Florence. The villa was a long, rather blank-looking structure, with the far projecting roof which Tuscany loves, and which, on the hills that encircle Florence, when considered from a distance, makes so harmonious a rectangle with the straight, dark, definite cypresses that usually rise in groups of 3 or 4 beside it. The house had a front upon a little grassy, empty rural piazza which occupied a part of the hilltop, and this front, pierced with a few windows in irregular relations, and furnished with a stone bench lengthily adjusted to the base of the structure, and useful as a lounging place to 1 or 2 persons, wearing more or less of that air of undervalued merit which in Italy, for some reason or other, always gracefully invests any one who confidently assumes a perfectly passive attitude. This antique, solid, weather-worn, yet imposing front had a somewhat incommunicative character. It was the mask, not the face of the house. It had heavy lids, but no eyes. The house in reality looked another way, looked off behind, into splendid openness and the range of the afternoon light. In that quarter the villa overhung the slope of its hill and the long valley of the Arno, hazy with Italian colour. It had a narrow garden in the manner of a terrace, productive chiefly of tangles of wild roses and other old stone benches, mossy and sun-warmed. The parapet of the terrace was just the height to lean upon, and beneath it the ground declined into the vagueness of olive crops and vineyards. It is not, however, with the outside of the place that we are concerned. On this bright morning of ripened spring its tenants had reason to prefer the shady side of the wall. The windows of the ground floor, as you saw them from the piazza, were, in their noble proportions, extremely architectural, but their function seemed less to offer communication with the world than to defy the world to look in. They were massively cross-barred, and placed at such a height that curiosity, even on tiptoe, expired before it reached them. In an apartment lighted by a row of 3 of these jealous apertures, one of the several distinct apartments into which the villa was divided, and which were mainly occupied by foreigners of random race long resident in Florence, a gentleman was seated in company with a young girl and 2 good sisters from a religious house. The room was, however, less sombre than our indications may have represented, for it had a wide, high door, which now stood open into the tangled garden behind, and the tall iron lattices admitted on occasion more than enough of the Italian sunshine. It was, moreover, a seat of ease, indeed of luxury, telling of arrangements subtly studied and refinements frankly proclaimed, and containing a variety of those faded hangings of damask and tapestry, those chests and cabinets of carved and time-polished oak, those angular specimens of pictorial art in frames as pedantically primitive, those perverse-looking relics of medieval brass and pottery, of which Italy has long been the not quite exhausted storehouse. These things kept terms with articles of modern furniture in which large allowance had been made for a lounging generation. It was to be noticed that all the chairs were deep and well padded, and that much space was occupied by a writing table of which the ingenious perfection bore the stamp of London and the 19th century. There were books in profusion, and magazines and newspapers, and a few small, odd, elaborate pictures, chiefly in water colour. One of these productions stood on a drawing-room easel, before which, at the moment we begin to be concerned with her, the young girl I have mentioned had placed herself. She was looking at the picture in silence. Silence, absolute silence, had not fallen upon her companions, but their talk had an appearance of embarrassed continuity. The two good sisters had not settled themselves in their respective chairs. Their attitude expressed a final reserve, and their faces showed the glaze of prudence. They were plain, ample, mild-featured women, with a kind of business-like modesty, to which the impersonal aspect of their stiffened linen and of the serge that draped them as if nailed on frames gave an advantage. One of them, a person of a certain age, in spectacles, with a fresh complexion and a full cheek, had a more discriminating manner than her colleague, as well as the responsibility of their errand, which apparently related to the young girl. This object of interest wore her hat, an ornament of extreme simplicity, and not at variance with her plain muslin gown, too short for her years, though it must already have been let out. The gentleman, who might have been supposed to be entertaining the two nuns, was perhaps conscious of the difficulties of his function, it being in its way as arduous to converse with the very meek as with the very mighty. At the same time he was clearly much occupied with their quiet charge, and while she turned her back to him, his eyes rested gravely on her slim, small figure. He was a man of 40, with a high but well-shaped head, on which the hair, still dense, but prematurely grizzled, had been cropped close. He had a fine, narrow, extremely modelled and composed face, of which the only fault was just this effect of its running a trifle too much to points, an appearance to which the shape of the beard contributed not a little. This beard, cut in the manner of the portraits of the 16th century, and surmounted by a fair moustache, of which the ends had a romantic upward flourish, gave its wearer a foreign, traditionary look, and suggested that he was a gentleman who studied style. His conscious, curious eyes, however, eyes at once vague and penetrating, intelligent and hard, expressive of the observer as well as of the dreamer, would have assured you that he studied it only within well-chosen limits, and that in so far as he sought it he found it. You would have been much at a loss to determine his original clime and country. He had none of the superficial signs that usually render the answer to this question an insipidly easy one. If he had English blood in his veins, it had probably received some French or Italian commixture. But he suggested, fine coin as he was, no stamp nor emblem of the common mintage that provides for general circulation. He was the elegant, complicated metal struck off for a special occasion. He had a light, lean, rather languid-looking figure, and was apparently neither tall nor short. He was dressed as a man dresses who takes little other trouble about it than to have no vulgar things. "Well, my dear, what do you think of it?" he asked of the young girl. He used the Italian tongue, and used it with perfect ease, but this would not have convinced you he was Italian. The child turned her head earnestly to one side and the other. "It's very pretty, papa. Did you make it yourself?" "Certainly I made it. Don't you think I'm clever?" "Yes, papa, very clever. I also have learned to make pictures." And she turned round and showed a small, fair face painted with a fixed and intensely sweet smile. "You should have brought me a specimen of your powers." "I've brought a great many. They're in my trunk." "She draws very, very carefully," the elder nun remarked, speaking in French. "I'm glad to hear it. Is it you who have instructed her?" "Happily, no," said the good sister, blushing a little. "Ce n'est pas ma partie. I teach nothing. I leave that to those who are wiser. We've an excellent drawing master, Mr. what's his name?" she asked of her companion. Her companion looked about at the carpet. "It's a German name," she said in Italian, as if it needed to be translated. "Yes," the other went on, "he's a German, and we've had him many years." The young girl, who was not heeding the conversation, had wandered away to the open door of the large room, and stood looking into the garden. "And you, my sister, are French," said the gentleman. "Yes, sir," the visitor gently replied. "I speak to the pupils in my own tongue. I know no other. But we have sisters of other countries, English, German, Irish. They all speak their proper language." The gentleman gave a smile. "Has my daughter been under the care of one of the Irish ladies?" And then, as he saw that his visitors suspected a joke, though failing to understand it, "You're very complete," he instantly added. "Oh yes, we're complete. We've everything, and everything's of the best." "We have gymnastics," the Italian sister ventured to remark, "but not dangerous." "I hope not. Is that your branch?" A question which provoked much candid hilarity on the part of the two ladies, on the subsidence of which their entertainer, glancing at his daughter, remarked that she had grown. "Yes, but I think she has finished. She'll remain not big," said the French sister. "I'm not sorry. I prefer women like books. Very good, and not too long. But I know," the gentleman said, "no particular reason why my child should be short." The nun gave a temperate shrug, as if to intimate that such things might be beyond our knowledge. "She's in very good health. That's the best thing." "Yes, she looks sound." And the young girl's father watched her a moment. "What do you see in the garden?" he asked in French. "I see many flowers," she replied in a sweet, small voice, and with an accent as good as his own. "Yes, but not many good ones. However, such as they are, go out and gather some for ces dames." The child turned to him with her smile heightened by pleasure. "May I, truly?" "Ah, when I tell you," said her father. The girl glanced at the elder of the nuns. "May I truly, ma mère?" "Obey monsieur your father, my child," said the sister, blushing again. The child, satisfied with this authorization, descended from the threshold and was presently lost to sight. "You don't spoil them," said her father gaily. "For everything they must ask leave. That's our system. Leave is freely granted, but they must ask it." "Oh, I don't quarrel with your system. I've no doubt it's excellent. I sent you my daughter to see what you'd make of her. I had faith." "One must have faith," the sister blandly rejoined, gazing through her spectacles. "Well, has my faith been rewarded? What have you made of her?" The sister dropped her eyes a moment. "A good Christian, monsieur." Her host dropped his eyes as well, but it was probable that the movement had in each case a different spring. "Yes, and what else?" He watched the lady from the convent, probably thinking she would say that a good Christian was everything, but for all her simplicity she was not so crude as that. "A charming young lady, a real little woman, a daughter in whom you will have nothing but contentment." "She seems to me very genteel," said the father. "She's really pretty." "She's perfect. She has no faults." "She never had any as a child, and I'm glad you have given her none." "We love her too much," said the speckled sister with dignity. "And as for faults, how can we give what we have not? Les couvents n'ont pas comme le monde, monsieur. She's our daughter, as you may say. We've had her since she was so small. Of all those we shall lose this year, she's the one we shall miss most." The younger woman murmured deferentially. "Ah, yes, we shall talk long of her," said the other. "We shall hold her up to the new ones." And at this the good sister appeared to find her spectacles dim, while her companion, after fumbling a moment, presently drew forth a pocket handkerchief of durable texture. "It's not certain you'll lose her. Nothing's settled yet," their host rejoined quickly, not as if to anticipate their tears, but in the tone of a man saying what was most agreeable to himself. "We should be very happy to believe that. 15 is very young to leave us." "Oh!" exclaimed the gentleman, with more vivacity than he had yet used. "It is not I who wish to take her away. I wish you could keep her always." "Ah, monsieur," said the elder sister, smiling and getting up, "good as she is, she's made for the world. Le monde y gagnera." "If all the good people were hidden away in convents, how would the world get on?" her younger companion softly inquired, rising also. This was a question of wider bearing than the good woman apparently supposed, and the lady in spectacles took a harmonizing view by saying comfortably, "Fortunately, there are good people everywhere." "If you're going, there will be two less here," her host remarked gallantly. For this extravagant sally his simple visitors had no answer, and they simply looked at each other in decent deprecation, but their confusion was speedily covered by the return of the young girl with two large bunches of roses, one of them all white, the other red. "I give you your choice, Maman Catherine," said the child. "It's only the color that's different, Maman Justine. There are just as many roses in one bunch as in the other." The two sisters turned to each other, smiling and hesitating, with, "Which will you take?" and "No, it is for you to choose." "I'll take the red, thank you," said Catherine in the spectacles. "I'm so red myself. They'll comfort us on the way back to Rome." "Ah, they won't last," cried the young girl. "I wish I could give you something that would last." "You've given us a good memory of yourself, my daughter. That will last." I wish nuns could wear pretty things. I would give you my blue beads, the child went on. And do you go back to Rome tonight? Her father inquired. Yes, we take the train again. We've so much to do là-bas. Are you not tired? We are never tired. Ah, my sister, sometimes, murmured the junior votaress. Not to-day, at any rate. We have rested too well here. Que Dieu vous garde, ma fille. Their host, while they exchanged kisses with his daughter, went forward to open the door through which they were to pass. But as he did so he gave a slight exclamation, and stood looking beyond. The door opened into a vaulted antechamber, as high as a chapel and paved with red tiles, and into this antechamber a lady had just been admitted by a servant, a lad in shabby livery, who was now ushering her toward the apartment in which our friends were grouped. The gentleman at the door, after dropping his exclamation, remained silent. In silence, too, the lady advanced. He gave her no further audible greeting, and offered her no hand, but stood aside to let her pass into the salon. At the threshold she hesitated. "Is there any one?" she asked. "Some one, you may see." She went in and found herself confronted with the two nuns and their pupil, who was coming forward between them with a hand in the arm of each. At the sight of the new visitor they all paused, and the lady, who had also stopped, stood looking at them. The young girl gave a little soft cry. "Ah, Madame Mère!" The visitor had been slightly startled, but her manner the next instant was none the less gracious. "Yes, it's Madame Mère come to welcome you home." And she held out two hands to the girl, who immediately came up to her, presenting her forehead to be kissed. Madame Mère saluted this portion of her charming little person, and then stood smiling at the two nuns. They acknowledged her smile with a decent obeisance, but permitted themselves no direct scrutiny of this imposing, brilliant woman, who seemed to bring in with her something of the radiance of the outer world. "These ladies have brought my daughter home, and now they return to the convent," the gentleman explained. "Ah, you go back to Rome? I've lately come from there. It's very lovely now," said Madame Mère. The good sisters, standing with their hands folded into their sleeves, accepted this statement uncritically, and the master of the house asked his new visitor how long it was since she had left Rome. "She came to see me at the convent," said the young girl before the lady addressed had time to reply. "I've been more than once, Pansy," Madame Mère declared. "Am I not your great friend in Rome?" "I remember the last time best," said Pansy, "because you told me I should come away." "Did you tell her that?" the child's father asked. "I hardly remember. I told her what I thought would please her. I've been in Florence a week. I hoped you would come to see me." "I should have done so if I had known you were there. One doesn't know such things by inspiration, though I suppose one ought. You had better sit down." These two speeches were made in a particular tone of voice, a tone half lowered and carefully quiet, but as from habit rather than from any definite need. Madame Mère looked about her, choosing her seat. "You're going to the door with these women? Let me of course not interrupt the ceremony. Je vous salue, mesdames," she added in French to the nuns, as if to dismiss them. "This lady is a great friend of ours. You will have seen her at the convent," said their entertainer. "We've much faith in her judgment, and she'll help me to decide whether my daughter shall return to you at the end of the holidays." "I hope you'll decide in our favour, madame," the sister in spectacles ventured to remark. "That's Mr. Osmond's pleasantry. I decide nothing," said Madame Mère, but also as in pleasantry. "I believe you've a very good school, but Miss Osmond's friends must remember that she's very naturally meant for the world." "That's what I've told monsieur," Sister Catherine answered. "It's precisely to fit her for the world," she murmured, glancing at Pansy, who stood at a little distance, attentive to Madame Mère's elegant apparel. "Do you hear that, Pansy? You're very naturally meant for the world," said Pansy's father. The child fixed him an instant with her pure young eyes. "Am I not meant for you, papa?" Papa gave a quick, light laugh. "That doesn't prevent it. I'm of the world, Pansy." "Kindly permit us to retire," said Sister Catherine. "Be good and wise and happy in any case, my daughter." "I shall certainly come back and see you," Pansy returned, recommencing her embraces, which were presently interrupted by Madame Mère. "Stay with me, dear child," she said, "while your father takes the good ladies to the door." Pansy stared, disappointed, yet not protesting. She was evidently impregnated with the idea of submission, which was due to any one who took the tone of authority, and she was a passive spectator of the operation of her fate. "May I not see Maman Catherine get into the carriage?" she nevertheless asked very gently. "It would please me better if you'd remain with me," said Madame Merle, while Mr. Osmond and his companions, who had bowed low again to the other visitor, passed into the antechamber. "Oh yes, I'll stay," Pansy answered, and she stood near Madame Merle, surrendering her little hand, which this lady took. She stared out of the window. Her eyes had filled with tears. "I'm glad they've taught you to obey," said Madame Merle. "That's what good little girls should do." "Oh yes, I obey very well," cried Pansy, with soft eagerness, almost with boastfulness, as if she had been speaking of her piano playing. And then she gave a faint, just audible sigh. Madame Merle, holding her hand, drew it across her own fine palm and looked at it. The gaze was critical, but it found nothing to deprecate. The child's small hand was delicate and fair. "I hope they always see that you wear your gloves," she said in a moment. "Little girls usually dislike them." "I used to dislike them, but I like them now," the child made answer. "Very good. I'll make you a present of a dozen." "I thank you very much. What colors will they be?" Pansy demanded with interest. Madame Merle meditated. "Useful colors." "But very pretty?" "Are you very fond of pretty things?" "Yes, but not too fond," said Pansy with a trace of asceticism. "Well, they won't be too pretty," Madame Merle returned with a laugh. She took the child's other hand and drew her nearer, after which, looking at her a moment, "Shall you miss Mother Catherine?" she went on. "Yes, when I think of her." "Then try not to think of her. Perhaps some day," added Madame Merle, "you'll have another mother." "I don't think that's necessary," Pansy said, repeating her little soft, conciliatory sigh. "I had more than 30 mothers at the convent." Her father's step sounded again in the antechamber, and Madame Merle got up, releasing the child. Mr. Osmond came in and closed the door. Then, without looking at Madame Merle, he pushed one or two chairs back into their places. His visitor waited a moment for him to speak, watching him as he moved about. Then at last she said, "I'd hoped you'd have come to Rome. I thought it possible you'd have wished yourself to fetch Pansy away." "That was a natural supposition, but I'm afraid it's not the first time I've acted in defiance of your calculations." "Yes," said Madame Merle, "I think you're very perverse." Mr. Osmond busied himself for a moment in the room. There was plenty of space in it to move about, in the fashion of a man mechanically seeking pretexts for not giving an attention which may be embarrassing. Presently, however, he had exhausted his pretexts. There was nothing left for him to do, unless he took up a book, but to stand with his hands behind him, looking at Pansy. "Why didn't you come and see the last of Maman Catherine?" he asked her abruptly in French. Pansy hesitated a moment, glancing at Madame Merle. "I asked her to stay with me," said this lady, who had seated herself again in another place. "Ah, that was better," Osmond conceded, with which he dropped into a chair and sat looking at Madame Merle, bent forward a little, his elbows on the edge of the arms, and his hands interlocked. "She's going to give me some gloves," said Pansy. "You needn't tell that to everyone, my dear," Madame Merle observed. "You're very kind to her," said Osmond. "She's supposed to have everything she needs." "I should think she had had enough of the nuns." "If we're going to discuss that matter, she had better go out of the room." "Let her stay," said Madame Merle. "We'll talk of something else." "If you like, I won't listen," Pansy suggested, with an appearance of candour which imposed conviction. "You may listen, charming child, because you won't understand," her father replied. The child sat down, deferentially, near the open door, within sight of the garden, into which she directed her innocent, wistful eyes, and Mr. Osmond went on, irrelevantly, addressing himself to his other companion. "You're looking particularly well." "I think I always look the same," said Madame Merle. "You always are the same. You don't vary. You're a wonderful woman." "Yes, I think I am." "You sometimes change your mind, however. You told me, on your return from England, that you wouldn't leave Rome again for the present." "I'm pleased that you remember so well what I say. That was my intention, but I've come to Florence to meet some friends who have lately arrived, and as to whose movements I was at that time uncertain." "That reason's characteristic. You're always doing something for your friends." Madame Merle smiled straight at her host. "It's less characteristic than your comment upon it, which is perfectly insincere. I don't, however, make a crime of that," she added, "because if you don't believe what you say, there's no reason why you should. I don't ruin myself for my friends. I don't deserve your praise. I care greatly for myself." "Exactly. But yourself includes so many other selves, so much of everyone else, and of everything. I never knew a person whose life touched so many other lives." "What do you call one's life?" asked Madame Merle. "One's appearance, one's movements, one's engagements, one's society?" "I call your life your ambitions," said Osmond. Madame Merle looked a moment at Pansy. "I wonder if she understands that," she murmured. "You see she can't stay with us." And Pansy's father gave a rather joyless smile. "Go into the garden, Mignon, and pluck a flower or two for Madame Merle," he went on in French. "That's just what I wanted to do," Pansy exclaimed, rising with promptness and noiselessly departing. Her father followed her to the open door, stood a moment watching her, and then came back, but remained standing, or rather strolling to and fro, as if to cultivate a sense of freedom which in another attitude might be wanting. "My ambitions are principally for you," said Madame Merle, looking up at him with a certain courage. "That comes back to what I say. I'm part of your life, I and 1,000 others. You're not selfish, I can't admit that. If you were selfish, what should I be? What epithet would properly describe me? You're indolent. For me that's your worst fault." "I'm afraid it's really my best." "You don't care," said Madame Merle gravely. "No, I don't think I care much. What sort of a fault do you call that? My indolence, at any rate, was one of the reasons I didn't go to Rome, but it was only one of them." "It's not of importance, to me at least, that you didn't go, though I should have been glad to see you. I'm glad you're not in Rome now, which you might be, would probably be, if you had gone there a month ago. There's something I should like you to do at present in Florence." "Please remember my indolence," said Osmond. "I do remember it, but I beg you to forget it. In that way you'll have both the virtue and the reward. This is not a great labour, and it may prove a real interest. How long is it since you made a new acquaintance?" "I don't think I've made any since I made yours." "It's time, then, that you should make another. There's a friend of mine I want you to know." Mr. Osmond, in his walk, had gone back to the open door again, and was looking at his daughter as she moved about in the intense sunshine. "What good will it do me?" he asked with a sort of genial crudity. Madame Merle waited. "It will amuse you." There was nothing crude in this rejoinder. It had been thoroughly well considered. "If you say that, you know, I believe it," said Osmond, coming toward her. "There are some points in which my confidence in you is complete. I'm perfectly aware, for instance, that you know good society from bad." "Society is all bad." "Pardon me. That isn't the knowledge I impute to you. A common sort of wisdom. You've gained it in the right way, experimentally. You've compared an immense number of more or less impossible people with each other." "Well, I invite you to profit by my knowledge." "To profit? Are you very sure that I shall?" "It's what I hope. It will depend on yourself. If I could only induce you to make an effort." "Ah, there you are. I knew something tiresome was coming. What in the world, that's likely to turn up here, is worth an effort?" Madame Merle flushed as with a wounded intention. "Don't be foolish, Osmond. No one knows better than you what is worth an effort. Haven't I seen you in old days?" "I recognize some things, but they're none of them probable in this poor life." "It's the effort that makes them probable," said Madame Merle. "There's something in that. Who, then, is your friend?" "The person I came to Florence to see. She's a niece of Mrs. Touchet, whom you'll not have forgotten." "A niece? The word niece suggests youth and ignorance. I see what you're coming to." "Yes, she's young, 23 years old. She's a great friend of mine. I met her for the first time in England several months ago, and we struck up a grand alliance. I like her immensely, and I do what I don't do every day. I admire her. You'll do the same." "Not if I can help it." "Precisely. But you won't be able to help it." "Is she beautiful, clever, rich, splendid, universally intelligent, and unprecedentedly virtuous?" "It's only on those conditions that I care to make her acquaintance. You know I asked you some time ago never to speak to me of a creature who shouldn't correspond to that description. I know plenty of dingy people. I don't want to know any more." "Miss Archer isn't dingy. She's as bright as the morning. She corresponds to all your description. It's for that I wish you to know her. She fills all your requirements." "More or less, of course." "No, quite literally. She's beautiful, accomplished, generous. and for an American, well born. She's also very clever and very amiable, and she has a handsome fortune." Mr. Osmond listened to this in silence, appearing to turn it over in his mind with his eyes on his informant. "What do you want to do with her?" he asked at last. "What you see. Put her in your way." "Isn't she meant for something better than that?" "I don't pretend to know what people are meant for," said Madame Merle. "I only know what I can do with them." "I'm sorry for Miss Archer," Osmond declared. Madame Merle got up. "If that's a beginning of interest in her, I take note of it." The two stood there face to face. She settled her mantilla, looking down at it as she did so. "You're looking very well," Osmond repeated still less relevantly than before. "You have some idea. You're never so well as when you've got an idea. They're always becoming to you." In the manner and tone of these two persons, on first meeting at any juncture, and especially when they met in the presence of others, was something indirect and circumspect, as if they had approached each other obliquely and addressed each other by implication. The effect of each appeared to be to intensify to an appreciable degree the self-consciousness of the other. Madame Merle, of course, carried off any embarrassment better than her friend, but even Madame Merle had not on this occasion the form she would have liked to have, the perfect self-possession she would have wished to wear for her host. The point to be made is, however, that at a certain moment the element between them, whatever it was, always levelled itself and left them more closely face to face than either ever was with anyone else. This was what had happened now. They stood there knowing each other well, and each on the whole willing to accept the satisfaction of knowing as a compensation for the inconvenience, whatever it might be, of being known. "I wish very much you were not so heartless," Madame Merle quietly said. "It has always been against you, and it will be against you now." "I'm not so heartless as you think. Every now and then something touches me, as for instance your saying just now that your ambitions are for me. I don't understand it, I don't see how or why they should be, but it touches me all the same." "You'll probably understand it even less as time goes on. There are some things you'll never understand. There's no particular need you should." "You, after all, are the most remarkable of women," said Osmond. "You have more in you than almost any one. I don't see why you think Mrs. Touchet's niece should matter very much to me when but he paused a moment. "When I myself have mattered so little?" "That, of course, is not what I meant to say. When I've known and appreciated such a woman as you." "Isabel Archer's better than I," said Madame Merle. Her companion gave a laugh. "How little you must think of her to say that." "Do you suppose I'm capable of jealousy? Please answer me that." "With regard to me? No, on the whole I don't." "Come and see me, then, 2 days hence. I'm staying at Mrs. Touchet's, Palazzo Crescentini, and the girl will be there." "Why didn't you ask me that at first simply, without speaking of the girl?" said Osmond. "You could have had her there, at any rate." Madame Merle looked at him in the manner of a woman whom no question he could ever put would find unprepared. "Do you wish to know why?" "Because I've spoken of you to her." Osmond frowned and turned away. "I'd rather not know that." Then in a moment he pointed out the easel supporting the little water colour drawing. "Have you seen what's there, my last?" Madame Merle drew near and considered. "Is it the Venetian Alps? One of your last year's sketches?" "Yes, but how you guess everything!" She looked a moment longer, then turned away. "You know I don't care for your drawings." "I know it, yet I'm always surprised by it. They're really so much better than most people's." "That may very well be. But as the only thing you do, well, it's so little. I should have liked you to do so many other things. Those were my ambitions." "Yes, you've told me many times. Things that were impossible." "Things that were impossible," said Madame Merle. And then, in quite a different tone, "In itself your little picture's very good." She looked about the room, at the old cabinets, pictures, tapestries, surfaces of faded silk. "Your rooms, at least, are perfect. I'm struck with that afresh whenever I come back. I know none better anywhere. You understand this sort of thing as nobody anywhere does. You've such adorable taste." "I'm sick of my adorable taste," said Gilbert Osmond. "You must nevertheless let Miss Archer come and see it. I've told her about it." "I don't object to showing my things, when people are not idiots." "You do it delightfully. As cicerone of your museum you appear to particular advantage." Mr. Osmond, in return for this compliment, simply looked at once colder and more attentive. Did you say she was rich? She has 70,000 pounds. Un écu bien compte? There's no doubt whatever about her fortune. I've seen it, as I may say. Satisfactory woman. I mean you. And if I go to see her, shall I see the mother? The mother? She has none, nor father either. The aunt, then. Whom did you say? Mrs. Touchet? I can easily keep her out of the way. I don't object to her, said Osmond. I rather like Mrs. Touchet. She has a sort of old-fashioned character that's passing away, a vivid identity. But that long jackanapes the son, is he about the place? He's there, but he won't trouble you. He's a good deal of a donkey. I think you're mistaken. He's a very clever man, but he's not fond of being about when I'm there, because he doesn't like me. What could be more asinine than that? Did you say she has looks? Osmond went on. Yes, but I won't say it again, lest you should be disappointed in them. Come and make a beginning, that's all I ask of you. A beginning of what? Madame Merle was silent a little. I want you, of course, to marry her. The beginning of the end? Well, I'll see for myself. Have you told her that? For what do you take me? She's not so coarse a piece of machinery, nor am I. Really, said Osmond after some meditation, I don't understand your ambitions. I think you'll understand this one after you've seen Miss Archer. Suspend your judgment. Madame Merle, as she spoke, had drawn near the open door of the garden, where she stood a moment looking out. Pansy has really grown pretty, she presently added. So it seemed to me. But she has had enough of the convent. I don't know, said Osmond. I like what they've made of her. It's very charming. That's not the convent, it's the child's nature. It's the combination, I think. She's as pure as a pearl. Why doesn't she come back with my flowers, then? Madame Merle asked. She's not in a hurry. We'll go and get them. She doesn't like me, the visitor murmured, as she raised her parasol and they passed into the garden. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martina. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James. Chapter 23. Madame Merle, who had come to Florence on Mrs. Tachet's arrival, at the invitation of this lady, Mrs. Tachet offering her for a month the hospitality of Palazzo Crescentini, the judicious Madame Merle spoke to Isabel afresh about Gilbert Osmond, and expressed the hope she might know him, making, however, no such point of the matter as we have seen her do in recommending the girl herself to Mr. Osmond's attention. The reason of this was perhaps that Isabel offered no resistance whatever to Madame Merle's proposal. In Italy, as in England, the lady had a multitude of friends, both among the natives of the country and its heterogeneous visitors. She had mentioned to Isabel most of the people the girl would find it well to meet. Of course, she said, Isabel could know whomever in the wide world she would, and that placed Mr. Osmond near the top of the list. He was an old friend of her own. She had known him these dozen years. He was one of the cleverest and most agreeable men, well, in Europe simply. He was altogether above the respectable average. Quite another affair. He wasn't a professional charmer, far from it, and the effect he produced depended a good deal on the state of his nerves and his spirits. When not in the right mood, he could fall as low as anyone, saved only by his looking, at such hours, rather like a demoralized prince in exile. But if he cared, or was interested, or rightly challenged, just exactly rightly that to be, then one felt his cleverness and his distinction. Those qualities didn't depend in him, as in so many people, on his not committing or exposing himself. He had his perversities, which indeed Isabel would find to be the case with all the men really worth knowing. It didn't cause his light to shine equally for all persons. Madame Merle, however, thought she could undertake that for Isabel he would be brilliant. He was easily bored, too easily, and that people always put him out. But a quick and cultivated girl like Isabel would give him a stimulus which was too absent from his life. At any rate, He was a person not to miss. One shouldn't attempt to live in Italy without making a friend of Gilbert Osmond, who knew more about the country than anyone except 2 or 3 German professors. And if they had more knowledge than he, it was he who had the most perception and taste, being artistic through and through. Isabel remembered that her friend had spoken of him during their plunge at Gardencourt into the deeps of talk, and wondered a little what was the nature of the tie binding these superior spirits. She felt that Madame Mel's ties always somehow had histories, and such an impression was part of the interest created by this inordinate woman. As regards her relation with Mr. Osmond, however, she hinted at nothing but a long-established calm friendship. Isabel said she should be happy to know a person who had enjoyed so high a confidence for so many years. "You ought to see a great many men," Madame Mel remarked. "You ought to see as many as possible, so as to get used to them." "Used to them?" Isabel repeated with that solemn stare which sometimes seemed to proclaim her deficient in the sense of comedy. "Why, I'm not afraid of them. I'm used to them as the cook to the butcher boys." "Used to them, I mean, so as to despise them. That's what one comes to with most of them. You'll pick out for your society the few whom you don't despise." This was a note of cynicism that Madame Mel didn't often allow herself to sound, but Isabel was not alarmed, for she had never supposed that as one saw more of the world the sentiment of respect became the most active of one's emotion. It was excited, none the less, by the beautiful city of Florence, which pleased her not less than Madame Mel had promised, and if her unassisted perception had not been able to gauge its charms, she had clever companions as priests to the mystery. She was in no want indeed of aesthetic illumination, for Ralph found it a joy that renewed his own early passion to act as cicerone to his eager young kinswoman. Madame Mel remained at home. She had seen the treasures of Florence again and again, and had always something else to do, but she talked of all the things with remarkable vividness of memory. She recalled the right-hand corner of the large Perugino and the position of the hands of St. Elizabeth in the picture next to it. She had her opinions as to the character of many famous works of art, differing often from Ralph with great sharpness, and defending her interpretation with as much ingenuity as good humour. Isabel listened to the discussion taking place between the two with a sense that she might derive much benefit from them, and that they were among the advantages she couldn't have enjoyed, for instance, in Albany. In the clear May mornings, before the formal breakfast, this repast at Mrs. Tachet was served at 12 o'clock, she wandered with her cousin through the narrow, sombre Florentine street, resting a while in the thicker dusk of some historic church, or the vaulted chambers of some dispeopled convent. She went to the galleries and palaces, she looked at the pictures and statues that had hitherto been great names to her, and exchanged for a knowledge which was sometimes a limitation, a presentiment which proved usually to have been a blank. She performed all those acts of mental prostration in which, on a first visit to Italy, youth and enthusiasm so freely indulge. She felt her heart beat in the presence of immortal genius, and knew the sweetness of rising tears in eyes to which faded fresco and darkened marble grew dim. But the return every day was even pleasanter than the going forth, the return into the wide monumental court of the great house in which Mrs. Tachet, many years before, had established herself, and into the high, cool rooms, where the carven rafter and the pompous frescoes of the 16th century looked down on the familiar commodities of the aged advertisement. Mrs. Tachet inhabited an historic building in a narrow street, whose very name recalled the strife of medieval faction, and found compensation for the darkness of her frontage in the modicity of her rent, and the brightness of a garden where nature itself looked as archaic as the rugged architecture of the palace, and which cleared and scented the rooms in regular use. To live in such place was, for Isabel, to hold to her ear all day a shell of the sea of the past. This vague, eternal rumour kept her imagination awake. Gilbert Osmond came to see Madame Mel, who presented him to the young lady lurking at the other side of the room. Isabel took on this occasion little part in the talk. She scarcely even smiled when the others turned to her invitingly. She sat there as if she had been at the play and had paid even a large sum for her place. Mrs. Touchett was not present, and these two had it for the effect of brilliancy of their own way. They talked of the Florentine, the Roman, the cosmopolite world, and might have been distinguished performers figuring for a charity. It all had the rich readiness that would have come from rehearsal. Madame Mel appealed to her as if she had been on the stage, but she could ignore any learned cue with spoiling the scene. Though, of course, she thus put dreadfully in the wrong the friend who had told Mr. Osmond she could be depended on. It was no matter for once. Even if more had been involved, she could have made no attempt to shine. There was something in the visitor that checked her and held her in suspense, made it more important she should get an impression of him than that she should produce one herself. Besides, she had little skill in producing an impression which she knew to be expected. Nothing could be happier in general than to seem dazzling, but she had a perverse unwillingness to glitter by arrangement. Mr. Osmond, to do him justice, had a well-bred air of expecting nothing, a quiet ease that covered everything, even the first show of his own wit. This was the more grateful as his face, his head was sensitive. He was not handsome, but he was fine as one of the drawings in the long gallery above the bridge of the Uffizi. And his very voice was fine, the more strangely that, with its clearness, it yet somehow wasn't sweet. This had really to do with making her abstain from interference. His utterance was the vibration of glass, and if she had put out her finger she might have changed the pitch and spoiled the concert. Yet, before he went, she had to speak. "Madame Mel," he said, "consent to come up to my hilltop Sunday next week, and drink tea in my garden. It would give me much pleasure if you would come with her. Is thought rather pretty. That's what they call a general view. My daughter, too, would be so glad, or rather, for she is too young to have strong emotion, I should be so glad, so very glad." And Mr. Osmond paused with a slight air of embarrassment, leaving his sentence unfinished. "I should be so happy if you could know my daughter," he went on a moment afterward. Isabel replied that she should be delighted to see Miss Osmond, and that if Madame Mel would show her the way to the hilltop, she should be very grateful. Upon this assurance the visitor took his leave, after which Isabel fully expected her friend would scold her for having been so stupid. But to her surprise, that lady, who indeed never fell into the mere matter, of course, said to her in a few moments, "You were charming, my dear. You were just as one would have wished you. You are never disappointing." A rebuke might possibly have been irritating, though it's much more probable that Isabel would have taken it in good part. But, strange to say, the words that Madame Mel actually used caused her the first feeling of displeasure she had known this ally to excite. "That's more than I intended," she answered coldly. "I'm under no obligation that I know of to charm Mr. Osmond." Madame Mel perceptibly flushed, but we know it was not her habit to retract. "My dear child, I didn't speak for him, poor man. I spoke for yourself. It's not, of course, a question as to his liking you. It matters little whether he likes you or not. But I thought you liked him." "I did," said Isabel honestly, "but I don't see what matters either." "Everything that concerns you matters to me," Madame Mel returned with her weary nobleness, "especially when at the same time another old friend's concerned." Whatever Isabel's obligation may have been to Mr. Osmond, it must be admitted that she found them sufficient to lead her to put to Ralph sundry questions about him. She thought Ralph's judgment distorted by his trials, but she flattered herself she had learned to make allowance for that. "Do I know him?" said her cousin. "Oh yes, I know him. Not well, but on the whole enough. I've never cultivated his society, and he apparently has never found mine indispensable to his happiness." "Who is he? What is he?" "He's a vague, unexplained American, who has been living these 30 years or less in Italy." "Why do I call him unexplained?" "Only as a cover for my ignorance. I don't know his antecedent, his family, his origin. For all I do know, he may be a prince in disguise. He rather looks like one, by the way, like a prince who has abdicated in a fit of fastidiousness, and has been in state of disgust ever since. He used to live in Rome, but of late years he has taken up his abode here. I remember hearing him say that Rome has grown vulgar. He has a great dread of vulgarity. That is his special line. He hasn't any other that I know of. He lives in his income, which I suspect of not being vulgarly large. He's a poor but honest gentleman. That's what he calls himself. He married young and lost his wife, and I believe he has a daughter. He also has a sister, who is married to some small count or other of these parts. I remember meeting her of old. She is nicer than he, I should think, but rather impossible. I remember there used to be some stories about her. I recommend you to know her, but why don't you ask Madame Merle about these people? She knows them all much better than I. I ask you because I want your opinion as well as hers, said Isabel. A fig for my opinion. If you fall in love with Mr. Osmond, what will you care for that? Not much, probably, but meanwhile it has a certain importance. The more information one has about one's dangers, the better. I don't agree to that. It may make them dangerous. We know too much about people in this day. We hear too much. Our ears, our mind, our mouth are stuffed with personalities. Don't mind anything anyone tells you about anyone else. Judge everyone and everything for yourself. That's what I try to do, said Isabel. But when you do that, people call you conceited. You are not to mind them. That's precisely my argument. Not to mind what they say about yourself any more than what they say about your friend or your enemy. Isabel considered. I think you are right, but there are some things I can't help minding, for instance, when my friends are attacked or when I myself am praised. Of course you are always at liberty to judge the critic. Judge people as critics, however, Ralph added, and you condemn them all. I shall see Mr. Osmond for myself, said Isabel. I promise to pay him a visit. To pay him a visit? To go and see his view, his pictures, his daughter. I don't know exactly what Madame has to take me. She tells me a great many ladies call on him. Ha! With Madame Merle you may go anywhere. De confiance, said Ralph. She knows no one but the best people. Isabel said no more about Mr. Osmond, but she presently remarked to her cousin that she was not satisfied with his tone about Madame Merle. It seems to me you insinuate things about her. I don't know what you mean, but if you have any ground for disliking her, I think you should either mention them frankly or else say nothing at all. Ralph, however, resented the charge with more apparent earnestness than he commonly used. I speak of Madame Merle exactly as I speak to her, with an even exaggerated respect. Exaggerated, precisely, that's what I complain of. I do so because Madame Merle's merits are exaggerated. By whom, pray? By me. If so, I do her a poor service. No, no, by herself. Ah, I protest, Isabel innocently cried. If ever there was a woman who made small claims, you put your finger on it, Ralph interrupted. Her modesty is exaggerate. She has no business with small claims. She has a perfect right to make large ones. Her merits are large then. You contradict yourself. Her merits are immense, said Ralph. She is indescribably blameless. A pathless desert of virtue. The only woman I know who never gives one a chance. A chance for what? Well, say to call her a fool. She is the only woman I know who has but that one little fault. Isabel turned away with impatience. I don't understand you. You are too paradoxical for my plain mind. Let me explain. When I say she exaggerates, I don't mean in the vulgar sense that she boasts, overstates, gives too fine an account of herself. I mean literally that she pushes the search for perfection too far, that her merits are in themselves overstrained. She is too good, too kind, too clever, too learned, too accomplished, too everything. She is too complete, in a word. I confess to you that she acts on my nerves, and I feel about her a good deal as the intensely human Athenian felt about Aristides the Just. Isabel looked hard at her cousin, but the mocking spirit, if it lurked in his words, failed on this occasion to peep from his face. "Do you wish Madame Mère to be banished?" "By no means. She is much too good company. I delight in Madame Mère," said Ralph Tachette simply. "You are very odious, sir," Isabel exclaimed, and then she asked him if he knew anything that was not the honor of her brilliant friend. "Nothing whatever. Don't you see that's just what I mean? On the character of everyone else you may find some little black speck. If I were to take half an hour to it some day, I have no doubt I should be able to find one on yours. For my own, of course I'm spotted like a leopard, but on Madame Mère's nothing, nothing, nothing." "That's just what I think," said Isabel with a toss of her head. "That is why I like her so much. She is a capital person for you to know. Since you wish to see the world, you couldn't have a better guide. I suppose you mean by that she's worldly." "Worldly? No," said Ralph. "She's the great round world itself." It had certainly not, as Isabel for the moment took it into her head to believe, been a refinement of malice in him to say that he delighted in Madame Mère. Ralph Tachette took his refreshment wherever he could find it, and he would not have forgiven himself if he had been left wholly unbeguiled by such a mistress of the social art. There are deep, lying sympathies and antipathies, and it may have been that in spite of the administered justice she enjoyed at his hand, her absence from his mother's house would not have made life barren to him. But Ralph Tachette had learned more or less inscrutably to attend, and there could have been nothing so sustained to attend to as the general performance of Madame Mère. He tasted her in sips. He let her stand with an opportuneness she herself could not have surpassed. There were moments when he felt almost sorry for her, and these, oddly enough, were the moments when his kindness was least demonstrative. He was sure she had been yearningly ambitious, and that what she had visibly accomplished was far below her secret measure. She had got herself into perfect training, but had won none of the prizes. She was always playing Madame Mère, the widow of a Swiss negociant with a small income and a large acquaintance, who stayed with people a great deal and was almost as universally liked as some new volume of the smooth twaddle. The contrast between this position and any one of some half dozen others that he supposed to have at various moments engaged her hoped at an element of the tragical. His mother thought he got on beautifully with their genial guest. To Mrs. Tachette's sense, two persons who dealt so largely into ingenious theory of conduct that is of their own would have much in common. He had given due consideration to Isabel's intimacy with her eminent friend, having long since made up his mind that he could not, without opposition, keep his cousin to himself, and he made the best of it, as he had done of worse things. He believed it would take care of itself. It wouldn't last forever. Neither of these two superior persons knew the other as well as she supposed, and when each had made an important discovery, or two, there would be, if not a rupture, at least a relaxation. Meanwhile, he was quite willing to admit that the conversation of the elder lady was an advantage to the younger, who had a great deal to learn, and would doubtless learn it better from Madame Mère than from some other instructors of the young. It was not probable that Isabel would be injured. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Portrait of a Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James. Chapter 24. It would certainly have been hard to see what injury could arise to her from the visit she presently paid to Mr. Osmond's Hilltop. Nothing could have been more charming than this occasion, a soft afternoon in the full maturity of the Tuscan spring. The companions drove out of the Roman gate, beneath the enormous blank superstructure which crowns the fine clear arch of that portal, and makes it nakedly impressive, and wound between high-walled lanes, into which the wealth of blossoming orchards overdrooped and flung a fragrance, until they reached the small super-urban piazza of crooked shape, where the long brown wall of the villa, occupied in part by Mr. Osmond, formed a principal, or at least a very imposing object. Isabel went with her friend through a wide high court, where a clear shadow rested below, and a pair of light arched galleries, facing each other above, caught the upper sunshine upon their slim columns and the flowering plants in which they were dressed. There was something grave and strong in the place. It looked somehow as if, once you were in, you would need an act of energy to get out. For Isabel, however, there was of course as yet no thought of getting out, but only of advancing. Mr. Osmond met her in the cold antechamber, it was cold even in the month of May, and ushered her, with her conductress, into the apartment to which we have already been introduced. Madame Mère was in front, and while Isabel lingered a little, talking with him, she went forward familiarly and greeted two persons who were seated in the saloon. One of these was little Pansy, on whom she bestowed a kiss. The other was a lady whom Mr. Osmond indicated to Isabel as his sister, the Countess Gemini. "And that's my little girl," he said, "who has just come out of her convent." Pansy had on a scant white dress, and her fair hair was neatly arranged in a net. She wore her small shoes tied sandal fashion about her ankles. She made Isabel a little conventual curtsy, and then came to be kissed. The Countess Gemini simply nodded without getting up. Isabel could see she was a woman of high fashion. She was thin and dark, and not at all pretty, having features that suggested some tropical bird, a long beak-like nose, small, quickly moving eyes, and a mouth and chin that receded extremely. Her expression, however, thanks to various intensities of emphasis and wonder, of horror and joy, was not inhuman, and as regards her appearance it was plain she understood herself, and made the most of her points. Her attire, voluminous and delicate, bristling with elegance, had the look of shimmering plumage, and her attitudes were as light and sudden as those of a creature who perched upon twigs. She had a great deal of manner. Isabel, who had never known any one with so much manner, immediately classed her as the most affected of women. She remembered that Ralph had not recommended her as an acquaintance, but she was ready to acknowledge that to a casual view the Countess Gemini revealed no depths. Her demonstrations suggested the violent waving of some flag of general truce, white silk with fluttering streamers. "You'll believe I'm glad to see you when I tell you it's only because I knew you were to be here that I came myself. I don't come and see my brother, I make him come to see me. This hill of his is impossible. I don't see what possesses him. Really, Osmond, you'll be the ruin of my horses some day, and if it hurts them you'll have to give me another pair. I heard them wheezing to day, I assure you I did. It's very disagreeable to hear one's horses wheezing when one's sitting in the carriage. It sounds, too, as if they weren't what they should be. But I've always had good horses. Whatever else I may have lacked, I've always managed that. My husband doesn't know much, but I think he knows a horse. In general, Italians don't, but my husband goes in, according to his poor light, for everything English. My horses are English, so it's all the greater pity they should be ruined. I must tell you," she went on, directly addressing Isabel, "that Osmond doesn't often invite me. I don't think he likes to have me. It was quite my own idea, coming to day. I like to see new people, and I'm sure you're very new. But don't sit there, that chair's not what it looks. There are some very good seats here, but there are also some horrors." These remarks were delivered with a series of little jerks and pecks, of roulades of shrillness, and in an accent that was as some fond recall of good English, or rather of good American, in adversity. "I don't like to have you, my dear," said her brother. "I'm sure you're invaluable." "I don't see any horrors anywhere," Isabel returned, looking about her. "Everything seems to me beautiful and precious. I've a few good things," Mr. Osmond allowed. "Indeed, I've nothing very bad, but I've not what I should have liked." He stood there a little awkwardly, smiling and glancing about. His manner was an odd mixture of the detached and the involved. He seemed to hint that nothing but the right "values" was of any consequence. Isabel made a rapid induction. Perfect simplicity was not the badge of his family. Even the little girl from the convent, who, in her prim white dress, with her small submissive face, and her hands locked before her, stood there as if she were about to partake of her first communion, even Mr. Osmond's diminutive daughter, had a kind of finish that was not entirely artless. "You'd have liked a few things from the Uffizi and the Pitti, that's what you'd have liked," said Madame Maille. "Poor Osmond, with his old curtains and crucifixes!" the Countess Gemini exclaimed. She appeared to call her brother only by his family name. Her ejaculation had no particular object. She smiled at Isabel as she made it, and looked at her from head to foot. Her brother had not heard her. He seemed to be thinking what he could say to Isabel. "Won't you have some tea? You must be very tired," he at last bethought himself of remarking. "No, indeed, I'm not tired. What have I done to tire me?" Isabel felt a certain need of being very direct, of pretending to nothing. There was something in the air, in her general impression of things, she could hardly have said what it was, that deprived her of all disposition to put herself forward. The place, the occasion, the combination of people, signified more than lay on the surface. She would try to understand. She would not simply utter graceful platitudes. Poor Isabel was doubtless not aware that many women would have uttered graceful platitudes to cover the working of their observation. It must be confessed that her pride was a trifle alarmed. A man she had heard spoken of in terms that excited interest, and who was evidently capable of distinguishing himself, had invited her, a young lady, not lavish of her favours, to come to his house. Now that she had done so, the burden of the entertainment rested naturally on his wit. Isabel was not rendered less observant, and, for the moment, we judge, she was not rendered more indulgent, by perceiving that Mr. Osmond carried his burden less complacently than might have been expected. "What a fool I was to have let myself so needlessly in!" she could fancy his exclaiming to himself. "You'll be tired when you go home, if he shows you all his bibelots, and gives you a lecture on each," said the Countess Gemini. "I'm not afraid of that; but if I'm tired, I shall at least have learnt something. Very little, I suspect, but my sister's dreadfully afraid of learning anything," said Mr. Osmond. "Oh, I confess to that. I don't want to know anything more. I know too much already. The more you know, the more unhappy you are." "You should not undervalue knowledge before Pansy, who has not finished her education," Madame Maille interposed with a smile. "Pansy will never know any harm," said the child's father. "Pansy's a little convent flower." "Oh, the convents, the convents!" cried the Countess with a flutter of her ruffles. "Speak to me of the convents. You may learn anything there. I'm a convent flower myself. I don't pretend to be good, but the nuns do. Don't you see what I mean?" she went on, appealing to Isabel. Isabel was not sure she saw, and she answered that she was very bad at following arguments. The Countess then declared that she herself detested arguments, but that this was her brother's taste. He would always discuss. "For me," she said, "one should like a thing, or one shouldn't. One can't like everything, of course. But one shouldn't attempt to reason it out. You never know where it may lead you. There are some very good feelings that may have bad reasons, don't you know? And then there are very bad feelings sometimes that have good reasons. Don't you see what I mean? I don't care anything about reasons, but I know what I like." "Ah, that's the great thing," said Isabel, smiling, and suspecting that her acquaintance with this lightly flitting personage would not lead to intellectual repose. If the Countess objected to argument, Isabel at this moment had as little taste for it, and she put out her hand to Pansy with a pleasant sense that such a gesture committed her to nothing that would admit of a divergence of views. Gilbert Osmond apparently took a rather hopeless view of his sister's tone. He turned the conversation to another topic. He presently sat down on the other side of his daughter, who had shyly brushed Isabel's fingers with her own, but he ended by drawing her out of her chair, and making her stand between his knees, leaning against him while he passed his arm round her slimness. The child fixed her eyes on Isabel with a still, disinterested gaze. which seemed void of an intention, yet conscious of an attraction. Mr. Osmond talked of many things. Madame Mère had said he could be agreeable when he chose, and to day, after a little, he appeared not only to have chosen, but to have determined. Madame Mère and the Countess Gemini sat a little apart, conversing in the effortless manner of persons who knew each other well enough to take their ease. But every now and then Isabel heard the Countess, at something said by her companion, plunge into the latter's lucidity as a poodle splashes after a thrown stick. It was as if Madame Mère were seeing how far she would go. Mr. Osmond talked of Florence, of Italy, of the pleasure of living in that country, and of the abatements to the pleasure. There were both satisfactions and drawbacks. The drawbacks were numerous. Strangers were too apt to see such a world as all romantic. It met the case soothingly for the human, for the social failure, by which he meant people who couldn't "realise," as they said, on their sensibility. They could keep it about them there in their poverty without ridicule, as you might keep an heirloom or an inconvenient entailed place that brought you in nothing. Thus there were advantages in living in the country which contained the greatest sum of beauty. Certain impressions you could get only there. Others, favourable to life, you never got, and you got some that were very bad. But from time to time you got one of a quality that made up for everything. Italy, all the same, had spoiled a great many people. He was even fatuous enough to believe at times that he himself might have been a better man if he had spent less of his life there. It made one idle and dilettantish and second rate. It had no discipline for the character, didn't cultivate in you, otherwise expressed, the successful social and other "cheek" that flourished in Paris and London. "We're sweetly provincial," said Mr. Osmond, "and I'm perfectly aware that I myself am as rusty as a key that has no lock to fit it. It polishes me up a little to talk with you, not that I venture to pretend I can turn that very complicated lock I suspect your intellect of being. But you'll be going away before I've seen you 3 times, and I shall perhaps never see you after that. That's what it is to live in a country that people come to. When they're disagreeable here it's bad enough. When they're agreeable it's still worse. As soon as you like them they're off again. I've been deceived too often. I've ceased to form attachments, to permit myself to feel attractions. You mean to stay, to settle? That would be really comfortable. Ah, yes, your aunt's a sort of guarantee. I believe she may be depended on. Oh, she's an old Florentine. I mean literally an old one, not a modern outsider. She's a contemporary of the Medici. She must have been present at the burning of Savonarola, and I'm not sure she didn't throw a handful of chips into the flame. Her face is very much like some of the faces in the early pictures, little, dry, definite faces that must have had a good deal of expression, but almost always the same one. Indeed, I can show you her portrait in a fresco of Ghirlandaio's. I hope you don't object to my speaking that way of your aunt, eh? I've an idea you don't. Perhaps you think that's even worse. I assure you there's no want of respect in it to either of you. You know I'm a particular admirer of Mrs. Touchett." While Isabel's host exerted himself to entertain her in this somewhat confidential fashion, she looked occasionally at Madame Mère, who met her eyes with an inattentive smile in which, on this occasion, there was no infelicitous intimation that our heroine appeared to advantage. Madame Mère eventually proposed to the Countess Gemini that they should go into the garden, and the Countess, rising and shaking out her feathers, began to rustle towards the door. "Poor Miss Archer!" she exclaimed, surveying the other group with expressive compassion. "She has been brought quite into the family." "Miss Archer can certainly have nothing but sympathy for a family to which you belong," Mr. Osmond answered, with a laugh which, though it had something of a mocking ring, had also a finer patience. "I don't know what you mean by that. I'm sure she'll see no harm in me but what you tell her. I'm better than he says, Miss Archer," the Countess went on. "I'm only rather an idiot and a bore. Is that all he has said?" "Ah, then, you keep him in good humour. Has he opened on one of his favourite subjects? I give you notice that there are 2 or 3 that he treats affronts. In that case you had better take off your bonnet." "I don't think I know what Mr. Osmond's favourite subjects are," said Isabel, who had risen to her feet. The Countess assumed for an instant an attitude of intense meditation, pressing one of her hands, with the finger tips gathered together, to her forehead. "I'll tell you in a moment. One's Machiavelli, the other's Vittoria Colonna, the next is Metastasio." "Ah, with me," said Madame Maille, passing her arm into the Countess Gemini's, as if to guide her course to the garden. "Mr. Osmond's never so historical." "Oh, you," the Countess answered as they moved away. "You yourself are Machiavelli. You yourself are Vittoria Colonna." "We shall hear next that poor Madame Maille is Metastasio," Gilbert Osmond resignedly sighed. Isabel had got up on the assumption that they too were to go into the garden, but her host stood there with no apparent inclination to leave the room, his hands in the pockets of his jacket, and his daughter, who had now locked her arm into one of his own, clinging to him and looking up while her eyes moved from his own face to Isabel's. Isabel waited with a certain unuttered contentedness to have her movements directed. She liked Mr. Osmond's talk, his company. She had what always gave her a very private thrill, the consciousness of a new relation. Through the open doors of the great room she saw Madame Maille and the Countess stroll across the fine grass of the garden. Then she turned, and her eyes wandered over the things scattered about her. The understanding had been that Mr. Osmond would show her his treasures. His pictures and cabinets all looked like treasures. Isabel, after a moment, went towards one of the pictures to see it better. But just as she had done so, he said to her abruptly, "Miss Archer, what do you think of my sister?" She faced him with some surprise. "Ah, don't ask me that. I've seen your sister too little." "Yes, you've seen her very little, but you must have observed that there is not a great deal of her to see. What do you think of our family tone?" he went on with his cool smile. "I should like to know how it strikes a fresh, unprejudiced mind. I know what you're going to say. You've had almost no observation of it. Of course, this is only a glimpse. But just take notice in future if you have a chance. I sometimes think we've got into a rather bad way, living off here among things and people not our own, without responsibilities or attachments, with nothing to hold us together or keep us up, marrying foreigners, forming artificial tastes, playing tricks with our natural mission. Let me add, though, that I say that much more for myself than for my sister. She's a very honest lady, more so than she seems. She's rather unhappy, and as she's not of a serious turn, she doesn't tend to show it tragically, she shows it comically instead. She has got a horrid husband, though I'm not sure she makes the best of him. Of course, however, a horrid husband's an awkward thing. Madame Maille gives her excellent advice, but it's a good deal like giving a child a dictionary to learn a language with. He can look out the words, but he can't put them together. My sister needs a grammar, but unfortunately she's not grammatical. Pardon my troubling you with these details. My sister was very right in saying you've been taken into the family. Let me take down that picture. You want more light." He took down the picture, carried it towards the window, related some curious facts about it. She looked at the other works of art, and he gave her such information as might appear most acceptable to a young lady making a call on a summer afternoon. His pictures, his medallions and tapestries were interesting, but after a while Isabel felt the owner much more so, and independently of them, thickly as they seemed to overhang him. He resembled no one she had ever seen. Most of the people she knew might be divided into groups of half a dozen specimens. There were one or two exceptions to this. She could think, for instance, of no group that would contain her Aunt Lydia. There were other people who were, relatively speaking, original. Original, as one might say, by courtesy, such as Mr. Goodwood, as her cousin Ralph, as Henrietta Stackpole, as Lord Warburton, as Madame Maille. But in essentials, when one came to look at them, these individuals belonged to types already present to her mind. Her mind contained no class offering a natural place to Mr. Osmond. He was a specimen apart. It was not that she recognized all these truths at the hour, but they were falling into order before her. For the moment she only said to herself that this new relation would perhaps prove her very most distinguished. Madame Maille had had that note of rarity, but what quite other power it immediately gained when sounded by a man! It was not so much what he said and did, but rather what he withheld, that marked him for her as by one of those signs of the highly curious that he was showing her on the underside of old plates and in the corner of 16th-century drawings. He indulged in no striking deflections from common usage. He was an original without being an eccentric. She had never met a person of so fine a grain. The peculiarity was physical to begin with, and it extended to impalpabilities. His dense, delicate hair, his overdrawn, retouched features, his clear complexion, ripe without being coarse, the very evenness of the growth of his beard, and that light, smooth slenderness of structure which made the movement of a single one of his fingers produce the effect of an expressive gesture, these personal points struck our sensitive young woman as signs of quality, of intensity, somehow as promises of interest. He was certainly fastidious and critical. He was probably irritable. His sensibility had governed him, possibly governed him too much. It had made him impatient of vulgar troubles, and had led him to live by himself in a sorted, sifted, arranged world, thinking about art and beauty and history. He had consulted his taste in everything, his taste alone perhaps, as a sick man consciously incurable consults at last only his lawyer. That was what made him so different from every one else. Ralph had something of this same quality, this appearance of thinking that life was a matter of connoisseurship; but in Ralph it was an anomaly, a kind of humorous excrescence, whereas in Mr. Osmond it was the keynote, and everything was in harmony with it. She was certainly far from understanding him completely. His meaning was not at all obvious. It was hard to see what he meant, for instance, by speaking of his provincial side, which was exactly the side she would have taken him most to lack. Was it a harmless paradox intended to puzzle her, or was it the last refinement of high culture? She trusted she should learn in time. It would be very interesting to learn. If it was provincial to have that harmony, what then was the finish of the capital? And she could put this question in spite of so feeling her host a shy personage, since such shyness as his, the shyness of ticklish nerves and fine perceptions, was perfectly consistent with the best breeding. Indeed, it was almost a proof of standards and touchstones other than the vulgar. He must be so sure the vulgar would be first on the ground. He wasn't a man of easy assurance, who chatted and gossiped with the fluency of a superficial nature. He was critical of himself as well as of others, and, exacting a good deal of others, to think them agreeable, probably took a rather ironical view of what he himself offered, a proof into the bargain that he was not grossly conceited. If he had not been shy, he wouldn't have effected that gradual, subtle, successful conversion of it, to which she owed both what pleased her in him and what mystified her. If he had suddenly asked her what she thought of the Countess Gemini, that was doubtless a proof that he was interested in her. It could scarcely be as a help to knowledge of his own sister. That he should be so interested showed an inquiring mind, but it was a little singular he should sacrifice his fraternal feeling to his curiosity. This was the most eccentric thing he had done. There were two other rooms beyond the one in which she had been received, equally full of romantic objects, and in these apartments Isabel spent a quarter of an hour. Everything was in the last degree curious and precious, and Mr. Osmond continued to be the kindest of ciceroni as he led her from one fine piece to another, and still held his little girl by the hand. His kindness almost surprised our young friend, who wondered why he should take so much trouble for her, and she was oppressed at last with the accumulation of beauty and knowledge to which she found herself introduced. There was enough for the present. She had ceased to attend to what he said. She listened to him with attentive eyes, but was not thinking of what he told her. He probably thought her quicker, cleverer in every way, more prepared than she was. Madame Mayle would have pleasantly exaggerated, which was a pity, because in the end he would be sure to find out, and then perhaps even her real intelligence wouldn't reconcile him to his mistake. A part of Isabel's fatigue came from the effort to appear as intelligent as she believed Madame Mayle had described her, and from the fear, very unusual with her, of exposing, not her ignorance, for that she cared comparatively little, but her possible grossness of perception. It would have annoyed her to express a liking for something he, in his superior enlightenment, would think she oughtn't to like, or to pass by something at which the truly initiated mind would arrest itself. She had no wish to fall into that grotesqueness in which she had seen women, and it was a warning, serenely, yet ignobly, flounder. She was very careful, therefore, as to what she said, as to what she noticed or failed to notice, more careful than she had ever been before. They came back into the first of the rooms, where the tea had been served; but as the two other ladies were still on the terrace, and as Isabel had not yet been made acquainted with the view, the paramount distinction of the place, Mr. Osmond directed her steps into the garden without more delay. Madame Maille and the Countess had had chairs brought out, and as the afternoon was lovely, the Countess proposed they should take their tea in the open air. Pansy therefore was sent to bid the servant bring out the preparations. The sun had got low, the golden light took a deeper tone, and on the mountains and the plain that stretched beneath them the masses of purple shadow glowed as richly as the places that were still exposed. The scene had an extraordinary charm. The air was almost solemnly still, and the large expanse of the landscape, with its garden-like culture and nobleness of outline, its teeming valley and the delicately fretted hills, its peculiarly human-looking touches of habitation, lay there in splendid harmony and classic grace. "You seem so well pleased that I think you can be trusted to come back," Osmond said, as he led his companion to one of the angles of the terrace. "I shall certainly come back," she returned, "in spite of what you say about its being bad to live in Italy. What was that you said about one's natural mission? I wonder if I should forsake my natural mission if I were to settle in Florence." "A woman's natural mission is to be where she's most appreciated. The point's to find out where that is." "Very true. She often wastes a great deal of time in the inquiry. People ought to make it very plain to her." "Such a matter would have to be made very plain to me," smiled Isabel. "I am glad, at any rate, to hear you talk of settling. Madame Maille had given me an idea that you were of rather a roving disposition. I thought she spoke of your having some plan of going round the world." "I'm rather ashamed of my plans. I make a new one every day." "I don't see why you should be ashamed. It's the greatest of pleasures." "It seems frivolous, I think," said Isabel. "One ought to choose something very deliberately, and be faithful to that." "By that rule, then, I've not been frivolous." "Have you never made plans?" "Yes, I made one years ago, and I'm acting on it to day." "It must have been a very pleasant one," Isabel permitted herself to observe. "It was very simple. It was to be as quiet as possible." "As quiet?" the girl repeated. "Not to worry, not to strive nor struggle, to resign myself, to be content with little." He spoke these sentences slowly, with short pauses between, and his intelligent regard was fixed on his visitors with the conscious air of a man who has brought himself to confess something. "Do you call that simple?" she asked, with mild irony. "Yes, because it's negative." "Has your life been negative?" "Call it affirmative if you like. Only it has affirmed my indifference. Mind you, not my natural indifference. I had none, but my studied, my wilful renunciation." She scarcely understood him. It seemed a question whether he were joking or not. Why should a man who struck her as having a great fund of reserve suddenly bring himself to be so confidential? This was his affair, however, and his confidences were interesting. "I don't see why you should have renounced," she said in a moment. "Because I could do nothing. I had no prospects. I was poor, and I was not a man of genius. I had no talents even. I took my measure early in life. I was simply the most fastidious young gentleman living. There were 2 or 3 people in the world I envied, the Emperor of Russia, for instance, and the Sultan of Turkey. There were even moments when I envied the Pope of Rome, for the consideration he enjoys. I should have been delighted to be considered to that extent, but since that couldn't be, I didn't care for anything less, and I made up my mind not to go in for honours. The leanest gentleman can always consider himself, and fortunately I was, though lean, a gentleman. I could do nothing in Italy. I couldn't even be an Italian patriot. To do that I should have had to get out of the country, and I was too fond of it to leave it, to say nothing of my being too well satisfied with it, on the whole, as it then was, to wish it altered. So I've passed a great many years here on that quiet plan I spoke of. I've not been at all unhappy. I don't mean to say I've cared for nothing, but the things I've cared for have been definite, limited. The events of my life have been absolutely unperceived by any one save myself. Getting an old silver crucifix at a bargain (I've never bought anything dear, of course), or discovering, as I once did, a sketch by Correggio on a panel daubed over by some inspired idiot. This would have been rather a dry account of Mr. Osmond's career if Isabel had fully believed it, but her imagination supplied the human element which she was sure had not been wanting. His life had been mingled with other lives more than he admitted. Naturally she couldn't expect him to enter into this. For the present she abstained from provoking further revelations. To intimate that he had not told her everything would be more familiar and less considerate than she now desired to be, would in fact be uproariously vulgar. He had certainly told her quite enough. It was her present inclination, however, to express a measured sympathy for the success with which he had preserved his independence. "That's a very pleasant life," she said, "to renounce everything but Correggio." "Oh, I've made in my way a good thing of it. Don't imagine I'm whining about it. It's one's own fault if one isn't happy." This was large. She kept down to something smaller. "Have you lived here always?" "No, not always. I lived a long time at Naples, and many years in Rome. But I've been here a good while. Perhaps I shall have to change, however, to do something else. I've no longer myself to think of. My daughter's growing up, and may very possibly not care so much for the Correggios and crucifixes as I. I shall have to do what's best for Pansy." "Yes, do that," said Isabel. "She's such a dear little girl." "Ah," cried Gilbert Osmond beautifully, "she's a little saint of heaven. She is my great happiness." End of Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Portrait of a Lady by Henry James, Volume 1, Chapter 25. While this sufficiently intimate colloquy, prolonged for some time after we ceased to follow it, went forward, Madame Maile and her companion, breaking a silence of some duration, had begun to exchange remarks. They were sitting in an attitude of unexpressed expectancy, an attitude especially marked on the part of the Countess Jiminy, who, being of a more nervous temperament than her friend, practised with less success the art of disguising impatience. What these ladies were waiting for would not have been apparent, and was perhaps not very definite to their own minds. Madame Maile waited for Osmond to release their young friend from her tete-a-tete, and the Countess waited because Madame Maile did. The Countess, moreover, by waiting, found the time ripe for one of her pretty perversities. She might have desired for some minutes to place it. Her brother wandered with Isabel to the end of the garden, to which point her eyes followed them. "My dear," she then observed to her companion, "you'll excuse me if I don't congratulate you." "Very willingly, for I don't in the least know why you should." "Haven't you a little plan that you think rather well of?" And the Countess nodded at the sequestered couple. Madame Maile's eyes took the same direction. Then she looked serenely at her neighbour. "You know I never understand you very well," she smiled. "No one can understand better than you when you wish. I see that just now you don't wish." "You say things to me that no one else does," said Madame Maile gravely, yet without bitterness. "You mean things you don't like? Doesn't Osmond sometimes say such things?" "What your brother says has a point. Yes, a poisoned one sometimes. If you mean that I'm not so clever as he, you mustn't think I shall suffer from your sense of our difference. But it will be much better that you should understand me." "Why so?" asked Madame Mère. "To what will it conduce?" "If I don't approve of your plan, you ought to know it, in order to appreciate the danger of my interfering with it." Madame Mère looked as if she were ready to admit that there might be something in this, but in a moment she said quietly, "You think me more calculating than I am." "It's not your calculating I think ill of, it's your calculating wrong. You've done so in this case." "You must have made extensive calculations yourself to discover that." "No, I've not had time. I've seen the girl but this once," said the Countess, "and the conviction has suddenly come to me. I like her very much." "So do I," Madame Mère mentioned. "You've a strange way of showing it." "Surely I've given her the advantage of making your acquaintance." "That indeed," piped the Countess, "is perhaps the best thing that could happen to her." Madame Mère said nothing for some time. The Countess's manner was odious, was really low; but it was an old story, and with her eyes upon the violet slope of Monte Morello she gave herself up to reflection. "My dear lady," she finally resumed, "I advise you not to agitate yourself. The matter you allude to concerns three persons much stronger of purpose than yourself." "Three persons?" "You and Osmond, of course. But is Miss Archer also very strong of purpose?" "Quite as much so as we." "Ah, then," said the Countess radiantly, "if I convince her it's in her interest to resist you, she'll do so successfully." "Resist us? Why do you express yourself so coarsely? She is not exposed to compulsion or deception." "I'm not sure of that. You're capable of anything, you and Osmond. I don't mean Osmond by himself, and I don't mean you by yourself, but together you're dangerous, like some chemical combination." "You had better leave us alone, then," smiled Madame Mère. "I don't mean to touch you, but I shall talk to that girl." "My poor Amy," Madame Mère murmured, "I don't see what has got into your head." "I take an interest in her, that's what has got into my head. I like her." Madame Mère hesitated a moment. "I don't think she likes you." The Countess's bright little eyes expanded, and her face was set in a grimace. "Ah, you are dangerous, even by yourself." "If you want her to like you, don't abuse your brother to her," said Madame Mère. "I don't suppose you pretend she has fallen in love with him in 2 interviews?" Madame Mère looked a moment at Isabel and at the master of the house. He was leaning against the parapet, facing her, his arms folded, and she at present was evidently not lost in the mere impersonal view, persistently as she gazed at it. As Madame Mère watched her, she lowered her eyes; she was listening, possibly with a certain embarrassment, while she pressed the point of her parasol into the path. Madame Mère rose from her chair. "Yes, I think so," she pronounced. The shabby footboy, summoned by Pansy, he might, tarnished as to livery and quaint as to type, have issued from some stray sketch of old time manners, been "put in" by the brush of a Longhi or a Goya, had come out with a small table and placed it on the grass, and then had gone back and fetched the tea tray, after which he had again disappeared, to return with a couple of chairs. Pansy had watched these proceedings with the deepest interest, standing with her small hands folded together upon the front of her scanty frock, but she had not presumed to offer assistance. When the tea table had been arranged, however, she gently approached her aunt. "Do you think papa would object to my making the tea?" The Countess looked at her with deliberately critical gaze, and without answering her question. "My poor niece," she said, "is that your best frock?" "Ah, no," Pansy answered, "it's just a little toilette for common occasions." "Do you call it a common occasion when I come to see you? To say nothing of Madame Mère and the pretty lady yonder." Pansy reflected a moment, turning gravely from one of the persons mentioned to the other. Then her face broke into its perfect smile. "I have a pretty dress, but even that one's very simple. Why should I expose it beside your beautiful things?" "Because it's the prettiest you have. For me you must always wear the prettiest. Please put it on the next time. It seems to me they don't dress you so well as they might." The child sparingly stroked down her antiquated skirt. "It's a good little dress to make tea, don't you think? Don't you believe papa would allow me?" "Impossible for me to say, my child," said the Countess. "For me your father's ideas are unfathomable. Madame Mère understands them better. Ask her." Madame Mère smiled with her usual grace. "It's a weighty question. Let me think. It seems to me it would please your father to see a careful little daughter making his tea. It's the proper duty of the daughter of the house when she grows up." "So it seems to me, Madame Mère," Pansy cried. "You shall see how well I'll make it. A spoonful for each." And she began to busy herself at the table. "Two spoonfuls for me," said the Countess, who, with Madame Mère, remained for some moments watching her. "Listen to me, Pansy," the Countess resumed at last. "I should like to know what you think of your visitor." "Ah, she's not mine, she's papa's," Pansy objected. "Miss Archer came to see you as well," said Madame Mère. "I am very happy to hear that. She has been very polite to me." "Do you like her, then?" the Countess asked. "She's charming, charming," Pansy repeated in her little neat conversational tone. "She pleases me thoroughly." "And how do you think she pleases your father?" "Ah, really, Countess," murmured Madame Mère dissuasively. "Go and call them to tea," she went on to the child. "You'll see if they don't like it," Pansy declared, and departed to summon the others, who had still lingered at the end of the terrace. "If Miss Archer's to become her mother, it's surely interesting to know if the child likes her," said the Countess. "If your brother marries again it won't be for Pansy's sake," Madame Mère replied. "She'll soon be 16, and after that she'll begin to need a husband rather than a stepmother." "And will you provide the husband as well?" "I shall certainly take an interest in her marrying fortunately. I imagine you'll do the same." "Indeed I shan't," cried the Countess. "Why should I, of all women, set such a price on a husband?" "You didn't marry fortunately. That's what I'm speaking of. When I say a husband, I mean a good one. There are no good ones. Osmond won't be a good one." Madame Mère closed her eyes a moment. "You're irritated just now. I don't know why," she presently said. "I don't think you'll really object either to your brother's or to your niece's marrying when the time comes for them to do so, and as regards Pansy, I'm confident that we shall some day have the pleasure of looking for a husband for her together. Your large acquaintance will be a great help." "Yes, I'm irritated," the Countess answered. "You often irritate me. Your own coolness is fabulous. You're a strange woman." "It's much better that we should always act together," Madame Mère went on. "Do you mean that as a threat?" asked the Countess, rising. Madame Mère shook her head as for quiet amusement. "No, indeed, you've not my coolness." Isabel and Mr. Osmond were now slowly coming towards them, and Isabel had taken Pansy by the hand. "Do you pretend to believe he'd make her happy?" the Countess demanded. "If he should marry Miss Archer, I suppose he'd behave like a gentleman." The Countess jerked herself into a succession of attitudes. "Do you mean as most gentlemen behave? That would be much to be thankful for. Of course Osmond's a gentleman. His own sister needn't be reminded of that. But does he think he can marry any girl he happens to pick out? Osmond's a gentleman, of course, but I must say I've never, no, never seen any one of Osmond's pretensions. What they're all founded on is more than I can say. I'm his own sister. I might be supposed to know. Who is he, if you please? What has he ever done? If there has been anything particularly grand in his origin, if he were made of some superior clay, I presume I should have got some inkling of it. If there had been any great honours or splendours in the family, I should certainly have made the most of them. They would have been quite in my line. But there's nothing, nothing, nothing. One's parents were charming people, of course, but so were yours, I've no doubt. Everyone's a charming person nowadays. Even I'm a charming person. Don't laugh. It has literally been said. As for Osmond, he has always appeared to believe that he's descended from the gods." "You may say what you please," said Madame Mère, who had listened to this quick outbreak none the less attentively, we may believe, because her eye wandered away from the speaker and her hands busied themselves with adjusting the knots of ribbon on her dress. "You Osmonds are a fine race. Your blood must flow from some very pure source. Your brother, like an intelligent man, has had the conviction of it, if he has not had the proofs. You're modest about it, but you yourself are extremely distinguished. What do you say about your niece? The child's a little princess. Nevertheless," Madame Maille added, "it won't be an easy matter for Osmond to marry Miss Archer. Yet he can try. I hope she'll refuse him. It will take him down a little. We mustn't forget that he is one of the cleverest of men." "I've heard you say that before, but I haven't yet discovered what he has done." "What he has done? He has done nothing that has had to be undone, and he has known how to wait." "To wait for Miss Archer's money? How much of it is there?" "That's not what I mean," said Madame Maille. "Miss Archer has 70,000 pounds." "Well, it's a pity she's so charming," the Countess declared. "To be sacrificed any girl would do. She needn't be superior." "If she weren't superior, your brother would never look at her. He must have the best." "Yes," returned the Countess, as they went forward a little to meet the others. "He's very hard to satisfy. That makes me tremble for her happiness." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James. Chapter 26. Gilbert Osmond came to see Isabel again. That is, he came to Palazzo Crescentini. He had other friends there as well, and to Mrs. Touchett and Madame Maille he was always impartially civil; but the former of these ladies noted the fact that in the course of a fortnight he called 5 times, and compared it with another fact that she found no difficulty in remembering. 2 visits a year had hitherto constituted his regular tribute to Mrs. Touchett's worth, and she had never observed him select for such visits those moments, of almost periodical recurrence, when Madame Maille was under her roof. It was not for Madame Maille that he came. These two were old friends, and he never put himself out for her. He was not fond of Ralph. Ralph had told her so, and it was not supposable that Mr. Osmond had suddenly taken a fancy to her son. Ralph was imperturbable. Ralph had a kind of loose fitting urbanity that wrapped him about like an ill-made overcoat, but of which he never divested himself. He thought Mr. Osmond very good company, and was willing at any time to look at him in the light of hospitality. But he didn't flatter himself that the desire to repair a past injustice was the motive of their visitors' calls. He read the situation more clearly. Isabel was the attraction, and in all conscience a sufficient one. Osmond was a critic, a student of the exquisite, and it was natural he should be curious of so rare an apparition. So when his mother observed to him that it was plain what Mr. Osmond was thinking of, Ralph replied that he was quite of her opinion. Mrs. Touchett had from far back found a place on her scant list for this gentleman, though wondering dimly by what art and what process, so negative and so wise as they were, he had everywhere effectively imposed himself. As he had never been an importunate visitor, he had had no chance to be offensive, and he was recommended to her by his appearance of being as well able to do without her as she was to do without him, a quality that always, oddly enough, affected her as providing ground for a relation with her. It gave her no satisfaction, however, to think that he had taken it into his head to marry her niece. Such an alliance, on Isabel's part, would have an air of almost morbid perversity. Mrs. Touchett easily remembered that the girl had refused an English peer, and that a young lady with whom Lord Warburton had not successfully wrestled should content herself with an obscure American dilettante, a middle-aged widower with an uncanny child and an ambiguous income, this answered to nothing in Mrs. Touchett's conception of success. She took, it will be observed, not the sentimental but the political view of matrimony, a view which has always had much to recommend it. "I trust she won't have the folly to listen to him," she said to her son; to which Ralph replied that Isabel's listening was one thing and Isabel's answering quite another. He knew she had listened to several parties, as his father would have said, but had made them listen in return, and he found much entertainment in the idea that in these few months of his knowing her he should observe a fresh suitor at her gate. She had wanted to see life, and fortune was serving her to her taste. A succession of fine gentlemen going down on their knees to her would do as well as anything else. Ralph looked forward to a fourth, a fifth, a 10th besieger. He had no conviction she would stop at a third. She would keep the gate ajar and open a parley. She would certainly not allow number 3 to come in. He expressed this view, somewhat after this fashion, to his mother, who looked at him as if he had been dancing a jig. He had such a fanciful, pictorial way of saying things that he might as well address her in the deaf mute's alphabet. "I don't think I know what you mean," she said. "You use too many figures of speech." "I could never understand allegories. The two words in the language I most respect are yes and no. If Isabel wants to marry Mr. Osmond, she'll do so in spite of all your comparisons. Let her alone to find a fine one herself for anything she undertakes. I know very little about the young man in America. I don't think she spends much of her time in thinking of him, and I suspect he has got tired of waiting for her. There's nothing in life to prevent her marrying Mr. Osmond if she only looks at him in a certain way. That's all very well. No one approves more than I of one's pleasing oneself. But she takes her pleasure in such odd things. She's capable of marrying Mr. Osmond for the beauty of his opinions, or for his autograph of Michelangelo. She wants to be disinterested, as if she were the only person who's in danger of not being so. Will he be so disinterested when he has the spending of her money? That was her idea before your father's death, and it has acquired new charms for her since. She ought to marry some one of whose disinterestedness she shall herself be sure, and there would be no such proof of that as his having a fortune of his own." "My dear mother, I'm not afraid," Ralph answered. "She's making fools of us all. She'll please herself, of course, but she'll do so by studying human nature at close quarters, and yet retaining her liberty. She has started on an exploring expedition, and I don't think she'll change her course, at the outset, at a signal from Gilbert Osmond. She may have slackened speed for an hour, but before we know it she'll be steaming away again. Excuse another metaphor." Mrs. Touchett excused it, perhaps, but was not so much reassured as to withhold from Madame Maille the expression of her fears. "You who know everything," she said, "you must know this, whether that curious creature's really making love to my niece." "Gilbert Osmond?" Madame Maille widened her clear eyes, and, with a full intelligence, "Heaven help us!" she exclaimed. "That's an idea!" "Hadn't it occurred to you?" "You make me feel an idiot, but I confess it hadn't. I wonder," she added, "if it has occurred to Isabel." "Oh, I shall now ask her," said Mrs. Touchett. Madame Maille reflected. "Don't put it into her head. The thing would be to ask Mr. Osmond." "I can't do that," said Mrs. Touchett. "I won't have him inquire of me, as he perfectly may with that air of his, given Isabel's situation, what business it is of mine." "I'll ask him myself," Madame Maille bravely declared. "But what business, for him, is it of yours? Its being none whatever is just why I can afford to speak. It's so much less my business than any one else's that he can put me off with anything he chooses. But it will be by the way he does this that I shall know." "Pray let me hear, then," said Mrs. Touchett, "of the fruits of your penetration. If I can't speak to him, however, at least I can speak to Isabel." Her companion sounded at this the note of warning. "Don't be too quick with her. Don't inflame her imagination." I never did anything in my life to any one's imagination, but I'm always sure of her doing something. Well, not of my kind." "No, you wouldn't like this," Madame Merle observed, without the point of interrogation. "Why in the world should I, pray? Mr. Osmond has nothing the least solid to offer." Again Madame Merle was silent, while her thoughtful smile drew up her mouth even more charmingly than usual towards the left corner. "Let us distinguish. Gilbert Osmond's certainly not the first comer. He's a man who, in favourable conditions, might very well make a great impression. He has made a great impression, to my knowledge, more than once." "Don't tell me about his probably quite cold-blooded love affairs. They're nothing to me," Mrs. Touchett cried. "What you say is precisely why I wish he would cease his visits. He has nothing in the world that I know of but a dozen or two of early masters and a more or less pert little daughter." "The early masters are now worth a good deal of money," said Madame Merle, "and the daughter's a very young and very innocent and very harmless person." "In other words, she's an insipid little chit. Is that what you mean? Having no fortune, she can't hope to marry as they marry here, so that Isabel will have to furnish her either with a maintenance or with a dowry." "Isabel probably wouldn't object to being kind to her. I think she likes the poor child." "Another reason, then, for Mr. Osmond's stopping at home. Otherwise, a week hence, we shall have my niece arriving at the conviction that her mission in life's to prove that a stepmother may sacrifice herself, and that, to prove it, she must first become one." "She would make a charming stepmother," smiled Madame Merle, "but I quite agree with you that she had better not decide upon her mission too hastily. Changing the form of one's mission's almost as difficult as changing the shape of one's nose. There they are, each, in the middle of one's face and one's character. One has to begin too far back. But I'll investigate and report to you." All this went on quite over Isabel's head. She had no suspicions that her relations with Mr. Osmond were being discussed. Madame Merle had said nothing to put her on her guard. She alluded no more pointedly to him than to the other gentlemen of Florence, native and foreign, who now arrived in considerable numbers to pay their respects to Miss Archer's aunt. Isabel thought him interesting. She came back to that. She liked so to think of him. She had carried away an image from her visit to his hilltop, which her subsequent knowledge of him did nothing to efface, and which put on for her a particular harmony with other supposed and divine things, histories within histories, the image of a quiet, clever, sensitive, distinguished man, strolling on a moss-grown terrace above the sweet Val d'Arno, and holding by the hand a little girl whose bell-like clearness gave a new grace to childhood. The picture had no flourishes, but she liked its lowness of tone and the atmosphere of summer twilight that pervaded it. It spoke of the kind of personal issue that touched her most nearly, of the choice between objects, subjects, contacts, what might she call them, of a thin and those of a rich association, of a lonely, studious life in a lovely land, of an old sorrow that sometimes ached today, of a feeling of pride that was perhaps exaggerated, but that had an element of nobleness, of a care for beauty and perfection so natural and so cultivated together that the career appeared to stretch beneath it in the disposed vistas and with the ranges of steps and terraces and fountains of a formal Italian garden, allowing only for arid places freshened by the natural dews of a quaint, half anxious, half helpless fatherhood. At Palazzo Crescentini Mr. Osmond's manner remained the same, diffident at first, oh, self-conscious beyond doubt, and full of the effort, visible only to a sympathetic eye, to overcome this disadvantage, an effort which usually resulted in a great deal of easy, lively, very positive, rather aggressive, always suggestive talk. Mr. Osmond's talk was not injured by the indication of an eagerness to shine. Isabel found no difficulty in believing that a person was sincere who had so many of the signs of strong conviction, as for instance an explicit and graceful appreciation of anything that might be said on his own side of the question, said perhaps by Miss Archer in especial. What continued to please this young woman was that, while he talked so for amusement, he didn't talk, as she had heard people, for effect. He uttered his ideas as if, odd as they often appeared, he were used to them and had lived with them. Old polished knobs and heads and handles, of precious substance, that could be fitted, if necessary, to new walking sticks, not switches plucked in destitution from the common tree, and then too elegantly waved about. One day he brought his small daughter with him, and she rejoiced to renew acquaintance with the child, who, as she presented her forehead to be kissed by every member of the circle, reminded her vividly of an ingénue in a French play. Isabel had never seen a little person of this pattern. American girls were very different. Different, too, were the maidens of England. Pansy was so formed and finished for her tiny place in the world, and yet in imagination, as one could see, so innocent and infantine. She sat on the sofa by Isabel. She wore a little grenadine mantle, and a pair of the useful gloves that Madame Mel had given her, little grey gloves with a single button. She was like a sheet of blank paper, the ideal jeune fille of foreign fiction. Isabel hoped that so fair and smooth a page would be covered with an edifying text. The Countess Gemini also came to call upon her, but the Countess was quite another affair. She was by no means a blank sheet. She had been written over in a variety of hands, and Mrs. Touchett, who felt by no means honoured by her visit, pronounced that a number of unmistakable blots were to be seen upon her surface. The Countess gave rise indeed to some discussion between the mistress of the house and the visitor from Rome, in which Madame Mel, who was not such a fool as to irritate people by always agreeing with them, availed herself felicitously enough of that large licence of dissent which her hostess permitted as freely as she practised it. Mrs. Touchett had declared it a piece of audacity that this highly compromised character should have presented herself at such a time of day at the door of a house in which she was esteemed so little as she must long have known herself to be at Palazzo Crescentini. Isabel had been made acquainted with the estimate prevailing under that roof. It represented Mr. Osmond's sister as a lady who had so mismanaged her improprieties that they ceased to hang together at all, which was at the least what one asked of such matters, and had become the mere floating fragments of a wrecked renown, incommoding social circulation. She had been married by her mother, a more administrative person, with an appreciation of foreign titles which the daughter, to do her justice, had probably by this time thrown off, to an Italian nobleman who had perhaps given her some excuse for attempting to quench the consciousness of outrage. The Countess, however, had consoled herself outrageously, and the list of her excuses had now lost itself in the labyrinth of her adventures. Mrs. Touchett had never consented to receive her, though the Countess had made overtures of old. Florence was not an austere city, but, as Mrs. Touchett said, she had to draw the line somewhere. Madame Mel defended the luckless lady with a great deal of zeal and wit. She couldn't see why Mrs. Touchett should make a scapegoat of a woman who had really done no harm, who had only done good in the wrong way. One must certainly draw the line, but while one was about it, one should draw it straight. It was a very crooked chalk mark that would exclude the Countess Gemini. In that case Mrs. Touchett had better shut up her house. This perhaps would be the best course so long as she remained in Florence. One must be fair, and not make arbitrary differences. The Countess had doubtless been imprudent. She had not been so clever as other women. She was a good creature, not clever at all. But since when had that been a ground of exclusion from the best society? For ever so long now one had heard nothing about her, and there could be no better proof of her having renounced the error of her ways than her desire to become a member of Mrs. Touchett's circle. Isabel could contribute nothing to this interesting dispute, not even a patient attention. She contented herself with having given a friendly welcome to the unfortunate lady, who, whatever her defects, had at least the merit of being Mr. Osmond's sister. As she liked the brother, Isabel thought it proper to try and like the sister. In spite of the growing complexity of things, she was still capable of these primitive sequences. She had not received the happiest impression of the Countess on meeting her at the villa, but was thankful for an opportunity to repair the accident. Had not Mr. Osmond remarked that she was a respectable person? To have proceeded from Gilbert Osmond, this was a crude proposition, but Madame Mère bestowed upon it a certain improving polish. She told Isabel more about the poor Countess than Mr. Osmond had done, and related the history of her marriage and its consequences. The Count was a member of an ancient Tuscan family, but of such small estate that he had been glad to accept Amy Osmond, in spite of the questionable beauty which had not yet hampered her career, with the modest dowry her mother was able to offer, a sum about equivalent to that which had already formed her brother's share of their patrimony. Count Gemini since then, however, had inherited money, and now they were well enough off, as Italians went, though Amy was horribly extravagant. The Count was a low-lived brute. He had given his wife every pretext. She had no children. She had lost 3 within a year of their birth. Her mother, who had bristled with pretensions to elegant learning, and published descriptive poems, and corresponded on Italian subjects with the English weekly journals, her mother had died 3 years after the Countess's marriage. The father, lost in the grey American dawn of the situation, but reputed originally rich and wild, having died much earlier. One could see this in Gilbert Osmond, Madame Mère held, see that he had been brought up by a woman, though, to do him justice, one would suppose it had been by a more sensible woman than the American Corinne, as Mrs. Osmond had liked to be called. She had brought her children to Italy after her husband's death, and Mrs. Touchett remembered her during the year that followed her arrival. She thought her a horrible snob, but this was an irregularity of judgment on Mrs. Touchett's part, for she, like Mrs. Osmond, approved of political marriages. The Countess was very good company, and not really the featherhead she seemed. All one had to do with her was to observe the simple condition of not believing a word she said. Madame Mère had always made the best of her for her brother's sake. He appreciated any kindness shown to Amy, because, if it had to be confessed for him, he rather felt she let down their common name. Naturally he couldn't like her style, her shrillness, her egotism, her violations of taste, and above all of truth. She acted badly on his nerves. She was not his sort of woman. What was his sort of woman? Oh, the very opposite of the Countess, a woman to whom the truth should be habitually sacred. Isabel was unable to estimate the number of times her visitor had, in half an hour, profaned it. The Countess, indeed, had given her an impression of rather silly sincerity. She had talked almost exclusively about herself, how much she should like to know Miss Archer, how thankful she should be for a real friend, how base the people in Florence were, how tired she was of the place, how much she should like to live somewhere else, in Paris, in London, in Washington, how impossible it was to get anything nice to wear in Italy except a little old lace, how dear the world was growing everywhere, what a life of suffering and privation she had led. Madame Mère listened with interest to Isabel's account of this passage, but she had not needed it to feel exempt from anxiety. On the whole, she was not afraid of the Countess, and she could afford to do what was altogether best, not to appear so. Isabel had meanwhile another visitor whom it was not, even behind her back, so easy a matter to patronize. Henrietta Stackpole, who had left Paris after Mrs. Touchett's departure for San Remo, and had worked her way down, as she said, through the cities of North Italy, reached the banks of the Arno about the middle of May. Madame Mère surveyed her with a single glance, took her in from head to foot, and after a pang of despair determined to endure her. She determined, indeed, to delight in her. She might be inhaled as a rose, but she might be grasped as a nettle. Madame Mère genially squeezed her into insignificance, and Isabel felt that in foreseeing this liberality she had done justice to her friend's intelligence. Henrietta's arrival had been announced by Mr. Bantling, who, coming down from Nice while she was at Venice, and expecting to find her in Florence, which she had not yet reached, called at Palazzo Crescentini to express his disappointment. Henrietta's own advent occurred 2 days later, and produced in Mr. Bantling an emotion amply accounted for by the fact that he had not seen her since the termination of the episode at Versailles. The humorous view of his situation was generally taken, but it was uttered only by Ralph Touchett, who, in the privacy of his own apartment, when Bantling smoked a cigar there, indulged in goodness knew what strong comedy on the subject of the all-judging one and her British backer. This gentleman took the joke in perfectly good part, and candidly confessed that he regarded the affair as a positive intellectual adventure. He liked Miss Stackpole extremely. He thought she had a wonderful head on her shoulders, and found great comfort in the society of a woman who was not perpetually thinking about what would be said, and how what she did, how what they did, and they had done things, would look. Miss Stackpole never cared how anything looked, and if she didn't care, pray why should he? But his curiosity had been roused. He wanted awfully to see if she ever would care. He was prepared to go as far as she. He didn't see why he should break down first. Henrietta showed no signs of breaking down. Her prospects had brightened on her leaving England, and she was now in the full enjoyment of her copious resources. She had indeed been obliged to sacrifice her hopes with regard to the inner life. The social question on the continent bristled with difficulties even more numerous than those she had encountered in England. But on the continent there was the outer life, which was palpable and visible at every turn, and more easily convertible to literary uses than the customs of those opaque islanders. Out of doors in foreign lands, as she ingeniously remarked, one seemed to see the right side of the tapestry. Out of doors in England one seemed to see the wrong side, which gave one no notion of the figure. The admission costs her historian a pang, but Henrietta, despairing of more occult things, was now paying much attention to the outer life. She had been studying it for 2 months at Venice, from which city she sent to the interviewer a conscientious account of the gondolas, the piazza, the Bridge of Sighs, the pigeons, and the young boatman who chanted Tasso. The interviewer was perhaps disappointed, but Henrietta was at least seeing Europe. Her present purpose was to get down to Rome before the malaria should come on. She apparently supposed that it began on a fixed day, and with this design she was to spend at present but few days in Florence. Mr. Bantling was to go with her to Rome, and she pointed out to Isabel that as he had been there before, as he was a military man, and as he had had a classical education, he had been bred at Eton, where they study nothing but Latin and White Melville, said Miss Stackpole, he would be a most useful companion in the city of the Caesars. At this juncture Ralph had the happy idea of proposing to Isabel that she also, under his own escort, should make a pilgrimage to Rome. She expected to pass a portion of the next winter there. That was very well, but meantime there was no harm in surveying the field. There were 10 days left of the beautiful month of May, the most precious month of all to the true Rome lover. Isabel would become a Rome lover. That was a foregone conclusion. She was provided with a trusty companion of her own sex, whose society, thanks to the fact of other calls on this lady's attention, would probably not be oppressive. Madame Mère would remain with Mrs. Touchett. She had left Rome for the summer, and wouldn't care to return. She professed herself delighted to be left at peace in Florence. She had locked up her apartment, and sent her cook home to Palestrina. She urged Isabel, however, to assent to Ralph's proposal, and assured her that a good introduction to Rome was not a thing to be despised. Isabel, in truth, needed no urging, and the party of 4 arranged its little journey. Mrs. Touchett, on this occasion, had resigned herself to the absence of a duenna. We have seen that she now inclined to the belief that her niece should stand alone. One of Isabel's preparations consisted of her seeing Gilbert Osmond before she started, and mentioning her intention to him. "I should like to be in Rome with you," he commented. "I should like to see you on that wonderful ground." She scarcely faltered. "You might come then." "But you'll have a lot of people with you." "Ah," Isabel admitted, "of course I shall not be alone." For a moment he said nothing more. "You'll like it," he went on at last. "They've spoilt it, but you'll rave about it." "Ought I to dislike it because, poor old dear, the Niobe of nations, you know, it has been spoilt?" she asked. "No, I think not. It has been spoilt so often." He smiled. "If I were to go, what should I do with my little girl?" "Can't you leave her at the villa?" "I don't know that I like that, though there's a very good old woman who looks after her. I can't afford a governess." "Bring her with you, then," said Isabel promptly. Mr. Osmond looked grave. "She has been in Rome all winter, at her convent, and she's too young to make journeys of pleasure." "You don't like bringing her forward?" Isabel inquired. "No, I think young girls should be kept out of the world. I was brought up on a different system." "You? Oh, with you it succeeded, because you were exceptional." "I don't see why," said Isabel, who, however, was not sure that there was not some truth in the speech. Mr. Osmond didn't explain. He simply went on. "If I thought it would make her resemble you to join a social group in Rome, I'd take her there to-morrow." "Don't make her resemble me," said Isabel. "Keep her like herself." "I might send her to my sister," Mr. Osmond observed. He had almost the air of asking advice. He seemed to like to talk over his domestic matters with Miss Archer. "Yes," she concurred, "I think that wouldn't do much towards making her resemble me." After she had left Florence, Gilbert Osmond met Madame Mère at the Countess Gemini's. There were other people present. The Countess's drawing room was usually well filled, and the talk had been general, but after a while Osmond left his place and came and sat on an ottoman half behind, half beside Madame Mère's chair. "She wants me to go to Rome with her," he remarked in a low voice. "To go with her?" "To be there while she's there. She proposed it." "I suppose you mean that you proposed it, and she assented. Of course I gave her the chance. But she's encouraging, she's very encouraging." "I rejoice to hear it, but don't cry victory too soon. Of course you'll go to Rome." "Ah," said Osmond, "it makes one work, this idea of yours." "Don't pretend you don't enjoy it. You're very ungrateful." "You've not been so well occupied these many years." "The way you take it's beautiful," said Osmond. "I ought to be grateful for that." "Not too much so, however," Madame Mère answered. She talked with her usual smile, leaning back in her chair and looking round the room. "You've made a very good impression, and I've seen for myself that you've received one. You've not come to Mrs. Touchett's 7 times to oblige me." "The girl's not disagreeable," Osmond quietly conceded. Madame Mère dropped her eye on him a moment, during which her lips closed with a certain firmness. "Is that all you can find to say about that fine creature?" "All? Isn't it enough? Of how many people have you heard me say more?" She made no answer to this, but still presented her talkative grace to the room. "You're unfathomable," she murmured at last. "I'm frightened at the abyss into which I shall have cast her." He took it almost gaily. "You can't draw back. You've gone too far." "Very good, but you must do the rest yourself." "I shall do it," said Gilbert Osmond. Madame Mère remained silent, and he changed his place again. But when she rose to go, he also took leave. Mrs. Touchett's victoria was awaiting her guest in the court, and after he had helped his friend into it, he stood there detaining her. "You're very indiscreet," she said rather wearily. "You shouldn't have moved when I did." He had taken off his hat. He passed his hand over his forehead. "I always forget. I'm out of the habit." "You're quite unfathomable," she repeated, glancing up at the windows of the house, a modern structure in the new part of the town. He paid no heed to this remark, but spoke in his own sense. "She's really very charming. I've scarcely known any one more graceful." "It does me good to hear you say that. The better you like her, the better for me." "I like her very much." "She's all you described her, and into the bargain capable, I feel, of great devotion. She has only one fault." "What's that?" "Too many ideas. I warned you she was clever." "Fortunately they're very bad ones," said Osmond. "Why's that fortunate?" "Dame, if they must be sacrificed." Madame Mère leaned back, looking straight before her. Then she spoke to the coachman, but her friend again detained her. "If I go to Rome, what shall I do with Pansy?" "I'll go and see her," said Madame Mère. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1, by Henry James. Chapter 27. I may not attempt to report in its fullness our young woman's response to the deep appeal of Rome, to analyse her feelings as she trod the pavement of the Forum, or to number her pulsations as she crossed the threshold of St. Peter's. It is enough to say that her impression was such as might have been expected of a person of her freshness and her eagerness. She had always been fond of history, and here was history in the stones of the street and the atoms of the sunshine. She had an imagination that kindled at the mention of great deeds, and wherever she turned some great deed had been acted. These things strongly moved her, but moved her all inwardly. It seemed to her companions that she talked less than usual, and Ralph Touchett, when he appeared to be looking listlessly and awkwardly over her head, was really dropping on her an intensity of observation. By her own measure she was very happy. She would even have been willing to take these hours for the happiest she was ever to know. The sense of the terrible human past was heavy to her, but that of something altogether contemporary would suddenly give it wings that it could wave in the blue. Her consciousness was so mixed that she scarcely knew where the different parts of it would lead her, and she went about in a repressed ecstasy of contemplation, seeing often in the things she looked at a great deal more than was there, and yet not seeing many of the items enumerated in her Murray. Rome, as Ralph said, confessed to the psychological moment. The herd of re-echoing tourists had departed, and most of the solemn places had relapsed into solemnity. The sky was a blaze of blue, and the plash of the fountains in their mossy niches had lost its chill and doubled its music. On the corners of the warm bright streets one stumbled on bundles of flowers. Our friends had gone one afternoon, it was the third of their stay, to look at the latest excavations in the Forum, these labours having been for some time previous largely extended. They had descended from the modern street to the level of the Sacred Way, along which they wandered with a reverence of step which was not the same on the part of each. Henrietta Stackpole was struck with the fact that ancient Rome had been paved a good deal like New York, and even found an analogy between the deep chariot ruts traceable in the antique street and the over-jangled iron grooves which express the intensity of American life. The sun had begun to sink, the air was a golden haze, and the long shadows of broken column and vague pedestal leant across the field of ruin. Henrietta wandered away with Mr. Bantling, whom it was apparently delightful to her to hear speak of Julius Caesar as a cheeky old boy, and Ralph addressed such elucidations as he was prepared to offer to the attentive ear of our heroine. One of the humble archaeologists who hover about the place had put himself at the disposal of the two, and repeated his lesson with a fluency which the decline of the season had done nothing to impair. A process of digging was on view in a remote corner of the Forum, and he presently remarked that if it should please the signori to go and watch it a little, they might see something of interest. The proposal commended itself more to Ralph than to Isabel, weary with much wandering, so that she admonished her companion to satisfy his curiosity while she patiently awaited his return. The hour and the place were much to her taste. She should enjoy being briefly alone. Ralph accordingly went off with the cicerone, while Isabel sat down on a prostrate column near the foundations of the Capitol. She wanted a short solitude, but she was not long to enjoy it. Keen as was her interest in the rugged relics of the Roman past that lay scattered about her, and in which the corrosion of centuries had still left so much of individual life, her thoughts, after resting a while on these things, had wandered, by a concatenation of stages it might require some subtlety to trace, to regions and objects charged with a more active appeal. From the Roman past to Isabel Archer's future was a long stride, but her imagination had taken it in a single flight, and now hovered in slow circles over the nearer and richer field. She was so absorbed in her thoughts, as she bent her eyes upon a row of cracked but not dislocated slabs covering the ground at her feet, that she had not heard the sound of approaching footsteps before a shadow was thrown across the line of her vision. She looked up and saw a gentleman who was not Ralph come back to say that the excavations were a bore. This personage was startled as she was startled. He stood there baring his head to her perceptibly pale surprise. "Lord Warburton!" Isabel exclaimed as she rose. "I had no idea it was you. I turned that corner and came upon you." She looked about her to explain. "I'm alone, but my companions have just left me. My cousin's gone to look at the work over there." "Ah, yes, I see." And Lord Warburton's eyes wandered vaguely in the direction she had indicated. He stood firmly before her now. He had recovered his balance, and seemed to wish to show it, though very kindly. "Don't let me disturb you," he went on, looking at her dejected pillar. "I'm afraid you're tired." "Yes, I am rather tired." She hesitated a moment, but sat down again. "Don't let me interrupt you," she added. "Oh dear, I'm quite alone. I've nothing on earth to do. I had no idea you were in Rome. I've just come from the East. I'm only passing through." "You've been making a long journey," said Isabel, who had learnt from Ralph that Lord Warburton was absent from England. "Yes, I came abroad for 6 months, soon after I saw you last. I've been in Turkey and Asia Minor. I came the other day from Athens." He managed not to be awkward, but he wasn't easy, and after a longer look at the girl he came down to nature. "Do you wish me to leave you, or will you let me stay a little?" She took it all humanely. "I don't wish you to leave me, Lord Warburton. I'm very glad to see you." "Thank you for saying that. May I sit down?" The fluted shaft on which she had taken her seat would have afforded a resting place to several persons, and there was plenty of room even for a highly developed Englishman. This fine specimen of that great class seated himself near our young lady, and in the course of 5 minutes he had asked her several questions taken rather at random, and to which, as he put some of them twice over, he apparently somewhat missed catching the answer. Had given her, too, some information about himself, which was not wasted upon her calmer feminine sense. He repeated more than once that he had not expected to meet her, and it was evident that the encounter touched him in a way that would have made preparation advisable. He began abruptly to pass from the impunity of things to their solemnity, and from their being delightful to their being impossible. He was splendidly sunburnt. Even his multitudinous beard had been burnished by the fire of Asia. He was dressed in the loose-fitting, heterogeneous garments in which the English traveller in foreign lands is wont to consult his comfort and affirm his nationality, and with his pleasant steady eyes, his bronzed complexion, fresh beneath its seasoning, his manly figure, his minimizing manner, and his general air of being a gentleman and an explorer, he was such a representative of the British race as need not in any clime have been disavowed by those who have a kindness for it. Isabel noted these things, and was glad. She had always liked him. He had kept, evidently in spite of shocks, every one of his merits. Properties these, partaking of the essence of great decent houses, as one might put it, resembling their innermost fixtures and ornaments, not subject to vulgar shifting, and removable only by some whole break-up. They talked of the matters naturally in order: her uncle's death, Ralph's state of health, the way she had passed her winter, her visit to Rome, her return to Florence, her plans for the summer, the hotel she was staying at, and then of Lord Warburton's own adventures, movements, intentions, impressions, and present domicile. At last there was a silence, and it said so much more than either had said that it scarce needed his final words. "I've written to you several times." "Written to me? I've never had your letters." "I never sent them. I burned them up." "Ah!" laughed Isabel, "it was better that you should do that than I." "I thought you wouldn't care for them," he went on, with a simplicity that touched her. "It seemed to me that after all I had no right to trouble you with letters." I should have been very glad to have news of you. You know how I hope that But she stopped. There would be such a flatness in the utterance of her thought. I know what you're going to say. You hoped we should always remain good friends. This formula, as Lord Warburton uttered it, was certainly flat enough, but then he was interested in making it appear so. She found herself reduced simply to "Please don't talk of all that," a speech which hardly struck her as an improvement on the other. "It's a small consolation to allow me," her companion exclaimed with force. "I can't pretend to console you," said the girl, who, all still as she sat there, threw herself back with a sort of inward triumph on the answer that had satisfied him so little 6 months before. He was pleasant, he was powerful, he was gallant. There was no better man than he. But her answer remained. "It's very well you don't try to console me. It wouldn't be in your power," she heard him say through the medium of her strange elation. "I hoped we should meet again, because I had no fear you would attempt to make me feel I had wronged you. But when you do that, the pain's greater than the pleasure." And she got up with a small conscious majesty, looking for her companions. "I don't want to make you feel that. Of course I can't say that. I only just want you to know one or two things, in fairness to myself, as it were. I won't return to the subject again. I felt very strongly what I expressed to you last year. I couldn't think of anything else. I tried to forget, energetically, systematically. I tried to take an interest in somebody else. I tell you this because I want you to know I did my duty. I didn't succeed. It was for the same purpose I went abroad, as far away as possible. They say travelling distracts the mind, but it didn't distract mine. I've thought of you perpetually, ever since I last saw you. I'm exactly the same. I love you just as much, and everything I said to you then is just as true. This instant at which I speak to you shows me again exactly how, to my great misfortune, you just insuperably charm me. There, I can't say less. I don't mean, however, to insist. It's only for a moment. I may add that when I came upon you a few minutes since, without the smallest idea of seeing you, I was, upon my honour, in the very act of wishing I knew where you were." He had recovered his self-control, and while he spoke it became complete. He might have been addressing a small committee, making all quietly and clearly a statement of importance, aided by an occasional look at a paper of notes concealed in his hat, which he had not again put on. And the committee assuredly would have felt the point proved. "I've often thought of you, Lord Warburton," Isabel answered. "You may be sure I shall always do that." And she added, in a tone of which she tried to keep up the kindness and keep down the meaning, "There's no harm in that on either side." They walked along together, and she was prompt to ask about his sisters and request him to let them know she had done so. He made for the moment no further reference to their great question, but dipped again into shallower and safer waters. But he wished to know when she was to leave Rome, and on her mentioning the limit of her stay declared he was glad it was still so distant. "Why do you say that, if you yourself are only passing through?" she inquired with some anxiety. "Ah, when I said I was passing through, I didn't mean that one would treat Rome as if it were Clapham Junction. To pass through Rome is to stop a week or two. Say frankly that you mean to stay as long as I do." His flushed smile for a little seemed to sound her. "You won't like that. You're afraid you'll see too much of me." "It doesn't matter what I like. I certainly can't expect you to leave this delightful place on my account. But I confess I'm afraid of you." "Afraid I'll begin again? I promise to be very careful." They had gradually stopped, and they stood a moment face to face. "Poor Lord Warburton!" she said, with a compassion intended to be good for both of them. "Poor Lord Warburton, indeed! But I'll be careful." "You may be unhappy, but you shall not make me so. That I can't allow. If I believed I could make you unhappy, I think I should try it." At this she walked in advance, and he also proceeded. "I'll never say a word to displease you." "Very good. If you do, our friendship's at an end. Perhaps some day, after a while, you'll give me leave." "Give you leave to make me unhappy?" He hesitated. "To tell you again." But he checked himself. "I'll keep it down. I'll keep it down always." Ralph Touchett had been joined in his visit to the excavation by Miss Stackpole and her attendant, and these three now emerged from among the mounds of earth and stone collected round the aperture, and came into sight of Isabel and her companion. Poor Ralph hailed his friend with joy qualified by wonder, and Henrietta exclaimed in a high voice, "Gracious, there's that lord!" Ralph and his English neighbour greeted with the austerity with which, after long separations, English neighbours greet, and Miss Stackpole rested her large intellectual gaze upon the sunburnt traveller. But she soon established her relation to the crisis. "I don't suppose you remember me, sir?" "Indeed I do remember you," said Lord Warburton. "I asked you to come and see me, and you never came." "I don't go everywhere I'm asked," Miss Stackpole answered coldly. "Ah, well, I won't ask you again," laughed the master of Lockleigh. "If you do, I'll go, so be sure." Lord Warburton, for all his hilarity, seemed sure enough. Mr. Bantling had stood by without claiming a recognition, but he now took occasion to nod to his lordship, who answered him with a friendly "Oh, you here, Bantling?" and a handshake. "Well," said Henrietta, "I didn't know you knew him." "I guess you don't know everyone I know," Mr. Bantling rejoined facetiously. "I thought that when an Englishman knew a lord, he always told you." "Ah, I'm afraid Bantling was ashamed of me," Lord Warburton laughed again. Isabel took pleasure in that note. She gave a small sigh of relief as they kept their course homeward. The next day was Sunday. She spent her morning over two long letters, one to her sister Lily, the other to Madame Mayle, but in neither of these epistles did she mention the fact that a rejected suitor had threatened her with another appeal. Of a Sunday afternoon all good Romans, and the best Romans are often the northern barbarians, follow the custom of going to vespers at St. Peter's, and it had been agreed among our friends that they would drive together to the great church. After lunch, an hour before the carriage came, Lord Warburton presented himself at the Hotel de Paris, and paid a visit to the two ladies, Ralph Touchett and Mr. Bantling having gone out together. The visitor seemed to have wished to give Isabel a proof of his intention to keep the promise made her the evening before. He was both discreet and frank, not even dumbly importunate or remotely intense. He thus left her to judge what a mere good friend he could be. He talked about his travels, about Persia, about Turkey, and when Miss Stackpole asked him whether it would "pay" for her to visit those countries, assured her they offered a great field to female enterprise. Isabel did him justice, but she wondered what his purpose was, and what he expected to gain even by proving the superior strain of his sincerity. If he expected to melt her by showing what a good fellow he was, he might spare himself the trouble. She knew the superior strain of everything about him, and nothing he could now do was required to light the view. Moreover, his being in Rome at all affected her as a complication of the wrong sort. She liked so complications of the right. Nevertheless, when on bringing his call to a close he said he too should be at St. Peter's, and should look out for her and her friends, she was obliged to reply that he must follow his convenience. In the church, as she strolled over its tessellated acres, he was the first person she encountered. She had not been one of the superior tourists who are disappointed in St. Peter's, and find it smaller than its frame. The first time she passed beneath the huge leathern curtain that strains and bangs at the entrance, the first time she found herself beneath the far arching dome, and saw the light drizzle down through the air thickened with incense, and with the reflections of marble and gilt, of mosaic and bronze, her conception of greatness rose and dizzily rose. After this it never lacked space to soar. She gazed and wondered like a child or a peasant. She paid her silent tribute to the seated sublime. Lord Warburton walked beside her and talked of St. Sophia of Constantinople. She feared, for instance, that he would end by calling attention to his exemplary conduct. The service had not yet begun, but at St. Peter's there is much to observe, and as there is something almost profane in the vastness of the place, which seems meant as much for physical as for spiritual exercise, the different figures and groups, the mingled worshippers and spectators, may follow their various intentions without conflict or scandal. In that splendid immensity, individual indiscretion carries but a short distance. Isabel and her companions, however, were guilty of none, for though Henrietta was obliged in candour to declare that Michael Angelo's dome suffered by comparison with that of the Capitol at Washington, she addressed her protest chiefly to Mr. Bantling's ear, and reserved it, in its more accentuated form, for the columns of the Interviewer. Isabel made the circuit of the church with his lordship, and as they drew near the choir on the left of the entrance, the voices of the Pope's singers were borne to them over the heads of the large number of persons clustered outside the doors. They paused a while on the skirts of this crowd, composed in equal measure of Roman cockneys and inquisitive strangers, and while they stood there the sacred concert went forward. Ralph, with Henrietta and Mr. Bantling, was apparently within, where Isabel, looking beyond the dense group in front of her, saw the afternoon light, silvered by clouds of incense that seemed to mingle with the splendid chant, slope through the embossed recesses of high windows. After a while the singing stopped, and then Lord Warburton seemed disposed to move off with her. Isabel could only accompany him, whereupon she found herself confronted with Gilbert Osmond, who appeared to have been standing at a short distance behind her. He now approached with all the forms. He appeared to have multiplied them on this occasion to suit the place. "So you decided to come?" she said, as she put out her hand. "Yes, I came last night, and called this afternoon at your hotel. They told me you had come here, and I looked about for you." "The others are inside," she decided to say. "I didn't come for the others," he promptly returned. She looked away. Lord Warburton was watching them. Perhaps he had heard this. Suddenly she remembered it to be just what he had said to her the morning he came to Gardencourt to ask her to marry him. Mr. Osmond's words had brought the colour to her cheek, and this reminiscence had not the effect of dispelling it. She repaired any betrayal by mentioning to each companion the name of the other, and fortunately at this moment Mr. Bantling emerged from the choir, cleaving the crowd with British valour, and followed by Miss Stackpole and Ralph Touchett. I say fortunately, but this is perhaps a superficial view of the matter, since on perceiving the gentleman from Florence, Ralph Touchett appeared to take the case as not committing him to joy. He didn't hang back, however, from civility, and presently observed to Isabel, with due benevolence, that she would soon have all her friends about her. Miss Stackpole had met Mr. Osmond in Florence, but she had already found occasion to say to Isabel that she liked him no better than her other admirers, than Mr. Touchett and Lord Warburton, and even than little Mr. Rosier in Paris. "I don't know what's in you," she had been pleased to remark, "but for a nice girl you do attract the most unnatural people. Mr. Goodwood's the only one I've any respect for, and he's just the one you don't appreciate." "What's your opinion of St. Peter's?" Mr. Osmond was meanwhile inquiring of our young lady. "It's very large and very bright," she contented herself with replying. "It's too large. It makes one feel like an atom." "Isn't that the right way to feel in the greatest of human temples?" she asked, with rather a liking for her phrase. "I suppose it's the right way to feel everywhere when one is nobody, but I like it in a church as little as anywhere else." "You ought indeed to be a pope," Isabel exclaimed, remembering something he had referred to in Florence. "Ah, I should have enjoyed that," said Gilbert Osmond. Lord Warburton meanwhile had joined Ralph Touchett, and the two strolled away together. "Who's the fellow speaking to Miss Archer?" his lordship demanded. "His name's Gilbert Osmond. He lives in Florence," Ralph said. "What is he besides?" "Nothing at all. Oh yes, he's an American, but one forgets that. He's so little of one." "Has he known Miss Archer long?" "3 or 4 weeks." "Does she like him?" "She's trying to find out." "And will she?" "Find out?" Ralph asked. "Will she like him?" "Do you mean, will she accept him?" "Yes," said Lord Warburton after an instant. "I suppose that's what I horribly mean." "Perhaps not, if one does nothing to prevent it," Ralph replied. His lordship stared a moment, but apprehended. "Then we must be perfectly quiet?" "As quiet as the grave, and only on the chance," Ralph added. "The chance she may." "The chance she may not?" Lord Warburton took this at first in silence, but he spoke again. "Is he awfully clever?" "Awfully," said Ralph. His companion thought. "And what else?" "What more do you want?" Ralph groaned. "Do you mean what more does she?" Ralph took him by the arm to turn him. They had to rejoin the others. "She wants nothing that we can give her." "Oh, well, if she won't have you," said his lordship handsomely, as they went. End of Chapter 27. End of The Portrait of a Lady, Volume 1.